Hi, folks. We are live again for day 3 of the NFL draft on the watch party here for Film Study. Great to have you all. We had an incredible number of people here the first 2 days, so really appreciate all the interaction, all the stream of comments. It's kind of drinking from a fire hose at times, but very high level commentary. Really appreciated it. Joining me to start the show here is Kevin Ostreicher. Kevin, how you doing?
Yeah, Ken, it's an exhausting weekend as we talked about before, but it's really exciting to have the weekend go the way it's gone for Baltimore so far. I think a lot of great players still on the board too, so I'm excited for a good day 3.
Yeah, me too. We probably ought to talk a little bit about day 2, or day 1 and 2, really quickly. Obviously, the pick of Wiggins on day 1, a really nice value selection for the Ravens. The left tackle run did not do them good, but they certainly got a great value in Wiggins at number 30, a player I thought was probably in the top 15.
Yeah, once Tyler Guyton went at 29, there was really no one else I considered worthy of that first round pick at 30. So at that point, the Ravens, they go BPA with Nate Wiggins, but it also feels somewhat of a need for them. I mean, Wiggins is a player where you talk about speed for him. That's the name of the game. Great recovery speed. Ran a 4.28 40. Now, obviously, the frame is a little bit slight and slender, so you want to add some weight to it, but you can teach that. You can't teach speed. And I think the Ravens, they've talked about building a track team on offense. Well, Nate Wiggins certainly is helping that track team on defense. And he's a player that plays with a bunch of passion, a bunch of competitiveness. And you can hear in his opening press conference with the Ravens, he wants to win. He's ready to prove everybody wrong. And so when you have a guy with a chip on his shoulder, usually it works out for you.
So good player there, and I'm happy with the value there. I'm much less happy with the value in round 2. It's not that Rosengarten is a terrible player. I do think he has questionable anchor, great feet. So I really appreciate that. Just picked about 20 slots higher than I anticipated, which means it's a significant overdraft. They could have done that in round 1. Maybe even involving a trade up for Guyton, or Guyton would have been the obvious one, or drafting Suamataia at that point, which would have been a significant overdraft as well. They had another chance though to draft Suamataia and passed on it in round 2.
Right.
So it being what it is, Rosengarten guarded the blind side of Michael Penix last year, him being a left-hander by playing right tackle. Talked a little bit about his ability to anchor is definitely the weakness of his game. Feet are the strength. I don't know that you can teach anchor, but he can get bigger. He's 21 years old, and hopefully he can get a lot bigger, a lot stronger. We saw, I think, the player I'd look to as being a guy who improved his anchor between year 1 and year 2 is Linderbaum. He did a terrific job of it, so maybe Rosengarten can be that kind of a developmental prospect in terms of a combination of technique and size, improving that anchor.
Yeah, I like that comparison about the anchor, Ken. I think we saw Linderbaum get a little overpowered by some bigger defensive linemen in his first year, like DJ Reader. Quinnen Williams gave him a lot of trouble, but he held up a lot better. And I think that was an area of his game that improved. But I think with Rosengarten, right, it's the sand in the pants essentially with the anchor, which he doesn't. It needs improvement. But he can get out there and move. And I think one of the things that everybody was wondering with the Baltimore offensive line when they lost these 3 starters is, what does a Todd Monken offensive line look like? Obviously, we talk about a bunch of inheriting with really, Greg Roman's offense to Todd Monken. What does it mean? He's inheriting all these skill position players, but he also inherited an offensive line. And I feel like for Todd Monken, he's prioritizing athletes here. And obviously the team needs to get younger anyway. So to me, I would have probably drafted Kingsley, but I think Rosengarten is a fine consolation prize, as you said off the air. And I think it makes a lot of sense. Baltimore offensive line at 62. I think they essentially had to after passing on it at 30.
That's where I am, is that they couldn't chase the price down any further on that. I honestly, in terms of a value selection, it's not a good value selection at 62. It just isn't. And in some ways the market is the market and you just have to adapt to it. But I don't see it as a good value selection at 62. I had him honestly as a 4th or 5th round guy. And that's, just they over. The consensus picks were around 83, and drafting at 62 is a pretty significant overdraft. Before we talk about Adisa Isaac, I want to introduce the 2 new people who just joined us on the screen. Gabe Ferguson, well-known, longtime friend of the show. Gabe, appreciate you joining us as usual for this. And Nikhil Mehta, first time I've worked with you. I have seen you at camp before, but appreciate you joining us for day 3.
Thank you so much for having me. It's really great, Kevin, Gabe as well, to meet you guys. I think we've interacted on Twitter a good amount. The first time we're interacting face to face. So really appreciate you having me.
All right. Absolutely. Gabe, how you doing today out in LA?
I'm doing good. Bright and early. Sun is shining. So I'm excited for my favorite day of the draft, day 3. I love this day. I'm excited to see what the Ravens do, because there's still some needs on the roster, and there's a lot of swings that they can take. So looking forward to see what happens.
Yeah, we have been working with a spreadsheet that we can continue to work with, and if people want to make any adjustments to this, by the way, come up with your own colors coding scheme for what remains. But I want to take people through what we've got for a color coding scheme here, since it's gotten a little bit complicated. A green selection, and let me see if we can go down on this here. A green selection means they were drafted during the first round on day 1. A blue selection on day 2. A gray, which we have none yet. There is a pick in now for Carolina right now, will be a day 3 pick. As you see, the purple with gold highlights is the Ravens. We have a set of next up players. So as we go through this, we'll be identifying some players we think would be good for the Ravens' next pick. And then the Bengals, Steelers, and Browns have their own colors, since we're watching the division closely. And then I introduced this light purple color for Ken's favorites for day 3 that you'll see scattered all over the board here. But that's the beauty of having the pen here. I get to put a few of my favorites on the board directly. All right. So pick us in for Carolina. Give me a player that each of you would like to see the Ravens draft at 113 who remains on the board. We'll just go around the horn once here to do this at the beginning.
I think for me, there's been a lot of conversation about wide receiver. There's also been Odell Beckham Jr. talk recently, which just came out of nowhere. It's apparently there now. But if that is just Twitter talk, I guess Troy Franklin would be somebody. He's super high up on the board still. I didn't expect him to be there. He was getting first round buzz at some point during the draft process. But to me, I think he fits what Baltimore's looking for. And if you're talking about a player that you can bring in and is not necessarily going to be hawking over Rashad Bateman and gives Bateman the freedom, because obviously Bateman is not going to be a big part of this offense moving forward, you don't want to have a guy looking over his shoulder. I think with Odell, there was always a conversation about, okay, well, who's really the number 2? Who's really the number 3? And it kind of flip-flopped throughout the season. I think Franklin would be good value for the Ravens at 113.
All right, Nikhil, how about you?
I was going to say Troy Franklin because I think
that's okay. Pick another anyway.
Yeah. The wisdom of the crowds is never really a wrong thing to do. Instead, I'll go with someone that you actually have highlighted as well, Ken, Mason McCormick. I think one thing I talked about a lot last night on the Huddle It Up Films live stream was about how I see the draft as a future needs thing. I think we've moved a little bit too much towards best player available discourse. I think, and it's less about immediate needs, and it's more about thinking 2 to 4 years down the line. What are you going to need? And I think it's very clear the Ravens have a history of drafting day 3 offensive guards, giving them a season or 2 to train them up, season them up. And then the last 2 years, they are plus starters. They can be plus starters in the last 2 years of that rookie contract. I think Mason McCormick's a really good candidate for that, especially with what I believe Kevin was talking about when I just joined, which is the move towards more athletic linemen. Mason McCormick was one of the most athletic linemen at the combine, but he did have, I think, a really nice arm length for a guard, which is a big plus for the Ravens as well in their evaluation process.
All right. I'll tell you what, we'll just let you know Jatavian Sanders taken off the board by the Panthers at number 101. Good value there for the Panthers, probably a third, third round tight end that they just got there at 101. But let's hear from you, Gabe. Who's your guy?
I mean, I was also going to highlight the wide receivers. I think Troy Franklin is clearly, like, I think the best left available. I think you look at his frame and you see why he might be there. I think there's some concerns about his like functional strength on the field. But if you're looking for speed and someone who can stretch the field, I think he's probably your best bet at this point. But maybe like a different position I would throw out would be one of the guys at safety. I've been a big fan of Malik Mustafa. The Wake Forest safety. I think he's a very physical player. He definitely plays with that Raven style of defense. I think that's kind of a short-term, long-term need as well on the roster. They don't really have as much depth there as they've had in the past. So he's someone I think could be interesting here in the 4th round. I think it's good value at this point. I thought he might go, yesterday potentially. We saw some players fly off the board at safety that I wasn't expecting to go as high as they did. There's been a lot of kind of like you're not quite sure what's coming in this draft. I think it's kind of a flat board in terms of a lot of teams see players differently. So there's some potential to get some real value here, I think, on this third day.
Definitely had some big jumps up in the draft. McKinley Jackson in particular is about 150th on the consensus board, and the Bengals got him fairly early in this draft in the third round. It's been a lot of jumps. If I'm going to pick one player right now, I'll try and take one of the guys we haven't talked about so far. I think Hicks is a good bet. I also think that TJ Tampa would probably be the next guy. And if another guy, tremendous value right now is Mahogany, the guard, still not taken, and really more addresses the Ravens' immediate needs. I think he's a better player than McCormick, although I like McCormick as well in terms of where he could be later. My problem with McCormick is, we just really don't have good context on him yet. He could be good, but he's looked like a man among boys without playing at South Dakota State so far.
Yeah, and I think that's why you want to get him in the system and see what he can do. And now that you mentioned, I think maybe that's a better fit at like a 130, a little bit later at least, whereas like this 113 is a bit more of a premium day 3 pick. I want to go back to one thing Kevin was talking about with Odell. I know this is the draft, but just one tidbit I love about the Ravens is Eric DeCosta is so aware of the market that it wouldn't surprise me if the Ravens we're negotiating with Odell and he was kind of insistent that he could go out and get more money closer to what he got from the Ravens last year. And they basically said, okay, go find out. And, it's possible, he ends up coming back on, I wouldn't say a more team friendly deal, but perhaps the deal that the Ravens just kind of left on the table. That is kind of in their MO to do with their free agents. And it, wouldn't surprise me if that ended up happening with Odell, especially if they don't address receiver in the draft today.
Franklin is off the board at number 102. Not a shock to Denver, but that's one of the good value players gone, and one of the players that would have fit the Ravens pretty well. So that's a little disappointing here, and not terribly surprising, unfortunately.
There were rumors that Denver wanted to trade up for him, and they certainly just did that. So I think Bo Nix and Troy Franklin in Denver together. There you go. They pair up. So good pick for Denver. I think, one of the players I really liked for the Ravens, and if he fell to 113, would have been crazy value, but I didn't necessarily expect him to be there.
Yeah, I think his fall is predicated more by the combine than anything else, because as good as like his relative athletic score was, when you watched him at the combine, he was not nearly as impressive as some of the other guys across the board. I think one of the cool things that we've seen now is teams kind of pairing their rookie quarterbacks with receivers to their skill set. Something that Yuri mentioned last night, Drake May was second in deep yards last year. Jalen Polk was a top 10 deep yards receiver in college football. And so they're pairing together. Broncos doing the kind of more obvious thing, pairing the former teammates together. But again, giving your rookie QB something a little bit, making his landing spot a little more comfortable, I think. I don't love the pick for the Broncos in the first place, but now that you're down that path, do your best to make it a comfortable landing spot and make the most of the investment.
It's a good question from Alex Reed. I don't know if this means anything for Cortland Sutton here in terms of what happens with him. I wouldn't expect the Ravens to be in on it anyway, but I don't know.
They've tried before. So it actually wouldn't shock me if they came back and went after Sutton instead of going after a receiver in the draft this time. They have tried to get him before, and I think it's more a question of if you see him fitting what Sean Payton wants to do. They would also love, obviously, to get that money off the books. I can't imagine Sean Payton's going to be especially patient in terms of wanting to get competitive again and start investing in players. So.
Yeah, they just need the Broncos to eat some of the money. I mean, the Ravens don't have $13 million in cap space that they can afford right now, so there would have to be some sort of rearrangement of that. And at this point, I don't think he's going to be a huge amount of draft capital. I think 4th, 5th round pick was kind of floated before, so I mean that's still, I think, possible. He does kind of fit what the Ravens need in terms of that big body receiver, but it would definitely have to be coming out of kind of a place of desperation, I think, from the Broncos side.
Okay, so let's go to Sutton for a second. He signed for 2 more years at $13 million per year, and the last year of that deal is, they can save $14 million actually in cap space. So I guess there's there's 13.5 plus a $500,000 roster bonus. I don't see the Ravens signing up for that second year or deriving value from that second year, or let's see, trading value for that second year, because I think it might be cap overvalue at that point. So I'm not seeing that this would make a lot of sense. Oh, pretty good lineman off the board, Layden Robinson goes. He's actually one of the guys I had projected for later today. I thought he was a good sneaky ad, but man, he's off the board very quickly.
Yeah, I agree with Sutton. I think it's what you said about Sutton. It's more of a team option than it is another year of the contract that the Ravens would be having, and it's a team option at that hefty price.
Nikhil, would you trade for a 1-year option? I mean, you talk about the draft being for the future. Do you trade for a 1-year option for this team to try and make a Super Bowl run? To me, I really question whether the Ravens have the offensive line anyway to compete for a Super Bowl next year. And I'm perfectly happy as a season ticket holder having a playoff run be the way it goes. I like long-term thinking with regard to my roster, and I just don't see Cortland Sutton or Odell being that.
Yeah, I think Sutton would be the kind of thing where his value would have to have gone down significantly, because I think they offered, if I remember correctly, I think they offered something in the realm of like a 4th rounder for him before they signed Odell. I think that was the range of what they were looking at for Cortland Sutton. So the price would have to have gone down from there. And I think the other thing is I would say, okay, maybe give them a 4th for Sutton and a 6th. And that way you're still getting a pick back, because my big thing on day 3, I think one of the reasons day 3 is so cool is because things diverge even more. On day 2, you start to see it, but then day 3, teams' boards start to reveal themselves. And so I think one way or another, the Ravens will get their guys on day 3, even if it's in the 6th round versus the 5th or the 4th. So I think I would still be willing to add him, but I'd be wary of just giving up an early day 3 pick for him like the Ravens were ready to last year. I think I would look more for a pick swap or just a straight up 5th, future 5th, current 6th kind of thing. And I don't know if the Broncos really bite at that, because that really is offering peanuts. But like you said, it's not a high value long-term move.
Yeah, and Ken, I think we've talked about this too, but when you're trading for a wide receiver, there are 2 factors. Obviously, it is the draft capital, but it is also the contract. So when you're talking about what Brandon Ayuk is going to get here, when you talk about what some of these other guys might get, you look at 13 million, you're like, oh, that's the way the receiver market's going. That's not horrendous, but at the same time, Gabe, you're right. The Ravens just don't have the money right now. So Denver there'd have to be some sort of agreement worked in there. So to me, I think that if you're talking about a receiver that fits the Ravens frame, has been there, Sutton is the most realistic quality option, but you still have to answer the question of, is that draft capital plus the contract worth it if it is only for the 1 year plus the team option? Personally, I would love Sutton in Baltimore, but it depends on the cost and the value. You can't cost too much, and both with the draft capital and the contract, whatever deal Denver and Baltimore would work out there. So we'll see if one of these other receivers come off the board. Maybe it's Devontez Walker, maybe Javon Baker, but I think the way the Ravens handle wide receiver on this day 3 is going to tell us a lot about where they view everybody on their roster and how they view potentially adding another veteran from the market, whether it just be a free agency signing or maybe they go out there and try to add somebody via trade.
All right, let me take a moment.
Point about Denver having to eat money, because then if it's classic, if a team's going to eat money, they want more draft capital. And I think that tension would make it hard to get a deal done. Really, unless Denver was really trying to just get rid of him at that point. I just think it would be hard for them to meet on a terms.
I want to introduce somebody who joined the stream here, and that's Jake Vogel. Jake, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Long time. We had a long night last night. Jake and I did, going through round 2. So glad to see you made it up in the morning in time. Everybody else was in some sort of round 2 coverage here, I'm sure, as well. But great to have everybody here in the morning. The Cardinals selection at 104 is about to come in. Just wait a second on that. By the way, a couple of rules here, guys, and I think most of the people in the stream probably know this. I'm not sure all the panelists know, but we're not tipping any picks. So if you see the pick early, we're watching NFL Network together. We got an organic experience of watching the pick come up together. Yeah, you know what? I don't like it either, Frazier, in terms of 1-year rentals at wide receiver. With Sutton in particular getting age 29 and age 30 on his body, and I'm not real crazy about that either. Dadrian Taylor Demerson off the board, definitely one of the top safeties available. A place where the Ravens certifiably need to find some bodies before that season starts.
Yeah, no, we talked about it, Ken, and he was somebody. I think you had him. I think you fourth on your list. I had him around 9 or 8, but he's a good player. Someone who was a late riser in the draft process here.
Mm-hmm.
So would have been happy with him. But there's still a lot of quality guys on the board that I think can fill that Geno Stone-ish role and can be versatile for them. Hicks at the top, I was not expecting to still be here, so maybe that's an option.
You know, one of the things that I want out of a safety, at least out of one of the safeties, is real back end skills. So I want essentially another guy who's played a fair amount of free safety in college or in a cover 2 scheme where he's played split field. I think that's absolutely critical to get in the safety. So a lot of the remaining safeties are hard-hitting downhill guys who really fit a strong safety role. That's exactly what the Ravens don't need, because whenever they use a true strong safety, it's probably going to be Hamilton. And when they want to use Hamilton at the nickel, the guy they're going to want is a guy who can play the split field effectively on the back end, because Hamilton, being that outstanding horizontal defender, is going to give you what you need underneath. There has been some talk about moving Hamilton to dime this year. I was happy to see Harbaugh talk about it yesterday, but it's something that if they did it, they would have to be at a point where Trenton Simpson is not a committed nickel anymore. It's an interesting concept, and I think he'd be very good at that spot. I'm not sure if he'd be any better than he would be at nickel, but he'd be good at that spot.
I think it's the idea of positionless defense and adaptability to any opponent that they have adopted, that obviously Mike McDonald really brought in, and Zach Orr seems poised to continue. And I think that's why, I think you're going to hear about Kyle Hamilton playing 6 different positions probably over the course of the summer, just because that's what they envision him doing over the course of the season. I think one of the things that, talking about safeties, looking for a guy who can kind of be a Geno Stone replacement to give the Ravens that flavor. I think it's also a question of, do you want another versatile safety behind Kyle Hamilton? Do you want another guy that you can train up and be able to use in a lot of different ways? Because I think someone mentioned Malik Mustafa earlier. There's Sion Vaki out of Utah, although there is some talk about him potentially being a running back in the NFL, which could be a potential Ravens-y move to try and see how versatile a guy can truly be. I think that's I think that would tell us a lot, I think, as well, about how the Ravens want to use Kyle Hamilton this year. I guess not how they want to use him this year, but how they see his role developing over the next several years is how they invest in safety. Because really, the expected thing is to find a Geno Stone replacement, someone who's comfortable in those split field reads as a deep safety more than anything else. But like you said, a lot of the guys on the board do not really fit that profile. And again, they're day 3 picks. There's not going to be a ton asked of them early in that regard. So they'll have Ravens will have time to train them up to get them maybe more to where they want to be. But at the same time, guys are who they are. I think that's another big adage I have in this draft. Guys are who they are. You're drafting players and you can't make them guys that they're not.
All right. Justin Eboigbe from Alabama. And do I pronounce that correctly? How do you pronounce his name, Jake?
To be honest, I'm not sure, since he wasn't a Georgia player. My guess is as good as yours.
Okay, fair enough. I had him as a 4-5 guy here, and so this is reasonable value for him. You can see he's on my list down there. Players I added here. Brandon Dorlus still on on the defensive line. Sneaky need for the Ravens that they probably want to get younger and get a defensive lineman at some point during this draft. And they've got a few people to choose from later, maybe some guys who'll last to the undrafted ranks, but honestly getting a little bit thin on the defensive line, and we had a run on those in day 2.
Yeah, I think Baltimore, they had a streak. I can't remember how long the streak was, but they took a defensive lineman, and I really want to know how long the streak was, but they broke it a couple of years ago. But Michael Pierce, Brent Urban, not long-term options. I mean, Pierce played at a very high level last year, but he's not, going to be with the team for, the next 10 years. So I think if Baltimore wanted to keep 6 defensive linemen this year and draft a guy there, I would not be mad at it. I honestly am kind of expecting it based off of Baltimore's recent draft history. And one more thing, and I haven't gone back and watched it yet. I'm going to. But when Kinchins went off the board, I'm sure you were jumping for joy in that chair
Yes,
over there.
really happy about that. Honestly, he's a guy I definitely did not want for the Ravens. It's just one extra pick off the board, but it is also the load off your mind that DaCosta might like him for some other reason. I guess if Kinchins had gone to the Ravens in round 5 or 6, I wouldn't have really had a problem with it because it would be them. They know. I mean, they know the metrics. They have that as well. The big thing, and Nikhil, you're new here, but I'll just say the big thing for Kinchins for me was he had allowed 13.9 yards per target, which is the highest number I've ever seen for any defensive back who was draftable in a season, and that was 10.0 for his career. You think about how much you'd love to have a wide receiver who could get 10 yards per catch. We're talking about Cortland Sutton. He's an 8.3 yards per grab career guy, yards per target career guy. So it's an absurd figure, and he'd had some outstanding interceptions, but I think people had projected a little more off of those 5 interceptions than they had over the 28 receptions he allowed, which were for a shitload of yardage.
Yeah, I think somewhat like Troy Franklin, it's a player who's probably better in college than, his transition to the pros will be. I think, his instincts and anticipation were a big part of his game. And as a result, he was able to kind of pick on college QBs. I don't think he's going to be able to do that against NFL QBs and NFL schemes. The other thing that I was just looking at, you mentioned defensive line guys. I think the Ravens could draft a guy late on day 3 for defensive line at best, because I do think they have somewhat of the next few years figured out. So they don't need anyone that's going to come in and compete for snaps that quickly. I think Gabe Hall out of Baylor is kind of an easy late day 3 pick for them. He's projected to go somewhere late day 3, I believe, and was coached by their new defensive line coach, Dennis Johnson, who just came from Baylor. And so I could also see him being a priority free agent if he falls all the way to the bottom of the draft, but they're also picking at like 250, which is pretty much the same as signing an undrafted free agent. So I could see them just saying, let's guarantee that we get, this guy that we really want out of the undrafted class. So that's just one thing I wanted to keep on the radar. I do think that defensive line yesterday would have been tough. And even in the first few picks today, I don't think I'd be a fan, just because I really think Travis Jones is going to have a lot to offer in the future. And I think, him and Madubuike really are the future of this defensive line more than anything else.
Well, they have those two guys, but honestly, they're getting old on the defensive line. They're getting old with a combination of Broderick Washington, who probably has one more year if it doesn't work out. Mm-hmm. And in more, certainly in terms of Urban, they had those 5 guys who were their core defensive linemen played every single snap last year. I think the Ravens cannot afford on that sort of good fortune, cannot bank on that sort of good fortune this next year, and really need another body on the defensive line. They don't have anybody on the practice squad, although they had a couple guys there this last year who I really think is going to be a guy who can do anything impactful for them coming up. So I'm a big fan, and it's a place where the nice thing the Ravens have is they had 3 to make 2 in the pass rush side on the defensive line. Linebacker Cedric Gray of North Carolina comes off the board at 106, but they which is really unusual and takes some load off the outside linebacker group to bump inside. But anyway, I'm not in the same position, honestly, about
where would you guys feel about that additional defensive lineman and how it would shape up the roster? Are you talking about letting a guy like Brent Urban go, even though we just signed him and he's usually a handshake guy? Mm-hmm. I don't really see the team being able to keep an additional defensive lineman from what they have on the 53-man roster for the whole season.
I mean, I think if you have to let Brent Urban go, you do let Brent Urban go. I mean, I don't think he's such a, they love him around the building. And I don't think they want to just sever that relationship. But I also think at the same time, like Ken said, he is getting older. That is one of my concerns about drafting one this year, that, you don't feel, and that why I think kind of there's 2 sides I have to this. One is that the Ravens have a really strong history of coaching up undrafted, late drafted defensive linemen. So I think they could easily invest in the position in the draft next year and kind of build towards their future there. But on the flip side, Anthony Weaver did leave, and he was just a fantastic defensive line coach. I think Dennis Johnson is still going to be very good, but that is still some really, really big shoes to fill in terms of their historical success in coaching up that position. So I get wanting to go ahead and invest in it now as well.
Yeah, and I think also it's a good point about the Ravens, because their sweet spot is about 5 on the defensive line. I don't know if they would want to keep an initial one. I agree, but I think, Ken, we haven't talked about Adisa Isaac at all today. But the edge position now, you have Van Noy, Owe, Ajabo, Isaac, Robinson, and Malik Ham. So I'm not saying
And Malik
every single
Harrison.
one of them. And who?
And Malik Harrison too.
Yeah, he's a guy there. So, I mean, it's just, that's a lot of edge guys. They're not going to keep 6 or 7 edge guys. So can you afford to keep 6 defensive linemen and 6 edge guys? I mean, the answer to that to me is no. So they're going to have to make some decisions. But I think, to me, versatility is the name of the game for the defensive line at this point.
I'll just toss in here. I always want one more than the number of roster spots you have as you go into camp, because injuries will figure this problem out for you. And
yeah, that's the kind of thing that I could see them end up just happening to carry 6 defensive linemen, or carry, if they draft a guy today, carry 5 on the roster, handshake deal with Brent Urban, and he's back once they move someone into IR, because I could definitely see it playing out that way. I think the other thing is I'm not particularly moved by any of the remaining defensive linemen. I think the run on the guys that I would have targeted to like early on day 3 happened yesterday because of the skyrocketing value of interior linemen. So I think it's also just thinking about the strategy the Ravens have had thus far in terms of targeting, positional clusters at each of their picks, cornerback, offensive tackle in the first round, tackle, edge, maybe receiver in the second, and then certainly edge in the third. And I just don't see a really nice cluster of defensive tackles to pick from when the Ravens are going to be on the clock.
Just to jump in here, I do think Brandon Dorlus is an interesting player because of that potential scheme versatility. We saw Darius Robinson as a guy who went in the first round. I've comped, Dorlus to Robinson. I think they're similar in terms of what they do. They can line up all across the defensive line. He played a lot of snaps at edge at Oregon. So if you're looking for someone who can kind of be a big edge for you, also kick inside and be, an interior pass rusher on your passing downs, I think Dorlus would be a really good fit. So he kind of maybe allows you some of that flexibility and kind of almost a twofer. So it'll be interesting.
Kyrie Jackson just came off the board. Definitely one of the people who we've been labeling for a while. He is an absolute enormous corner.
Yeah, that was my guy. I'm very sad. I was hoping, but that's how the draft goes, unfortunately.
It's like sand through your fingers, isn't it? Sometimes, Kevin, you have all these shiny players you won. They end up just all getting away at some point.
I know you have that, and then you have the surprises. I'm sure the reaction here was crazy, but the Michael Penix pick, I'm still not over. I don't think I'll ever be over it. So.
I thought Nix was more surprising than Penix, to be honest.
They went early. Early.
Yeah. Nix was called for a long time for the Broncos. I think I'd seen Nix to the Broncos for like 2 months at this point. I was more surprised.
Seen it. I didn't believe it.
I saw it from people. I saw it from people I believed. I saw it from the people I was like, I trust you on this. And then Penix to the Falcons is just like it. Just a really, really mind-boggling move. I don't know I think my biggest thing with the draft, while I'm evaluating it as it's going on, is process, because I'm going to take more time to go back and watch film again with team fits in mind and get a better idea of how to grade a pick by each team for where they drafted the player in terms of value and for team fit. That takes more time, but the thing I like to do during the draft is evaluate process. That's why I'm a fan of the Ravens draft so far, because I like the process, even if it's not the picks I would have made. I think I heard you talking about Suamataia when I hopped on, Kevin. I agree that's the pick I would have made, but I don't fault their process. With the Falcons, I have no understanding of what their process has been. They traded up for Aurora, who I really like yesterday, but the amount that they gave up in the trade up compared to where he was supposed to be going was too much. And I think that the process in that building is way out of whack, if there even is one. Like what is the plan there for this year, for the long term? And there is a point to you don't want to have your plans be obvious to the world, but at the same time, you don't want them to be completely indecipherable, because that just tells me you don't know what you're doing.
And with the defensive line, I mean, Johnny Newton was still there when they picked, and they decided against him and to go with Ahoroho. And to me, it's that process. And then you mentioned the process, Nikhil. I mean, their comments after also, they essentially were like, oh, well, if we don't have to worry about Michael Penix starting for 4 or 5 years, we're doing something right. And I'm like, he's going to be 30 by the time he's starting at that rate. So I don't know.
That was the craziest thing to me was the age and the comments after about like, oh, this is a good problem to have. I'm like, but the value that you're giving up. This is not a Jordan Love situation where he's 20 years old and you want him in the building to get the seasoning and all that stuff. This is a guy who you need to get the most out of him in the next 4 to 5 years if this pick is ever going to make sense. And Kirk Cousins, one of the things that he has always prioritized is security. And now he probably feels like he doesn't have much security in Atlanta. And I also don't think that's a situation you want to precipitate in your building either.
Yeah, I think, if it was a 2-year deal for Cousins, I would have got it, but it's a 4-year deal. And at that point, you're like, I don't know. But Ken, did you say Dorless went off the board?
Yeah,
Yes.
Dorless went off the board. Cousins really only a 2-year deal, by the way. They recover $32.5 million if they cut him in 25. So it is essentially a 2-year deal.
At some point here, I would like to put some more running backs on your board, Ken.
Sure, let's hear them. I've got some guys down here already, but let's hear them.
Yeah. So there's guys that I believe will go in the draft today. Blake Watson,
Okay.
I really like from Memphis. Kamani Vidal from Troy.
Yeah.
Tyrone Tracy from Purdue in Iowa.
He's already on the list. Yeah.
Okay, and then also Jaden Sheridan from Monmouth. He's going to go today too. All of those guys I'd be pretty happy to see in Baltimore.
Yeah, Vidal is someone I've had my eye on for a while. I think that'd be a really good pick, especially late.
Yeah. To me, Blake Watson is kind of similar to Isaac Guerendo, and I really like Guerendo, so that's kind of saying a lot. He's a late riser, if you will.
I like Guerendo as well.
Yeah,
Javon Baker off the board of the Patriots here. That is not good news. So we're having that run on wide receiver right now before the Ravens get their shot.
They drafted Polk yesterday, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Great pairing with Drake May. I love getting your deep ball throwing rookie QB, arguably the best pure deep ball receiver in the draft, because Polk isn't even that fast. He's fairly big. He's 6'2", 200, but he's not particularly fast. He's just a technician at the catch point. He's not just super physical. He's got all the subtle separation at the catch point. He knows how to kind of deke defensive backs out when the ball's coming. Really smart there, and not great underneath. Not going to do a lot for them underneath or after the catch. But in terms of Drake May's skill set, it's a nice match. Looking at the receivers on the board, I mean, I think, still, I was talking about Devontez Walker last night. I think that I would like adding that to this receiver room. Just that speed, that vertical element that you can kind of use him, and then you're using Flowers and Bateman a little bit more effectively underneath over the middle. As opposed to, that deep connection between Bateman and Lamar is just not there. And while you still want to try and get it there,
I really hope they don't give up on that, Nicky.
I don't want to give up on it either, but I do also want to not force it either. I think it's got to come along. It's got to develop. But I think independently of that, I would love to add a significant deep threat on day 3.
Okay, I'm fine with that, Nikhil. But let me just point: if your X receiver does not have the full route tree available to you, are not using the proper spacing on the field. You're taking away space that you can use on that field and allowing people to play island coverages against that X receiver on that side. I'm so opposed to not including a significant component of the deep ball and what Bateman does. And by the way, that's been a huge problem in terms of his depressed statistics, is Lamar overthrowing him significantly on those deep balls. I think it's really a lack of trust issue, and one that they absolutely need to fix as part of fixing the X receiver production on this team.
Yeah, I agree. I think that adding a pure deep threat to the room rounds it out a little bit more. And sorry if there's a bunch of noise. My dogs are freaking out right now. But I also think that I want Bateman to run, like you were saying, I want him to run a full route tree as well. And I think that it just felt like that connection between him and Lamar on the deep balls was so lacking last year, that one way to help them build up more trust is to have them connect on more of the things that they're better at right now and build up that trust as the year goes on. And it helps if you can add a guy like Tez Walker to your receiver room to have a more vertical element right off the bat, because he is not going to offer much in terms of, your underneath routes. He really is a very vertical receiver.
We're getting close, huh?
Yep.
Yeah, we are getting close here. So let's do this. Let's where are we at? Like 109 is made or 110 has been made?
111, the pick is in, so 110 has been announced already.
Okay, let's do our usual things. Just type them in chat here. Who are the three? 111 is in, right? And 110 has been announced. So pick me the three guys in order you want right now, and just type them into chat here. By the way, everyone who's in chat, please play along with us. We want to see here with 3 picks to go, and this will be a lot of fun. Okay, so we're seeing a lot of Tez Walker, a lot of Mahogany, a fair amount of Hicks. Not seeing Hicks as the top guy from everyone. I am seeing a combination of Mahogany and Walker be the number 1 guy right now, which I think makes sense. John is TJ Tampa number 1. He's my number 2 guy. Tampa only mentioned by 2 people here. No, there's a third. Okay. And there's a fourth. Chris Gillespie out there. Do you mean Foster the left tackle here? Get a second tackle? Or is there another Foster in the draft I'm not thinking of right now?
It's funny. That's actually who I was just thinking of. I was looking for where he was on your board, and I've noticed he's the next tackle. I think that would be another nice investment long-term in the offensive line. Hybrid guard tackle for me. I don't think he's like a big guard to come in and do, but a big tackle prospect early on, but I think he's got that skill set to be a swing maybe later on, and definitely could be a guard.
All right. Thanks, Christopher. I appreciate that. I saw some other people ask about the color scheme. I know Vinny had put up a thing on that. If you've got a way to copy and paste that, Vinny, I'd appreciate it to just tell people what the color scheme is every once in a while. Evan Williams, that is a really unusual pick by the Raiders. And Evan Williams is not even on my safety list. So I will add him. All right, we haven't heard from you in a while, Kevin. What are you thinking right now?
There are a lot of good players on the board. I mean, there were a couple of guys who went right at the beginning, but that always happens in the early 4th round. Teams, it's always the beginning of the 2nd, the beginning of the 4th, right as day 2 and day 3 starts. Teams trade up, get those guys who they probably had as day 1 value, day 2 value. I think to me, though, I put my 3. I mean, Mahogany would be great. I think Tez Walker would be somebody that could make an impact. And then I think TJ Tampa or Jaden Hicks, either of those. So I said 3, I said 4. But regardless, I think that the Ravens, they have a bunch of good options here. I think a sneaky pick would be a running back. I don't know how many people would be happy with that in round 4.
I was just going to ask how you guys would feel about a running back here. Especially.
Is Jalen Wright still available?
Yes, that's why I was going to ask. He's slipped to the point where it's just really good value. I think he's I was just going back to look at Dane Brugler's The Beast, because sometimes when a guy falls a little bit, there's something that, we don't really think about in terms of scouting, in terms of, his coaches talked about, but there's no off the field concerns. There's no character concerns or anything that would cause this slip. And I think this is a great long-term investment in the running back room, especially at this pick.
Mm-hmm.
Thinking about 2025 and beyond, if Derrick Henry is more of a 1-year contract, the way it seems structured than it really is a 2-year deal, then, the running back room next year is going to need someone. I think one of the nice things about Wright is that he actually wasn't asked to do too much and carry the offense. Like, he had 12 or fewer touches in half of his games in 2020.
All right, let me interrupt you for a minute here, Nikhil. Tez Walker is the selection for the Ravens at number 113. So definitely one of the top picks still available on the board. They address wide receiver. I guess if I'm going to hope for something here, it's that this ends the Odell Beckham talk. And it might. This might do it. Yeah.
I think at this point you're carrying 6 wideouts. I'm counting Deontay Hardy as one of those wideouts, even though he's primarily going to play special teams. Mm-hmm. 6 is my sweet spot for wideouts. Tez Walker was I see you have him as your second best guy left on the board, Ken. I had him as the best left, so we're pretty much in agreement there.
I believe he's the best left. He was the best left currently because Franklin went.
Oh, I see. I saw Roman Wilson. I blanked. Yes, Walker was the best, so we're in agreement there. I'm glad this ends the Odell talk. At least I think it will. But I like it. I think it's a solid overall pick.
Are we changing Walker to purple?
Oh, good. Thanks for. If I mess up on the color coding, please hit me up on this. We had very fortunately a group of people who were extremely diligent last night picking up on it on the proper side. But yeah, there he goes.
Yeah,
he's in the color rush.
What Nikhil was talking about already. If Jalen Wright continues to fall, in this 4th round on the Ravens' next pick, I think he's a steal. Ken and I both had him as our RB2 when we were doing the show, so I'm a big fan of his.
So to me, Tez Walker is like a very much similar type to Brashad Perriman, but this is a 4th round pick instead of a 1st round pick. So you're getting a lot of speed, you're getting decent size. He doesn't run good routes, he drops a lot of balls, but it's upside, right? You're getting speed, you're getting a deep threat, you're getting someone who might be able to develop. I think he's best player at this point. I wasn't a big fan of him. I thought there was, talk day 1, day 2. That was like, that's definitely not where I'm going. But at this point, it's, I think there's a reason to be happy with it. I'm just not sure if he's going to be someone who actually sticks in the NFL. I hope to be wrong about that. So that's just, he has to figure out some of those issues.
I will say this is 113. He is on Arif Hassan's consensus board. 80. He's 81, I believe, on Arif Hassan's consensus board. And so again, looking at the process, it's they're in the middle of the wide receiver run. They got the highest guy on the consensus board, who they seemed pretty high on as well. And it feels at a minimum like a good process. I think. You get worried when you stray too far away from consensus. I think it's nice to get something. I think that one thing that they understand is that the wisdom of the crowds is a very real thing, and that straying too far up the consensus is really only when you're convinced about a guy, like they were about Brandon Stevens. And this is a case where they feel comfortable drafting him in this range. So.
Let me give you my brief scouting report on Devontez Walker from the top 10 on the wide receiver group, and he just barely missed. He was an honorable mention, but 10.6 yards per target in 2023, 2.8 yak per reception was the really down number for him. So being a bad yards after catch guy, but 114.4 passer rating throwing to him. He's the only one who got the big play against Wiggins all year, 43 yards. The next longest that Wiggins gave up was 18. What's really disappointing about Walker this last year is only 2 missed tackles forced for a player his size at 6'2", 193 is not very good. He had a disappointing hitch route numbers with regard to for a vertical threat. And I've made this point with other players in this draft so far. You definitely want to have the hitch and vertical combination. Also, that's, by the way, completely appropriate to a player like Brashad, not Brashad Perriman, the ex receiver. Damn it! Why am I blanking right now? Rashad Bateman. Yeah, it's very important to have both those things in the bag. And Mason, in fact, played his whole career in Baltimore pretty much with those 2 routes being the bread and butter between him and Flacco, a back shoulder hitch and a good sails on that to do a stop and go. And Walker will have to have at least that here, and he's going to need to get better as a hitch receiver. It really limited success on other elements of the route tree. So that is good. 10 of 17 on contested catches. I think there's a lot to like as an athlete with the 4.36.40, the track star jumps being there. He's just got to turn that athleticism into more receiving value.
Yeah, I think I'm about to hop off here. Actually, going to go watch my Orioles. It's been far too long. The last thing I want to mention about Devontez is, he's got a lot of praise from his coaches. Again, I was just going back to the piece from Dane Brugler, and I think that's something that the Ravens love. They clearly love talking to college coaches. Also, I'm really happy about this because my roommate at law school is a big UNC fan, and so that's going to be fun to have one of his guys. Ken, thank you so much for having me. Kevin, Gabe, Jake, it was great finally chatting with you guys face to face. I'm looking forward to tuning in a little bit later. Thanks so much.
All right, take it easy, Nikhil.
Great talking with you, Nikhil.
Yep, nice meeting you.
Yeah, take care.
Now that's a good question. How is his blocking? I don't know. I should know that, shouldn't I? Let's take a look at the F here and see what they have to say about that. Let's see. He's been at Kent State, where he was not a bad run blocker. Had 199 run blocking snaps at North Carolina to a pretty much a zero level. He certainly got the size, a good run blocker, and I have a sneaky suspicion that he won't get away with being a bad run blocker at his size as things move forward.
Yeah,
Agreed.
I'm with you on that. Was there anybody, Ken, I'm curious, was there, out of the players still left on the board, where did Walker rank in terms of players you wanted to have at 113?
Mahogany would have been ahead at that pick. So I had Mahogany. I might have had Walker as my third. I might not have. Who did I have? I have to scroll up to find it. I don't want to be revisionist about what I said.
We have Javon Foster off the board, tackle from Missouri.
Wow. Wow. The run continues. Will it ever end? That is seriously. I mean, even the fourth round. So I've got to go look at my offensive tackle sheet, but I think I had Foster as a 5'6" guy. So we're talking about they're still reaching even now. It's crazy.
Cincinnati is making their pick here.
Eric All, a tight end. So we will move him over into the appropriate color scheme there, right?
They do need tight ends.
Yeah, I thought Jatavion was in trade-up territory for him, but they haven't had a tight end since Eifert, so I'm not complaining.
Yeah.
Is Hayden Hurst still on their roster right now, or did
No,
he
he's
move
lost.
on?
He went to the Chargers with Greg Roman.
He's on the Ravens of the West.
Joe Alt included in that too, by the way.
That was where it all started to go wrong on day one. Was the Alt going to the Chargers when we thought the Chargers, at Malik Neighbors, would have been a great alternative pick for them. But.
Yeah, that one. I mean, I wasn't shocked when Alt was picked, but I still expected them to take Neighbors. Well, they got McConkey in the second round, so I guess they still got something.
Jordan Jefferson goes to the Jaguars at pick number 116. He is on my list here. Where did I have him being drafted, though? Not until round 6/7, so it shows you how much I'm in touch with this.
Yeah, defensive tackles are going higher than expected to me in this draft. I didn't think it was I thought it was a pretty deep class, but I didn't think it was a high end. Like, I just didn't think they were that good as a class overall. But I mean, the NFL, I guess, either values them more than I did, or valued the skill sets that they brought, because they a lot of undersized tackles and a lot of guys who didn't really have the kind of two-way pass rush run defense that you'd like to see from the position. But I think maybe they're just looking at the size and saying we're gonna work with that. And and make it fit for us in a role that's becoming more and more valuable in the NFL.
Where would you guys rank the rest of these prospects coming forward? Like kind of the same thing we did earlier. We have probably another 10 picks or so before Baltimore is on the clock.
Okay. So yeah, we're at 117 now, and they're at 130. So we could okay. Let's identify guys. Help me. I'll color code additional oranges for players you think would make a reasonable pick at 130, and we got to get up to at least I hope 10 or 11,
Sure.
or the board may be bare. Is there anybody? Can we eliminate all the tight ends?
Probably for this round.
Anybody who's in chat, go ahead and drop in players maybe that are not in orange currently on the board here that you would like to see the Ravens draft at number 130. And I'll say not in orange and also not in light purple, because some of my guys like Mahogany and Tampa are in the range to be drafted right now. I would say it in the 4th round. Chris, I appreciate that. As I do copy the format from one to the other, so it's that's another way to do the same thing. Leonard Taylor. Okay, let's put him on the list here.
Ken, someone I had, I don't know if he's down on your list a little bit for corner, but Jarvis Brownlee from Louisville.
He is down on my list a little bit, but I've got him as potentially a 6th round pick. Now, he may be picked before then, but I just didn't like him as much as some other people like him. Right. In fact, Haddon for me is probably a 5 or a 6. He's the guy who had the extraordinary metrics in terms of coverage this last year, even though he's a little slower at 459. So I'm hoping he's a guy right there that the Ravens can pick up. That's Kamal Haddon of Tennessee. So he played in the SEC in a 7.0 opponent passer rating this last year. Okay, we got somebody who wants Booker at 130. Okay, we got him covered. TJ Tampa, that's good. Tampa or Wright, we got them covered. Anybody else got a player they want to add to the list of draftables at 130?
For me, this is probably not a direction the Ravens would go, adding another receiver kind of back to back. But I really like Malik Washington. So I would probably highlight him if they were willing to do that.
Not on my.
Oh, go ahead.
And then running back, I mean, as long as Jalen Wright is there, you don't need another person. And you do have Garendo, who I really like. I would say probably in the next round, Blake Watson is very high on my list, even above some of the guys that were in our top 10.
Is there a reason for? I mean, a player like Estime comes to mind as a player that might be highly duplicative of what the Ravens have with Henry. So is he off the board in terms of what the Ravens are doing? I know I put him in the top 10 in my top 10. I think you had him there too, if I recall correctly.
Yeah.
But it wasn't a matter of he's a great fit for the Ravens.
Correct. Yeah, I do believe he's a good fit for the Ravens. He's just a little bit different than some of the guys I'd be targeting.
Okay, Tanner Bortolini of Wisconsin is off the board. Now that's a great pick for the Ravens because he's a center and not someone that they are not a position they're looking to target. Obviously, don't know if he could move to guard or not.
I believe he played all 5 spots. I know Cole Jackson had pointed it out today on Twitter before the draft kicked off that he could be a higher upside version of Patrick McCary. So just something to throw out there.
I think another guy that hasn't gotten a ton of buzz this draft process is Will Shipley, the running back. He's someone that I think can make an impact both as a runner and as a pass catcher. And he kind of popped off on film for me. So that's another guy that, we're getting into this 130 range. And I think running back is becoming more and more of an immediate possibility for them. I think Will Shipley would be another guy.
I did like Will Shipley a lot.
Okay, Tyrese Knight of UTEP, a guy I've not looked at in terms of a linebacker. Is he an edge player here that I'm seeing, or is he a off-ball guy?
It looks like he's an off-ball linebacker. I didn't watch him, but yeah, he's off-ball.
He's got 84 solo tackles. That's off-ball. Can't get that at the line of scrimmage. All right, terrific. Oh, it's always nice to have some surprises here before you pick. So surprise reaches anyway. Ravens have done a very good job versus the consensus board. Nikhil made a good point about this earlier, that the consensus board is important. I think the reason it's important is because of you can still get good economy in your draft picks. So if you have a couple guys that you're going to get value on, you can wait on one of your two value guys if you understand what the consensus is of other teams and that there's not an outlier who might pick it. The Ravens seem to be pretty good at predicting both, I'd say, and I think that was part of why they went so high for Brandon Stevens a couple of years ago. It's 150 picks before the consensus had him. And I think that the part of the explanation was that they thought the Patriots would want him, want to go after him sooner. Turned out to be, I think, the right call. I think we'll see, I guess, this year. How about the Steelers and the draft they've had this year? Is anybody really concerned about that?
Well, they've had a good draft. So,
yeah.
I don't know. I still think about Pittsburgh, like Kenny Pickett, and I realize that he's gone and they have Russell Wilson and Justin Fields, but for whatever reason, I'm still not really worried about their offense, but maybe I should be.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, they needed offensive line. There was no question. I think Fautanu falling to them. I actually I had the Bengals and Steelers flipped. I thought the Bengals would take Fautanu to kick inside, and then I thought the Steelers would take Mims to maybe play on the right side for them. But I think for Pittsburgh, they needed Mason Cole was just horrendous for them last season. They needed some type of center, and then I thought they got value with Roman Wilson and Peyton Wilson, but again, it's all going to depend on Russ. I mean, if Russ can't get it going, it doesn't necessarily concern. But the thing is, they just needed something better than what Kenny Pickett and Trubisky gave them last year. Like they needed somebody who can be a game manager essentially. So if Russ can do that, I think they're going to be a better team. But it's also going to be up to Lamar because that's kind of been his kryptonite, Pittsburgh's defense over the course of this. If there's one team you highlight that he struggled against, it's Pittsburgh.
Yeah. Okay, they're reading the pick here. Let me just ask you a technical question real quick while this is going on. You were here last night, Jake, for some of the problems with noise and whatnot. Anything noticed on my audio today?
It's been a lot better today. Yep.
Okay, Mason McCormick gone. Unfortunately, that's one of the ones that we could have maybe hoped for at the next selection.
There's another offensive lineman to Pittsburgh.
That's unbelievable. They've really rebuilt their line in one draft. They've got some older guys who got to realize it's time to pack their bags at this point.
Yeah, apparently there's guys with Broderick Jones. They're going very young on that line right now.
Yep.
I'm entirely jealous of the Steelers draft at this point in terms of what they've done. In fact, if the Ravens could just trade with them somehow for what they've done, even losing Wiggins and Isaac and Walker and some of the value they've gotten in these picks so far, I'd do it in a heartbeat. To get 3 offensive linemen. And I guess it's not unexpected because they had more top picks and they also drafted earlier. So you'd expect them to get better players, but they really have done very well in terms of picking up offensive linemen here. Oh, and McCormick is going to the Steelers, right? So
yep.
I got to get that color right. Okay. Yep. Thanks, Chris.
So how many picks we have now until Baltimore?
So I think it's 10, right? Because they're at 130 and Miami at 120 is on the clock right now, or the pick may be in even. They go fast and furious on day 3. I forget if this round is still 5 minutes or if it's 3 minutes the whole day. Do you happen to know any of you guys?
I don't know. They should make it shorter. They should make the first overall pick timer 1 minute. By the way, they shouldn't let anybody take the time. It's for the broadcast, obviously.
Yeah.
But it's crazy. The Ravens got their pick in what, in like 7 seconds for Nate Wiggins this year, and
Yeah, that was
Bears 8.
apparently that was some sort of trickery from the network. That didn't really happen.
Oh, was it?
The
Oh,
Costa
man.
said something about it. Yeah.
Well, they've said back to back that those were Wiggins and Rosengarten were their guys, and I didn't see the full quote because I was moving 1,000 miles an hour yesterday. But did DeCosta say something about he was scared to trade up or he was going to trade up and then they got scared or something? Did I see that quote right? Does anybody know? Now I'm going to try to find
Not
it.
from yesterday. I saw him talking about trading options in day one, and they didn't seem very interested in it.
Okay, so yeah, maybe that's what it
Yeah,
was.
I actually
we
haven't
don't do
seen,
that here. You know.
I had not seen any recap from yesterday in regards to EDC talking. So
Okay, I might have just missed seeing it.
There is one posted up there. So he and Harbaugh posted a video after day 2.
Okay, yeah, I'll look back at that.
I do think that the AFC North got a lot more challenging in this draft. I think all of the teams, Bengals, Steelers, even Browns, with the limited selections they've had, I think have made good picks. Which some of the players I really like as well went to those teams, which I hate to see because then I feel like I kind of got attached to them in a certain way, and then now they have to root against them, which I hate doing. But yeah.
Yeah, it can be challenging, especially as a Georgia fan and the Ravens' propensity to not draft Georgia players. And Cincinnati and Pittsburgh, especially in recent years, have really gotten some dogs. So that's not fun. But
yeah, I really like Mims.
Yeah, I liked Mims a lot too. I thought it was maybe a little bit surprising where he went, but it made sense.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they kick him inside, do they? I think he sits behind Trent Brown or Orlando for a year.
Yeah, I can't see him playing inside.
It's just he's so huge.
Oh, here's a great point. If the Ravens keep passing on guards, does that mean they still think Saleh will work out? I haven't even heard Saleh's name mentioned once this offseason as a competitor for maybe that's a slight exaggeration, as a competitor for the left guard or right guard. I think they're pretty well set on Voorhees in Cleveland being the guy, a draft pick, and maybe Jones being a guy who competes at guard, but not. I have not heard Saleh, and he was not ready last year. Here we go. 5 minutes for rounds 3 through 6, and 4 minutes for round 7. Thank you, Michael.
I'll take
Appreciate
that. I'll take that.
Tyler, I think the answer is both. And by the way, I appreciate all you've done for the show over the years in terms of your guest appearances, Tyler. But I get excited about both. I like to see that they're continually getting relative value. I like to see that needs are being filled with that relative value. And I like to see that they're picking positions that have high value, which is usually reflected, by the way, in the board, in the consensus values. So I just think this year, in particular, it was probably not well reflected. We found that out at offensive tackle, and we saw a lot of guys who people had to reach for. Daniel Jeremiah called it. Oh, Jalen Wright just taken off the board here by Miami.
Golly.
Great, man. A-Chain and Jalen Wright in that backfield. And is Mostert still there too?
Mostert is still there, but I'm guessing this is the plan. He'll probably move on after this year.
Yeah.
But wow, they like speed.
What did Jalen Wright run in terms of speed? Is he
4.38? It's on the screen right now.
Jesus. Okay.
Yeah, he was fast on tape, and you could see it, and it translated to the 40-yard dash. Yeah, I really liked him. He didn't do a ton in the receiving game, but I do think he has solid natural hands for a running back, and his ability to just purely run, get north-south, and break away from defenders is pretty much second to none in the class.
TJ Tampa, now the best overall with a rank of 46. What do people think? He's one of my guys, as you can see, in light purple that I like on day 3 here, and was my number 2 guy behind Mahogany. So I'd still have it as Mahogany, Tampa, and Hicks would be my top 3 guys right now.
I've also seen comments about how people wouldn't double dip at corner. I wouldn't be shocked if they did it. I mean, we haven't seen anything from Jalen Armour Davis or Pepe Williams to suggest
That's
that
the problem.
they can be pieces. Yeah. And yeah, I think, Ken, we talked about this where if just one of those guys had produced and we had some semblance of consistency, maybe they wouldn't necessarily be in the pool to double dip. But you can't put all your eggs in the potential basket with these guys, especially what is it, year 3 for those guys now. So I think that I wouldn't, and especially with a guy like TJ Tampa still on the board, that's a BPA pick I'd make all day if I'm the Ravens.
AJ Barner, the tight end from Michigan, off the board to the Seahawks, is a very good pick for the Ravens in terms of increasing the chance they get a good player at 130.
Agreed. He has your prototypical size for a tight end. Go ahead, Ken.
I don't know that I had anything really to add to that, but that's just a good deal for the Ravens. We're getting pretty close. We'll do it again at 120. After 126,
yeah,
we'll have a top 4 selection. How about that? So get ready maybe to do that. And,
well, I was going to say, speaking of good picks for the Ravens, how it unfolded yesterday where the Ravens took Wiggins at 30 on Thursday, and then there was just that massive early run on corners in the early second round, pushed the offensive lineman down a little bit for Baltimore. So, I mean, they had the pick between Kingsley and Roger. Obviously, they took Roger, and there's been debate on who it should have been versus who it was. But that early run on corner, I think, set up Baltimore pretty well to at least have options at offensive line.
This is interesting. Okay, so the Dolphins moved up for pick 120 and traded a third. They traded a third in 2025 to the Eagles. That's interesting.
Wow, they must have loved him, which I don't blame them.
Yeah. I kind of predicted in this draft that we would see a huge premium on speed across the board, and we have seen it at some positions, obviously with the James Worthy drawing a huge premium. Maybe you could even say so with Wiggins, but I think Wiggins was justifiably at about the 15th best player anyway. But you've got speed is being valued in this draft. Last year, the Mitchell slipping through the cracks to the UDFA. I don't see that happening this year. Torrey Taylor of Iowa, the punter, is the first one off the board. Yes, that is a major yes.
Love that.
All right, I don't even know if I need to put a punter thing over here, but I'm going to. It's going to be the right of safety, and I don't even care if it falls off the screen here at some point.
Torrey Taylor. He is the guy that I have seen a number of times on Twitter, especially from Thor Nystrom. Good. Mm-hmm. He's a good account. Minnesota Vikings fan, and I also believe he's just really into Iowa, and he loves this punter. I mean, for what it's worth. So probably hurts that he's going to a division rival.
Okay, so Wright 438 and Garendo 433. Well, maybe he's one of the guys then. Pick is in for the Texans at 123. Have to believe, I would think that Garendo is more likely to go sooner rather than later after the right selection for people who want speed. You get a little bit of a buffer while he's still on the board.
I would say if you want speed at running back, there are still some good options. Probably the fastest available is Garendo, and then after that, I would say it's close between Jaden Sheridan from Monmouth and Blake Watson from Memphis.
What's going on with this kid? Cade Stover, a tight end, goes absolutely fantastic. Love it. Good. Keep that tight end and special teams and kicker punter streak going here.
I still have one of the tight ends that I would really be okay with drafting in the 5th round available.
You want Wiley or Bell, or who do you want?
Yep. Bell and Wiley, I like both of those guys. Obviously not a need, but if the value's there and there might be a reset, obviously Isaiah Likely and Mark Andrews may have some sort of competition with one another for the next contract at tight end in Baltimore. You can kind of get ahead of the contractual issues at tight end if you get somebody soon.
Normally, I'm all for that. Is addressing it first. And Charlie Kolar, by the way, could be out of town too before he gets another contract. But all three of the tight ends are due, or their contracts are up after 25. So I'd like to have them a little more staggered than that if we could.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What the heck is he doing? Is this a cow tipping thing? Please don't do that to that.
I don't think so.
I've never actually seen people do that. You always hear about it. And I went to school at Syracuse, and one of my roommates was from upstate New York, and that's apparently something they did. They went out into the country and lived in a real small town, and they go out and they go cow tipping. They say, "Oh, you just get the greatest reaction out of the cows and all." Oh.
Yeah, I've never seen it either.
Just out of curiosity, at what point do you think quarterback is in consideration in the draft? 'Cause I don't really feel like the Ravens might have a actual backup quarterback on the roster right now. It's they have players, but is it someone? I mean, do we think is it going to be Josh Johnson? Is it going to be Malik? I'm forgetting his last name. Malik Cunningham. I mean, they've kind of been closed mouthed about whether he's going to be a wide receiver, quarterback. It's just an interesting position because there have been times where it's been a need on the roster. Lamar Jackson has missed some time, so I would be curious about if they go there. I don't think it'll be 4th round, but I think it's something to consider.
I want to get back to the quarterback discussion first, but first I gotta know Dow 1024. What is cow pie bingo?
I have no clue what that. Yeah, I want to know this too now.
Is it like
I'm kind of scared. I don't know what it means. But yeah, I guess about the backup quarterback, I just don't think the Ravens know who Malik Cunningham is right now, and they're going to try him out. Josh Johnson isn't a long-term answer. I mean, if Rattler falls far enough, I mean, that's someone you can look at. I know Joe Milton's been someone that a lot of people have kind of pegged if he's available later. But I've been kind of calling that I would not be shocked if Baltimore took a quarterback late. Obviously, you still want to get the value with some of these other picks before you get there. But they have 3 picks in the 200s. I wouldn't be shocked if we get there and they use one if there's still if Jordan Travis falls or someone along those lines. Yeah. They're not. I mean, they're never going to take 5 wide receivers, 5 offensive linemen. They're going to spread out their picks across a bunch of positions. So backup quarterback's one, especially with Huntley gone, that I've kind of nailed as a sneaky need for them.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure they'll draft a quarterback. I think they might get a UDFA quarterback. Yeah. That's obviously what they did with Huntley. With Tyrod, they had to use Tyrod, right? They had to use a 6th round pick. But going back, their guys who they drafted in the 6th and 7th round have generally been guys that couldn't make work. Derek Anderson is the one guy the Browns made work for a little bit of time. But they've had a whole bunch of other guys that we've already forgotten their names who were drafted in the 7th round in particular. All right, here we have it. Here's how it works. A cow is released into a field divided up into squares. People pay to buy a square. The square where the cow makes their first deposit into wins the money.
You know what? You learn something new every day.
That's funny.
Wow.
All right. We're tossing out there. Any other? This is day 3 of the NFL draft. This is what you get down to. Even with a lot of picks here made rapidly, any other weird farm stories, we'll hear them right now. My dad grew up on a dairy farm. He'd never heard of cow tipping, so maybe they were more careful with their animals there.
Yeah.
Oh wow, I did not hear. Bradish is back. Is he pitching today, or is he? It can't be because he
No,
just
he's
pitched.
not.
in the
He's not
minors,
pitching.
right?
Yeah, I was gonna say that he's not pitching today, but Hyde said he's back.
Okay, good deal. Malik Mustafa off the board. I think that's actually a good deal for the Ravens. I saw him as much more of a strong safety type, and not exactly what they need. So there we go.
Would you say Vaki would be your best fit at this point, Ken, with what you're looking for?
Hicks for sure.
Hicks and then Vaki.
Yeah.
Or
yeah.
Oladapo. You like Oladapo too, I know.
I do. He probably could be a back end cover 2 guy, but Hicks would be the guy for sure.
Yeah.
The other guy, by the way, who somebody turned me on to, and I can't claim I studied this guy ahead of time, is the Jim Thorpe Award winner, and he won the award over Cooper DeJean. So it's a big thing, but it's Trey Taylor of Air Force. It looks like a fantastic split field safety from what I can tell. So I've got him in purple here. I think he will be drafted today, by the way.
That's Ed Reed's cousin, right? Or nephew or something.
Is he related to Ed Reed?
I thought he was. Or I know one of the safeties was. I want to say
one of the guys is. I'm guessing it's him. I know he doesn't have the last name Reed, so we don't have to worry about that.
Right. Bucky Irving off the board. There's one of your running backs gone.
That's a good one. That's a good one for me. I was not really high on Bucky Irving, but I know a lot of people liked him. So
outside of my top 10 as well. So I'm happy. He was number 11 for me. The other guy, Ray Davis, seems to be a back a lot of people like, and I'm not really as high on.
He's had a lot of miles, hasn't he? I mean, most of these running backs do, but he had a lot of miles over there. I think where did he transfer in from? He was I'm gonna find it. It was Missouri, I think, right?
I'm sorry, you're talking about Ray Davis now?
Yeah. Was he a Missouri transfer into Kentucky?
I don't know the answer to that. I need to look it up right now.
Find it now. It's gonna Vanderbilt.
That's right.
It's like playing Division II, right?
Yeah, he went from Temple to Vanderbilt to Kentucky.
It's not exactly like playing Division II because they're still going against all of the tough competition in the SEC.
You know what I mean by that. The Division II teammates in it.
Yes.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Okay, so we got 126s in. After this pick, let's go ahead and that'll be 127 through 130 will be left. Go ahead and put your top 4 guys over into chat, and we'll go through this process again. Really enjoy you guys who are playing along with us in chat too. Really like it. No, Trey Taylor didn't get drafted. He's still very much available. Trey Taylor is the Air Force safety.
It is interesting that the Ravens hosted him, or brought him in for one of their player visits. You know, that's generally means they're very interested. So, and that could be someone, you know, maybe not 4th round, but 5th round. I mean, maybe 4th round. We've seen a lot of picks that are unexpected so far. It's the consensus in this draft class may be a little bit more differentiated than what we see in a lot of draft classes.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, a guy that we haven't really talked that much about that I'm pretty high on is Javon Solomon.
Yes, I agree.
I don't know if the Ravens are going to take 2 edges in this class because their room is pretty full, like you were talking about earlier, Kevin. But yeah, if he falls a little bit further, he's a guy that I would probably just draft because you can't have enough, and injuries do usually solve your problems there.
Yeah, and Ken, we talked about it, but the Ravens not really a small school drafting team over these last couple of years.
No,
They
there's
really haven't
0
dipped
for
into that pool.
43 in the DaCosta era.
Yeah.
No small school picks. And that is something I really want them to do this year when they have so many picks at the bottom of the draft, including the 2 sevens, is find that value. I'm differentiating from my board, which should not be allowed, but I'm doing it.
Another one that I would highlight, or I guess I can just fill out this list and you can do it after that, would be Chris Abrams-Drain. I think he's an underrated player. He's right there in white.
Let's go ahead and make him orange if you say so. Okay, let's get the question up on screen here. Is it cynical to think the Ravens picked middle to late round wide receivers partly just to appease the part of the fan base that always wants a wide receiver? There certainly is a part of the fan base that always wants a wide receiver. Mostly I hate the fact that they want a name wide receiver. A 30-year-old or 31-year-old name wide receiver. But the Ravens have had some terrible mid-round draft picks in Jaleel Scott and Jordan Lasley and a whole bunch of other players who have been very bad.
Every single one, basically.
Yeah, Miles Boykin. I will say one of my favorite veteran wide receiver signings that was like only okay for the Ravens. I was a big Mike Wallace fan. Like he had moments. I mean, certainly wasn't the Macklins or the Crabtree, but
he had that 90-some yard slant against.
Yeah, that's right, against Pittsburgh. Yep.
Yeah, that was a fun play.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was a moderately successful free agent signing wide receiver, whereas
compared to what they have done,
Macklin was not, and Crabtree was more successful than Macklin, but that's not saying much.
Yeah, he almost single-handedly brought them back in that playoff game.
Yeah,
2018.
Oh, this is a good one. Hicks, Tampa and Mahogany. That's not bad.
Like
Kamara, maybe a little bit early for Kamara. So I guess
Mo
I'd ask,
Kamara. Yeah.
Do people like Kamara more, or do you like Gabriel Murphy of UCLA? Now, you get the Murphy twins are out there, and they both are very polished as pass rushers, but Gabriel probably a little bit more.
I like Kamara a little bit more. I think he's a little more athletic. And with the edge player position, I always prefer the athletic upside. I just think it's a position where it's very valuable.
Yeah, I agree. I like Kamara a little bit more as well. I think that if you're able to get him a little bit later, I'm not sure I'd double dip right now for Kamara, but a little bit later, I think it'd be a really good pick.
They're if you're talking about a spot where they have a limited number of roster spots and they can't fit everybody, I'd say that's one place. And they're going to have to make some tough choices on the offensive line, which might include cutting Saleh. And if they can make a lineman out of him, bring him back from the practice squad.
Yeah. Inside linebacker, they have a lot of depth guys too.
Is this the mayor of Detroit or somebody? Do you know who this is? Who's at the stand?
they always have these. It's like these 5-minute spiels in the middle of the 4th round randomly.
We got the question. Any shot we go for a running back here?
Whoa.
I don't have the pick yet, but go ahead.
We have just crossed an international border with Giovanni Mano of British Columbia being taken. That is a huge blow to the Canadian Football League and their requirements of having 20 Canadian players on each roster. So that will hurt. I think that is still that requirement is still there after all these years. But I remember that was one of the things that made the Stallions, right? The Stallions were the CFL team. Yeah.
Yes.
I think that's right. Anyway, that made them so good is that they didn't have to have any Canadian-born players on their team, and so immediately American team comes into the CFL and dominates it. All right, we got the Eagles selection. Probably Aponte, who's very businesslike, gets it done quickly.
And we are
Will Shipley.
3 picks away.
That hurts. Oh, that hurts.
I like Shipley, but he wasn't the top running back on my board, so I'm pretty happy with it.
Yeah. Is it Estime?
Estime? No.
Sorry, yeah.
Garendo is my favorite running back available right now.
Yeah, I go for the speed.
And then I'm happy with the other guys that are right there. Braylon Allen's a little bit lower for me, but if the Ravens draft him, I'll be all aboard. He is kind of like a poor man's smaller Derrick Henry.
Yeah.
So
and so is Estime in a way. He's a power back.
Yeah, they both kind of have that similar profile. I would agree. But
oh my God, James O wants us to. His fourth choice is Rattler here. I hope he's not right. All right.
But yeah, Garendo would be a guy I would take this.
Lindsay, was that Whitmer who was there at the stand? I don't recognize her. I didn't have the sound on, so that's who that was. Okay. Ray Davis of Kentucky is off the board.
The running backs are coming off the board. Did San Francisco already take one? They just took a safety. They took Mustafa, right? I'm trying to think of if San Francisco would go running back here as well.
We got one pick to go. We're going to get one of our top four, we would presume here. So we would agree, well, one of somebody's top four probably. That it will be one of Mahogany, Hicks, Tampa, maybe Garendo.
Yep.
Who else was on the top four for people that I didn't name that other people really like? Kamara.
Abrams Drain.
Okay, Oladapo was a good one.
I still like Malik Washington, but I don't think they double dip here.
I would love Malik Washington. I had him as my top guy before the 113 pick.
Yeah, I agree. I also liked him more than
No. This is very bad. A trade into 129.
It could be bad. It might not be.
I mean,
anytime there's a trade ahead of you, that's bad.
Well, on paper it's bad, but
I don't
but
know.
then
there's been this run on running backs. Yeah, I don't know if this is one again.
I just don't think boards are anything at this point. I mean, that was the point, one of the points Kilo was making earlier. Like, teams are so divergent in terms of who they have stacked at this point in the draft.
True.
It's what one team could see as a 5th round player, one other team could have a 2nd round player. It's just like, and I feel like this draft in particular, we've seen that happen. I'm not too concerned about, and there's a lot of different directions the Ravens could go.
A player that I think would fit San Francisco here, and I don't know if they would take him in the 4th round, is Jaheim Bell. He kind of fits their style of play. It's kind of this H-back, tight end, running back, wide receiver mixture of a player that they would understand how to utilize, especially if Juszczyk. I think he does have a contract extension, but if he were to move on at some point in the near future, Bell would offer you more than what Kyle does in the receiving game, and definitely would be a step down in the run blocking. But you have to compromise for certain players.
I'll say right now, I would absolutely love it if it were Jaheim Bell. Absolutely love it.
Yeah, he's an interesting player. I think he has a lot of potential.
Yeah, I mean, there's a ton of stats out there that are really promising for him, and then there's some people that are down on him. I know Lance Zierlein had him as a late pick, like 6th, 7th round, or UDFA, and other people like myself, like him a lot more than that.
Well, we're in commercial break. Always seems to go right before the Ravens, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they probably already made their pick at this point.
Yeah. Don't anybody look and spoil it for us, please.
Yep. What were we gonna? So it could be running back. I'm not really big into the inside linebackers this year, but I do think there's room for one guy to be added late to provide value on special teams and just a backup role. How early would you, just asking the whole panel, be willing to take a linebacker?
For value, I could be happy with it either as soon as round 5. Anyway, I wouldn't really be happy with it here. The guy I really like, I think they can get with a 7, Olofosio. So, the guy I've highlighted here out of Washington, long guy, really good tackler, gets around the field quickly, has some coverage value. Just will give you a lot at inside linebacker that you don't always get.
Yeah, I mean, linebacker to me, it's just one of those things that you can get undrafted a lot of time. I mean, the Ravens have a great history of undrafted linebackers, unless it's somebody you really like who's there in this, I guess, second half of the 6th round or 7th round. I would say take those other players, other positions that you might not be able to get as easily as a priority undrafted free agent.
Okay, please, no Mahogany, no Garendo here, and I'll be happy. No Hicks, no Tampa while we're at it.
Agreed.
Shit. Isaac Garendo off the board for the
Mm.
49ers. And that was
Yeah. He's a major fit for them. Major fit. Fast, big, athletic, can catch the ball. He's a really good running back.
more run on speed there. And
there are still options. Baltimore, I don't think needs to take one here, but Blake Watson is really probably 85%, maybe 90% of Isaac Garendo, in my opinion.
so I guess there might be medicals on Mahogany, Tampa, or Hicks that they don't like these players so much at this point. But the pick is in. It was in right away. Oh, well, it was probably in before they even went to commercial, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Dang. I have a feeling they don't go running back, though.
I agree.
There's a lot of options on the board still.
Yeah, this could be Hicks. This could finally be our interior offensive lineman. Mahogany's not off the board. Are there any other guys that stand out as a tackle or interior offensive lineman that it could be?
TJ Tampa, another corner.
Okay.
I'm happy with that.
That's value.
It is good value.
Yeah.
So I want to look at the consensus boards and just see where Tampa was, because his statistics and coverage were very good this last year. Let me go to this first. You guys go to the consensus mock draft database, or is there a place you go that's different than that?
I mean, you can use the PFF. They have a public board that you can look at.
Okay, but that's not a consensus board. That's going to be their board, right? Or is there a public?
No.
One?
They have a public one, and then they have their own.
Okay.
So, yeah, they would be consensus.
All right,
they didn't show many highlights of him playing football. They showed basketball, though.
Okay, this is not what I'm. Consensus mock drafts is what I want.
I would be
So
surprised.
let's see, what do we got here?
If Ethan is right. Oh, Jared Wiley, a tight end I really liked a lot too. I liked him and Bell similarly.
Okay.
And he's your more prototypical guy.
Number 11 out of TCU. Number 11 on my list.
19, I believe, is what he wore.
No,
Yeah.
11 on my list is what I meant.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Okay, I can't seem to find Tampa yet. So okay. Where is he? TJ Tampa, consensus number 53. Okay, and the Ravens get him at 130. Fabulous value.
Yep.
I'll tell you what I had in my notes about TJ Tampa, but he did have some very fine metrics. So 1 second.
Somebody said he ran a 4.59. On the screen, it just said that he ran a 4.50 40. Do we have any confirmation? I can look at his RAS.
RAS says 4.59. Or is it
Interesting.
4.58? So
Okay.
maybe it was pro date. I don't know.
It could be pro day.
So I've got a 4.45 other. That's always dangerous because you don't know where it came from. But he's 6'1", 189, 32 and an eighth. First thing I had in this is one of the best size, length, speed combinations in the draft. But obviously, I'm relying on that 4.45. In 2023, allowed 4.9 yards per target, which is terrific, and a opposing passer rating of 54.8 with 2 interceptions and 1 touchdown. So terrific job there. He did only have 14 total stops, 10 tackles, and a 16.9% missed tackle rate. There are a lot of missed tackles at corner, and he had actually a relatively small number of targets, so I didn't think that was the end of the world. Solid ball production, 7 pass defense, 2 other interceptions. He has a lot of press experience at Iowa State. And the big game that he had was against Worthy and Mitchell, who did give him a little bit of trouble for 5 of 6 for 68 in that game. But I thought he keeps track of the receiver very well in phase, which allows him to look back for the ball. It usually means keep your arm on the back of the receiver while you're doing that. And he has a bag of tricks for keeping pace with a speed receiver as a handballer. So he's somebody hopefully who will be able to bring that to the pros and deal with some of the speed he's going to face, whether he's 450 or 459, frankly, in terms of speed.
Would you say, with the way he tested, that he would profile more as a zone coverage corner, or does he have the size and physicality to be that more of that press corner?
I think he's got enough size to be a press corner. He's a little light in the loafers at 189, but he'll probably pick up some good weight from there. But I think you use him in either. You can use him as a cover 3 guy or as a press guy. But he's definitely made his name as a guy who stays in phase with the receiver. Is more of a press man guy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's a lot of really good grades on him, like second round grades around the league. So I think most people had him clearly gone at this point. Maybe it was the slow 40 time that kind of had him still on the board. That's the only thing I can see that would drop him down.
It is interesting because Kamari Lassiter was similar in that way. Really solid player in his career. Fantastic yards per target numbers. Ken, did you give us TJ Tampa's yards per target?
Yeah, it was good. 1 second. TJ Tampa was 4.9 yards per target in 23.
Yeah, that's pretty darn good.
Yeah, there aren't too many better than that. There are a few, Wiggins being one of them. Wiggins, I think, was at 4.3. Yes, 4.3 yards per target for Wiggins. This is what's really good about this is the Ravens were getting older in both directions at corner. They're getting older because their good players were aging into veteran contracts, and they're getting older because their young players were flunking out. And so with Pepe and JAD not making any progress, not developing, you really, really needed young corners in this draft to regenerate that group.
Yeah, I'm still pretty high on Pepe. I like him especially as a slot kind of player. I know the Ravens don't necessarily need that with Hamilton playing so much slot. Jalen Armour-Davis, though, he's been such a disappointment. I mean, I know he can't stay healthy, but I don't know. He had all the upside in terms of the speed and the size, but he just looks like he's kind of not done a thing in terms of progressing or getting better. I'm sure he'll have an opportunity, but
completely agree, JR. I think I would bet pretty heavily that Pepe is not on the roster this year, and he might be on the practice squad, but Sione Vaki goes off and a safety, which the Ravens still have not addressed, but he's not one of my guys for addressing the safety spot. Definitely more of a strong safety type.
Oh yeah, the safety running back.
Yep.
Man,
Okay.
Hicks is still available. What do you think happened? Is it medical, or do teams just not like him as much as consensus?
I feel like those type of falls happen because of medicals, but I don't know. I mean, I'm surprised he's surprised it was available at the end of day 2. I mean, the fact that he's here, I don't know what it would be. There's always something that pops up though, so I guess I would guess it was medical, but I don't know.
A good point, Christopher. JAD really did not play much in his entire career at Alabama, but about it was some ridiculously small number of games. Like he might have played 22 total games, and not all those as a starter. So,
oh, there he is, Jaden Hicks.
Yeah,
going to Kansas City.
Damn it!
Wow,
good.
Of course, gotta go to Kansas City.
Yeah, they've made some good picks, or at least picks that I like recently. With Jared Wiley, I think fits well with them. Could have the potential to be their next tight end. Not saying anything that he'll be close to Travis Kelce, but he's more of a receiving tight end. And Jaden Hicks here.
I thought Mollett was signed for 2 years, but let me look at it.
It was an official 2-year deal, yeah.
Yeah,
But essentially, I don't know the numbers on it.
I'm going to bring it up. I just want to see what. Yeah, they save $2.25 million if they get out of it in the second year. His base salary is loaded towards that second year. It's only $1.25 million the first year. So essentially, it's really a vet min deal with an option for a second year at $2.25 million. So I would look at that as he more than likely will be here for 1 year. Yeah, and Iron, don't forget. I mean, we still want to see a lot of Kyle Hamilton in that slot. I do anyway. I think he's much more effective closer to the line of scrimmage whenever there's a bigger body in that slot.
The Jets are taking Braylon Allen. That's a good Lightning Thunder pairing for them. I definitely think Breece Hall is the Lightning.
So who's left in the running back group that's an exciting guy? I mean, the one guy I had in purple down here is Laube of New Hampshire, who's a pure receiving back.
Right.
I mean, he's like a Danny Woodhead type.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, Laube, one of the other things he does is he breaks a lot of tackles on his receptions. But he's just an okay pass blocker, and that's something he'd probably have to do at a better level if he were at the Ravens. Who's the other speed guy that's still available? Do you know what Tracy ran?
Blake Watson. I haven't looked up his RAS, but watching him on tape, I would say he's a 4.4 runner. He's very fast. He's a converted wide receiver as well as Tracy. They're both former wide receivers turned running backs. I like Watson just a little bit more. I think he has more juice. I don't know if that's, going to show up in the numbers, but I believe it would. So I'm very
39.40.
Yep. Blake Watson is another speed back. Tracy has decent speed. Estime is your kind of thundering down the field runner. And Vidal is more of an average kind of speed guy, but good. He breaks tackles. He's a big stiff arm user. And Jaden Sheridan is another kind of Keaton Mitchell-esque runner. Really, really fast as well. A little bit smaller frame, but nothing to be concerned about. And, the competition level was low, but when you see speed, you see speed. And Sheridan definitely has it.
Rasheen Ali is another name I'd mention. I don't know if he ran anywhere, but I think he has some impressive looking film from the things I saw.
Yeah, he's definitely a
Dogs.
name. I didn't love him as much as the buzz he was getting, but I think he's a good, solid player. Probably more like a 7th rounder, rather
Yeah.
than
or UDFA.
rather than the guys that I'm talking about here. But he could obviously go because he has gotten a lot of love recently.
We're seeing some speed go. Cowing, a 438 guy, is off the board, and I specifically had him off because I didn't think the Ravens needed another slot receiver, but they maybe could use another gadget guy like him. So I'm not saying this is a great player to have off the board. I just think there's some other players that that might give you a lot of things. Okay, what I do? Let's go.
But yeah, Vidal in probably the 5th or 6th round would be a nice player. He's not.
I'm a big V-Dog guy. I'm with you.
Yeah, he's not a lightning.
Yep.
But he's just a solid all-around back that does have plenty of explosive plays. He just does it differently. He's more physical, and he loves to use a stiff arm. So I like what I saw out of him. He played at Troy.
Yeah, his top end speed. I mean, his open field speed is fine. Like he's a I guess quote unquote fast guy, but he doesn't have like elite top end speed where guys can still catch him. Is what
Right.
the thing is.
Yep, completely agree. All right, there's going to be plenty of running backs though.
Yep.
The Ravens don't have to go that direction, but if they do, I hope it's one of the faster players. I just think
it even just depends on how they feel about Keaton and his recovery. I mean, the reason why a late round running back made so much sense as opposed to one of the earlier picks, like a day 2 guy, is because when Keaton comes back, you're going to want to slot him in. And it's easier to move a late round running back to be inactive, because I doubt they're going to activate 4 running backs unless there's some level of special teams value. But even so, I don't think it's going to be 4. So you can move that guy to the inactive list a lot easier than, a Trey Benson, for example, or one of those other guys. Now, if there was value there, like a Jalen Wright, you go and you pick him. But I think for me, even like if they want to go the undrafted, if there are guys that fall and they want to go undrafted, honestly, it's more attractive for guys to sign as undrafted free agents nowadays than go in the 6th or 7th round, because people are just throwing bonus money everywhere if these undrafted guys need them to sign. Plus, you can pick where you go. So it's like a win-win where I think people are saying, don't draft me. We're going to go the undrafted pool and see what we can get, because it's just that much more valuable for players nowadays.
Yeah, I definitely think the element of they get to choose where they go and the situation is more appealing, especially in the 7th round. I don't know if the players feel that way in the 6th, but definitely in the 7th.
Yep.
Yeah, definitely think there's. I know Ken and I talked about it on our running back show at the beginning. He alluded to it. The 2 Georgia running backs are not on our top 10, but I think at least one of them will get drafted. And I'm not super high on them. I believe that UGA is an RBU, and I think they're going to get back to it in the near future with some of the running back talent they currently have. But the past couple of years have been a little bit down. I was big on James Cook, and also liked what's his name, McIntosh last year, that went in the 7th round to Seattle. But Dajon Edwards, who for my money was the best pure runner out of the Georgia backs in 2022, which included McIntosh as well as Kendall Milton. I don't think he had as strong of a 2023, and he's not necessarily the best athletic tester. And they've had a little bit of that issue with some of the running backs in recent memory. You talk about Holyfield and those guys that don't even get drafted. So either Edwards or Kendall Milton have a good shot to get drafted before this day's done.
I think when you look at the Ravens corner room and you essentially replace Darby and Yassine with Wiggins and Tampa, I like those upgrades.
It's a huge upgrade.
Yeah, I'm loving those upgrades, guys.
Yes. So we have Nehemiah Pritchett just got drafted out of Auburn. He was one of my guys. Now the Ravens have 2 corners. They're not likely to take a third corner, but he's a great tools guy. Could have been coached up, and it makes me feel a little better that he was drafted early now after the Ravens have got their 2 corners, because I was hoping they could get him with a 6th round pick, and obviously that was not in the cards. I'll be right back, guys.
Yeah, I think when you're talking about 165, I mean, Mahogany's not taken, right? He's still available.
I believe he's still available.
Yeah, I mean, that's a guy that I would love at 165. I mean, I expect Baltimore to double dip at offensive line at some point here, especially on the interior. And he's like the guy now. So I would not be mad if they were to make him that move and then maybe take a Vidal with their next pick there.
Yeah, I think I was hoping that they would come away with possibly 3 offensive linemen from this draft class. So it looks like they've been, going pretty strictly best player in day 3. So, maybe one of those players falls into it here in the 5th round. But yeah, I think that's clearly a big need. And I would lean towards like athleticism and versatility on the offensive line. I think when they let Zeitler go, they let Moses go, they let Simpson go because they were getting older, because they didn't have the athleticism. I think they want to be able to be younger and more mobile. So that's the kind of players I would be targeting. Maybe someone who's a tackle that could be converted inside, that kind of thing, to provide some of the versatility. So there's some guys on the board still. I mean, it's not, most of the top players is clearly gone already. So it's kind of just like, who do you feel like you're most comfortable with? Who do you think is somebody who can come in and be available to kind of grow with? Because it might not be someone who's going to be a starter at this point in 2024, but someone who you think can develop. And that's something the Ravens have been pretty good at. So it's just identifying the right player and giving them the ability to develop. And Salah, we never know what he could develop into. He had some of the athletic traits, so I don't want to completely rule him out as well.
Yeah, I feel like if they can get a Mahogany and then maybe like in the 200s at some point, I don't know if a guy like Frank Crum would still be available as like a development guy, or Jacob Monk from Duke. That's a guy I've had highlighted. So get one of those like project players. I wouldn't be shocked if they went for multiple offensive linemen. You maybe sneak the running back pick in there late, backup quarterback, safety. So there's still options for him, but I think this might be the second year that we don't see like a significant trade up or just trade in general from the Ravens. I know the Voorhees one happened last year, but everybody was wondering, are the Ravens going to trade up for more draft cap or trade up for a guy, trade back for more draft capital? It could be the second straight year we don't really see a significant trade up, which is kind of crazy considering how much the Ravens love to move around the draft board for the most part.
Agreed. Where do you guys have Christian Jones? He hasn't been picked yet, right? Offensive tackle from Texas. I see Jones there.
I kind of had like a 4th, 5th round grade on him.
So if he gets a little bit further down, is he a player that you're interested in? I'm guessing he's more of a right tackle only guy, or do you think he can kick in and maybe give you some guard competition?
He's a little bit like slow-footed in my estimation, which could mean he's better inside. I think he's got pretty good size, like 6'5", 6'6". So yeah, I mean, we've seen players like that do well. I don't really see him as a player who's going to play tackle in the league. So yeah, that conversion to guard would make sense.
Cool. Any of you guys big Maryland fans? We got Tarheeb still off the board. He went to the Chargers. Any comments on him?
Let me go back to Jones for a second before we go to
Sure.
Still there. But Jones had disappointing results when he was at left tackle. Penalized a lot in college, 29 times and 3,219 snaps. So it's one every 111. Had 7 offensive holding flags just in 22 and 23 alone. His feet seem quite slow. I mirror. Actually, that's just the right word to use here, isn't it? No pun intended, Gabe, on that. And I agree. I think he moves to guard. Wouldn't be the end of the world. I mean, he's certainly a big. It helps to be big and long armed at guard too, and that's that wouldn't be bad. I just don't think he's a left tackle fix of any sort.
Any thoughts on Still or any Maryland players that are in this draft?
I know Ken does not like Bo Braid. That's one that. Other than that, Delmar went to where? The Raiders. Delmar Glaze.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Other than that, I don't really know. I don't think anybody else really catches my eye. At least anybody who's available. I know. There's Daquan Shepard. I guess is a late corner, but they're probably not going to draft another corner, so I'd probably roll him out.
Johnny Wilson, still on the board. I don't know. There's definitely mixed feelings about him. His rank on the public board is 80th, and he is still sitting there.
He's an interesting guy to me. I mean, big body. I mean, some people were saying, he might be a player kind of like a Darren Waller who could be converted to tight end at the next level. But I think, he has the ability to stick at wide receiver. But what is he, like 6'5", like 220?
I think he's a full 6'6".
6'6", yeah.
Yeah.
And he's definitely a little bit of a project, but I think, if you watch him at Florida State, he was someone who actually improved quite a bit over the course of his time there. Didn't quite really know what he was doing at first, I don't think, in terms of route running, how to use his body. But similar to, Keon Coleman, you could see some really nice, like, acrobatic catches, ability to use his frame, box out, smaller defensive backs and make plays. So interesting player for sure. I have a couple of other wide receivers ahead of him, but not someone I would discredit for the team moving forward.
Well, sorry. I will respond to that in a second. Ken, we did just get Xavier Thomas from Clemson off your board, and that, I guess, is a good thing in your eyes as you viewed him as undraftable or undrafted. I see him down at the bottom with a U. Is that Xavier Thomas?
Yes, that is. Okay, at the edge. That's correct. Undrafted is what I would hope to get him. That's where he would be valued to the Ravens, is what that means.
Back to Gabe's point. I definitely kind of saw the same things. I do believe he can stick at wide receiver, but a lot of people, because of his, freakish frame, a lot of people think that he could, convert to tight end, and that would make sense if he could put on some muscle, some more weight. But I'm sure whatever team he goes to will have a plan for him. Maybe not a huge plan because we're in the 5th round and he's not yet picked. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. But he's an interesting player. Was pretty productive at FSU, and a lot of people were really high on him coming into this year. So from 2022 into 2023, there was some real buzz about Johnny Wilson. Sorry, go ahead.
No, please go ahead.
Another name I wanted to bring up, Voss was talking about him yesterday. Austin Booker, the edge from Kansas, is still available.
Still out there.
Oh,
he's been highlighted for a long time.
Wow. Yeah.
Yep.
So should we unhighlight Abrams Drain at this point since they went ahead and got Tampa?
Yes. Yeah, we can definitely do that because we got the double dip.
All right. And I think, unfortunately, that means Haddon is off. That is too damn bad because he was a guy I liked. But anyway, they've got it. Tampa is certainly a great player. So hopefully a great pick, I'll say, not necessarily a great player. I'm looking at the left tackle group again. Just the warts that are on the remaining guys are so extreme. All the 3 guys I have rated as a 7 are guys I wouldn't have thought as anything but undrafted before this process started. These guys are all 24 and 25 years old. I think Grable down there at the bottom is 25, and he probably looks the best in terms of readiness right now, but he should be, because, hey, he's 25. He's got all his ground man strength already. But it's a very, this is as deep as the class is. The pickings are very slim right now.
Oh, apparently this is breaking news. The record has been broken. 129 consecutive picks without a quarterback, and the streak still isn't over.
Wow.
That is a tribute. That is the Spencer Rattler Award that has just been given out there, because he is the man in that middle class.
I mean, yeah, truly the wild thing was that we got 6 to go in the first round and then just haven't had a guy come off yet since then. Just crazy.
Jordan Magee or Maggie of Temple. Now this is interesting. Anybody who knows anything about really, really old baseball cards knows about the Magee error card. I think it might have been McGee or McGee. Otherwise, it was on the card, but I just made that mistake in the spreadsheet. That's a cigarette card reference.
Is there any chance that the Ravens would be interested in Trotter in a little bit? They already got their Clemson linebacker, and they got a corner. Perhaps they have a little bit of a connection with Dabo, as it appeared on night 1.
I've got a thought about that, is that I really think the Ravens, if they need something, it's really needing a 2-down run stuffing linebacker. And the reason they need him is this: if anything were to happen to Roquan, you need that position immediately to split that Mike role, and you probably then go to a dime and you have Simpson move over to play that Mike role on passing downs. But you need some sort of a 2-down guy out there who's going to be a really solid run stopper. And I think that they had options in this draft, with Wilson being one of the good ones, to get a tackler like that they would like. But I think Trotter could fit that role.
I just think like the slow plotting. Oh, sorry to interrupt you, but I was going to say I think the slower, like more physical linebacker is just a dying breed. Like it's just not really a role for them so much in the NFL. Like there's no such thing as a 2-down linebacker anymore, because passing down is first down, a second down. Like it's just like if you're having those players on the field that can't cover, you're at a disadvantage at any point. So you need athleticism. You need guys who can move. You need guys who can drop into coverage. You need guys who can rush the passer. It's just guys who are like big and just going to take on tackles and take on blockers. That's something that if that's the only thing they can do, you're pretty much a special teamer. Like to me, that's all you have in your book.
Yeah, and I think too the conversation about positionless defense, which I know we've had, but I mean with Roquan and Patrick Queen, it was you had to keep those guys on the field pretty much at all times because they were that good. But with Queen gone, and Ken, I think we talked about this, the Ravens have a lot more options in terms of maybe using a dime guy again or figuring out where they want to go, where you don't have to keep 2 inside linebackers on the field. And of course, all the secondary depth the Ravens now have, and adding in Tampa, they're probably going to, I wouldn't be shocked if they draft a safety too still. I mean, they kind of need one. So they're going to be able to utilize a bunch of different looks this year because they don't necessarily have to keep 2 inside linebackers on the field at all times, in my opinion, with this thing.
Yeah, well, since we don't know who Simpson is, I think that's true. I just think that Simpson, in Orr's eyes and based on the scheme that worked last year, has probably earned the right to fail as getting the first opportunity to be a 3-down linebacker. And if that doesn't work out, then sure. I mean, and I could see Simpson failing at any of the roles, at being a good 2-down trail guy, at being a guy who could shed blocks enough to be on the field for the first 2 downs, and at being a good enough cover guy at the NFL level. We really haven't seen that yet either. So we'll wait. We'll see. He looks like he can rush the passer from very limited amount of information. He looks like he can play downhill. But those are, of course, the first 2 things that linebackers are generally good at. Right. You know, the block shedding and the ability to drop deep to cover are another matter entirely.
The Chargers just picked Cam Hart, the corner out of Notre Dame.
Oh, there you go. That's definitely a good deal for the Ravens to see corners go at this point.
Mm-hmm.
So it'd be good to see Abrams Drain go, Haddon, DJ James. They could all go here, and we'd be fine with it.
I guess it's been a really long time since an AFC North rival has picked, because I don't know when the last one was that we.
Yeah, was it Pittsburgh with McCormick?
That we changed?
Might be.
Yes. Yeah, that seems right.
Yeah.
Or Eric All. They were in kind of close
those two
proximity. And the Browns still have only had 2 picks the whole time. Is that correct?
I guess so.
Yeah, they only had day 2 picks so far.
It's the real question. My guess would be in round 7 today is that he breaks it. They've got 2 picks in round 7. So I'm getting a 2-for-1 special on that. I think that DaCosta will like someone there, and it'll break an 0 for 50 something streak at that point. And they'll get it done. It'd be 0 for 50 or 0 for 51 if they do it in the 7th round today. Oh yeah, please don't tip the picks. And I'm sorry if I'm being slow on it in terms of watching NFL Network here, because I may not have my eye on it as I'm trying to look things up.
Yeah, we did get the Cam Hart pick in before we announced it, because there was conversation still. So
okay. Cedric Van Pran is off the board.
Another
center.
Bulldog. Yep. He's a good player too. I like that for Buffalo. Do I remember correctly that they took Lad McConkey?
No, the Chargers took McConkey.
Yeah, okay, yes. The Bills took
Coleman. Yeah.
Coleman. Okay. Cool. Got center only. That's exactly what Ken said. I mean,
yep.
When it's the only thing you've seen him play, it's maybe a little bit difficult to envision something else, but he's just good at being a center, and I don't really know what position he would play other than that.
Yeah, I mean, he weighs 298 pounds. Is you start with that. You could probably put some good weight on to a frame like that, but I still think that he's probably not going to be able to move to guard. And the weight requirements for guard are way up, and the pear-shaped expectations of guard are way up in today's NFL in terms of how you're supposed to look. So we still got one good pear-shaped guard on the board in Mahogany. So there's got to be a medical. I don't know what the problem is.
So right, he had an ACL a couple years ago, so that might be something that got flagged as not healing well as it should have. Some scar tissue, things like that, that are concerns for long-term durability.
I do think one of the funnier moments in this draft was when the Falcons traded up to 35, and everybody said, "All right, Spencer Rattler, come on down." It's just adding to that room. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like Mahogany's the best bet here, but I guess there is the medical. Oladapo would be someone I'd be interested in at this point. Other than that,
if you want to wait, how about Jalen Simpson as a safety?
I like that. I like that. Yeah, I'd wait for him. But also the running back too. I think we're coming close to maybe one of these running backs coming to Baltimore here. I'm still highlighting Vidal. I'm going to stick to my guns on that one and say that that's a guy that I'd like a lot.
Well, let's put a red star on him for you then, Kevin. Any other players that people want to highlight right now? We haven't done that in a while to add, and I'll toss that out for anybody who's in the channel and watching. You want us to highlight anybody?
At the running back position, I also like to highlight Tracy. I think he's a good option at this point. He's got the speed. I've seen some David Johnson comps to him as a converted wide receiver with good athleticism, good speed. Like I think he ran a mid 4.4s. You know, I'm not sure if the lack of experience at running back is something that, the Ravens might shy away from, because he's really only played 1 year as a starter at running back. But the ability to actually run routes and catch passes could be something that's attractive as well.
Yeah, I see Christopher's comment about the edge. I mean, I would highlight Booker, but do we think they double dip there? That's the question to me. Because it's crazy value, but
right
there aren't a
now
lot of guys in that
they
range.
have OA, they have Ojabo, they have Kyle Van Noy, they have Adiza Isaac, they have Robinson. How much room is there for an additional edge?
I just I can't see it. If they take Booker, they'd have to cut somebody who they have
or they would have to have an injury, or even the guy they draft, they could kind of figure out if there's. Yeah, go ahead.
Ojabo might not be someone who is ready to start at the beginning of the season, so that's something to consider. I mean, he had ACL, right? So that's a 9 to 12 month injury. He could easily start the season on the pup.
Mm-hmm.
That's true. I also think who was it? I had someone that I lost him.
He just had Gould drafted, Anthony Gould out of Oregon State, drafted by the Colts.
Cool. Maybe a returner role for them.
It's pretty high for a pure returner. I mean, obviously Jermaine Lewis was in that was in the 5th round too, but still pretty high.
I hate to do it to the Ravens, but they did take Devin Duvernay in the 3rd, and he kind of was primarily a returner throughout his career with Baltimore.
That's how it worked out. That's not what they were expecting to start the whole deal.
Yeah, for sure. How much do you think the changed rules will impact teams and their willingness to maybe take some guys that normally would go undrafted, as far as what returners can do this year?
I think it's already affected how the Ravens have started to build their roster by picking up Hardy. So we're seeing an effect of it. I don't know. Is my simplest answer. We'll see what this brings up. Something tells me this is not going to be the end of the line here in terms of the rule changes on this kickoff. When they go to something that's so radically new, I bet they're going to have to tinker with it yet again to make it right before they've got to the final point here. And maybe even they find out it doesn't really reduce injuries, what they're doing, and they'll say, okay, we're scrapping this and we're going back to something that's different. Something's more similar to what they had before. Okay, Wallace Hardy and what's his name? Well, that's good. What is his name?
Yeah.
Justice Hill can return the ball a little bit.
That's right. Yeah,
but I don't know if they would necessarily want him in that role, as currently the RB2 on the team behind Henry.
I think that's a possibility for Christian Jones to move inside. Right tackle or guard, I think would be the two places. Let's go back to your other question here. I know nothing about Laumea. I assume that's how you pronounce his name. Does anybody know about him?
No.
Look him up here.
A lot of people like him, though, I see in the chat.
By the way, if you want to laugh at some scouting reports, take a look at some old scouting reports from NFL Draft Buzz for any of the players. They first of all, they look like they're written by either the guy's agent or his coach that he's just coming from. He's trying to beef up the program's stats for NFL draft picks or whatever. Every player is like, elite at this, elite at that kind of thing. But they're very funny when you go back to a player who's like disappointing in his career. He has a very low overall pass blocking score on NFL Draft Buzz to go with very short arms. No exceptional testing numbers. Still projected as a 5th round pick. I'll consensus boards and see if he's mentioned there.
Is there any chance that Baltimore would be in on taking another wide receiver that would put him at 7 on the roster, but injuries do happen to the position all the time?
Yeah, I would maybe think undrafted if that were to be, and then maybe let a guy make the roster that way. It just, I mean, yeah, 6 is the sweet spot. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if they were to go, especially if there's value. But I don't know. I might be looking more at undrafted free agency for that one.
J.D. Bertrand of Notre Dame. Now, there's a linebacker I'm not sad to come off the board. Undrafted guy, I would have been, oh, crap. There's something wrong there. Let's undo that. Come on now. Okay, there we go.
I've kind of seen this floating around a bit. You know, if we take this year out of the equation, how are we feeling about the 2025 Ravens with these picks they've made?
Personally, I feel good about the moves for the future.
I love it at corner. I hated it at tackle.
Yeah, corner for sure. I mean, tackle, ideally, you do have a starter for his rookie contract. You just don't have your left tackle solidified, which is the biggest question coming into this year.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so pick is in for the Bears, but they're at commercial. I have a friend here tweeting me about safeties and why the Ravens. Well, what's the idea behind drafting 2 safeties? Somebody did mention TJ Tampa playing on the back end. I honestly don't think that's in the cards. I think he's more of a press guy. I guess the reason people might be thinking he'd be a safety is that he's a slower-footed guy who might have to convert to that, and that was what happened to Darryl Worley at the NFL level eventually. But I think Tampa has kind of made his hay at the college ranks as a guy who can run man for man with people. So I would still be trying to keep him on the outside, and I think he fits in pretty well as the 4th cornerback on the outside for this team right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, I'm with you.
Do you guys feel like we are going to have a rotation at outside corner, kind of like we did early in Marlon Humphrey's career, or do you expect just a different kind of formation or alignment of the guys we do have?
I think it's going to be rotation. I mean, that's what they've done in the past. You have 3 guys who you like. To some extent are interchangeable. Humphrey can move in the slot. So that gives you some flexibility there. Obviously Hamilton, I think, plays well in the slot. So, but I think they're going to want to put Wiggins out there, and it might just depend on who they're matching up against, the types of teams they're playing, that they like to go 3 wide, 2 wide, 4 wide. It gives them the flexibility to match up against pretty much anybody. But yeah, I think there will be a rotation because it's worked for them in the past. Why move away from something that they have experience with? They have the players to run it, so I think they should do that.
We saw it early in the. I was just gonna say we saw it early in the career. You mentioned with Marlon there, with Brandon Carr and Jimmy Smith, and even when Marcus Peters came in, it was Marlon and Jimmy and Marcus Peters. So they like having 3 outside guys they can rotate. Plus, obviously, the slot option for a while there was Tavon Young, but now they have a couple of different guys in Arthur Millette and what they're going to do with our Darius Washington and whatnot. So I think that they're going to want to run rotation, but I agree. It will be somewhat matchup based. I mean, against the Chiefs, you're going to want to stick Wiggins on Worthy in some of these situations and just have him go to work there. So I think this was a pit, and that's why it didn't surprise me, because everybody's saying they have Marlon and Brandon Stevens. They don't need a corner, but the way the Ravens play, they did. And that's why they took 2 of them. That's why they double dipped.
Yeah. So, okay, they have done it before, certainly. Part of the thing is they don't need to add slot to that. So I think they could use Humphrey in the slot and still have 3 on the outside. I'll say one other thing that I think it's been really valuable when they've been able to do it, particularly with Anthony Averett is maybe the best example in recent years of a guy they at least got a little bit of build-up time in his first couple of years, is with a mid-round pick. And so Tampa is the guy I'm putting on the same level, because Wiggins is going to get plenty of playing time. No doubt about it. He's going to get plenty of playing time. But I'd like to see Tampa get probably between 70 and 100 snaps at least on defense this year, which I think he can get in part at the end of games, in part if he has to replace somebody by an injury. I hope that's not the way of it. But last year, in terms of the rotation, you had basically Stevens playing every single meaningful snap for the entire season. So he did end up missing one game, but it just didn't allow for a lot of rotation time, even though the Ravens had a number of other cornerbacks with Yassine and Darby and others, and Humphrey, who were splitting time on the other side.
We do have a couple picks. Austin Booker was selected by the Chicago Bears, and the Broncos just picked Chris Abrams-Drain. Okay,
that's pretty late for Abrams-Drain, but there we are.
Maybe it's his weight. I don't know, 179, but that's not crazy. Probably he can probably get to 185, 190 pretty easily.
I mean, Oladapo and Tracy are still out there. We're not really ready yet at 145 for pick 165 to start putting on our things. But let's just say, are there any other players on the board here we'd like to highlight as potential targets at 165 that we hope don't get taken? Any interior linemen anybody likes besides Mahogany? Maybe Keegan of Michigan?
Yeah. Maybe
why don't we highlight him? Okay.
Miami. That's a guy I've kept track on a little bit. Wouldn't be mad at that.
All right. Anybody else? We've seen people clamor for Jones, so I'm going to put him in. Anybody, please lay it on if you're in the chat. Who would you like to see highlighted as a potential target here?
I would probably late in the fifth, maybe in the fifth or sixth round, I would be in on Jaheim Bell, even though it doesn't line up with a Ravens need.
Okay. So are you willing to cut? What do you do? Do you make him the new Ricard in terms of a move guy, or do you cut him? Do you cut Kolar for him?
I mean, I think you could cut Kolar. I don't know if there's any value in a trade. If you could get a 7 for Kolar, I'm not really sure. But if you could get something in return, then I would do that if I drafted Bell. I also believe that he could be a replacement for Project Pat in the future, but the role would be different. So it's not a 1-for-1 replacement. It's just, I think at a certain point, the player is too good to pass on, and that's why I'm mentioning him.
Okay. We watch a lot of Notre Dame here in this house, but Estime is not a guy that I particularly like for the Ravens. And it's not that I don't kind of like him as a back. I like him. I do like him fine there. He's just a power back. And I think the Ravens usually go for stylistic fits. So their additional guy should be probably a speed guy to replace what they probably will not have to start the season in Mitchell. And then they can move on from there. One cut guy would also be fine. But that's why I had Garendo highlighted for earlier than I otherwise would have picked him. And I think that what's your thinking on that since you did the RB show, Jake?
I agree with you. I'm in lockstep. I prefer a speed running back. My personal opinion is that Keaton Mitchell will not be ready probably till November, December. I mean, he tore his ACL in December, and the rule of thumb, in my opinion, is about a year out. Last year, we were impressed with Ronald Darby being ready to go to start the season prior to that year mark. But we've had a ton of running back injuries in Baltimore over the years, and I don't want to try to rush him back. I would like to add another speed threat running back to kind of pair with Keaton for the future, and also to replace what you're missing for a large portion of the season, in my opinion.
With you. We have. I'm sorry, I'm blanking on which Jordan we're talking about here. Or is it Jordan Kamara?
Mo Kamara and Jarvis Brownlee Jr. just got picked at
All
corner.
right.
Okay.
Yeah, I like Mo Kamara. So he's one of the. I think he was the best edge rusher left on the board.
Yeah, I think if again, I find it so hard to see them taking another edge guy, but he'd be good value at this point. I see also you have DJ James highlighted. I like DJ James a lot, but I think they're not taking 3 corners, so I know I would love it, but
you're right. Let's undo that now.
Did Kamara get picked? I missed that.
I thought somebody just said he did. That's why I did it. Nope. I'll re-highlight him then if he is not, but let's make sure.
No, yeah. I also think Wingo is a D lineman would be okay.
Okay.
So you have 5-6 on him there.
I guess he's still available.
Yeah.
I'm sure the chat could help us out with that.
Yeah. Anybody in the chat who wants to take over as the Nazi of how we've got the colors wrong or the board that's going on, I always really appreciate that feedback, because I'll make mistakes and then we hopefully get them corrected. So far, I think they've been very good at picking up the wrong color coding on the sheet.
Is James Williams somebody that you liked, Ken?
I got clued into him by Huddled Up Films. That James Williams has a really weird story that he's a safety last year playing next to Kinchins. Kinchins obviously had the really bad year in terms of yards per target, and he probably had something to do with it. But he bulked up and went to the combine ready to play linebacker and 231 pounds. And he's a big, long wingspan linebacker type now. He's, I think, 6'5". It probably fits that position a little bit better, but he's also still a little bit of a tweener in terms of not having the size necessarily that people like there. Maybe more of a dime back, which is kind of the role that Jason liked him in. But he grows on you if you watch a little film of him. Certainly his freakish size, along with a few other guys in this draft at the off-ball linebacker spot. And I'll put Leafau in that group, and Ulafoshio would also be in the group. Are these freakish length guys who just they look like they're players sometimes from that. We've gotten very happy with Kyle Hamilton, in terms of appreciating that kind of pterodactyl like size.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, did I miss a pick here?
I don't think so. Denver apparently has their pick in, but we're waiting for it to be announced.
Yep, we got Christian Mahogany already highlighted there. We don't have him in orange. We've got him in purple, but I guess at this point, why don't we just shift him over to orange, since he's certainly not an early pick at this point. This is a really good point, is that the Ravens have a year to wait on Mahogany. If they're and I assume that's what you mean, Christopher, right? Is that they have their guard spots pretty well filled for this year. They don't have to draft for 2024. They can draft for 2025. And the Ravens have a long history of getting second and third year starters. Audric Estime off the board here.
Yep.
To the Broncos. But they have a long history, the Ravens do, of getting guys who start in their second, third, and fourth year on the offensive line. I think I kind of look at it as the break-even point for a draft to be successful is you get one first-year starter, one second-year starter, one third-year starter. If you do worse than that, like a 1, 2, and a 4, that's not as good a draft. If you have 4 guys who start pretty much any time, it's a great draft. For doing it. And obviously, it does matter how great those starters are, but with the Ravens, they've usually been pretty good with that.
We got Truth Bearer in the chat saying, "Well, no more draftable running backs now." I would definitely disagree with that, but probably pretty high on Audric Estime.
Yeah, I mean, good point. Could Estime stylistically be like Gus? He would be the guy who would be most like Gus, probably, or perhaps most like Gus in the entire draft. Maybe Trey Benson would be in a category like that too. But the thing about that is, with Derrick Henry, you've certainly got a lot of overlap in terms of stylistic play. So
another linebacker selected. Sorry to interrupt you, Ken.
No, go ahead. Tommy Eichenberg.
Tommy Eichenberg from Ohio State.
All right. Now he's a guy who would have fit a two-down role if the Ravens had one.
Mm-hmm.
You were trying to tell me I'm in the wrong box. I'm one off, right?
No, you got it. You got it. You had selected gray at first.
Let's say what I'm doing is painting the format from that cell up to Eichenberg cell. So that's how I do it. People tell me I should have styles up and things like that, but the way I learned it, it's just easier to paint format.
Mm-hmm.
Always seems to bother me too. I'll get a Word document and somehow I'll get some sort of funny spacing that I can't get rid of. I don't know if you guys ever get that with bullet points. You're like, what the hell am I doing wrong? Hit the Format Painter fixes all of that. Just slap it off into a new format and then you can restart. Okay, the Bengals with a pick now.
Yeah, Bengals are up.
I do not believe they need a running back. I see Christopher in the chat talking about them needing a running back. They drafted one last year. One of the were they twins? Yeah, Chase Brown, really good player. I think he could take over as their starting back. So I would be surprised a little bit if they went that direction. But maybe. Hopefully they draft a punter. Yep, I agree.
Yeah, I feel like at this point, I mean, there are so many different things, but teams really start looking for traits now. Like day 3 is a traits day, obviously, but once you start getting into these middle of the 5th round, 6th, 7th, teams are taking swings on traits, swings on potential. I mean, there are still a couple of guys like Mahogany who that's like a BPA at that point, but at this point, and I think we mentioned it, it comes down to the boards. I mean, this is where you really see the boards come out. And so for a lot of people, I think the comment was about Wingo there. People will take a swing. It's more likely to take a swing on the athletic production score now as opposed to earlier because this is just when you do it.
Now, this is an interesting suggestion here that Keelan Robinson from Texas would be a guy. And he's an older back at 24 already, but he's also a guy who's only had 121 college carries. Started at Alabama, then 3 years at Texas. Anybody have a thought about that? Anybody? I knew nothing about him until he was mentioned just there, and I looked him up. But anybody else have thoughts about him?
Not on him. Another running back, Ken. I'm not sure if he's on your list. Not Amani Bailey out of TCU. He might be like a 7th round guy that other Ravens could look at.
I watched him. I wasn't crazy about him.
I'd maybe do like undrafted 7th round, not like anything super high now. Like it'd be a much later pick for me.
He has been in a lot of Ravens 7-round mock draft, maybe just because of where he falls on the consensus board and where the Ravens pick. But I didn't necessarily love him.
Yeah, he was all right. But somebody I saw a lot too.
Yeah, I would draft any of the guys we have in orange. Probably at our next pick, I would be happy with that.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be fine. Sheridan as well. I would throw him in there.
What's his speed like? Or is he a one-cut guy?
He's very fast. Yeah, he is a speed back. Reminds me of Keaton Mitchell. I see the Keelan Robinson. I have not actually seen any Keelan, so I'll have to go back and watch him. But Sheridan is very fast. But the level of competition that you're watching is not great.
445 for Jaden Sherlin. Let's see if he has any other metrics we like. He's got a real fast 10-yard. That's nice.
Yep. He kind of seems like a one speed back, but the nice thing is his one speed is fast.
Tiny guy at 5'8". So not sure what he'll give you as a pass blocker. And then the other guy I want to look up in terms of metrics is Keelan or Kylan. I'm not sure how to say it. Robinson, and he's a 442 guy. Good broad jump, good 10 yards, same level basically. And another guy who's 5'8", 191. 5'8", 191. That's pretty big. Do you remember? Oh, Josh Newton of TCU goes to the Bengals here. Okay.
Yeah, somebody mentioned Mr. Ed, New Hampshire legend Dylan Laube.
Laube, yeah, Laube.
Laube, the greatest Texas route. Yep, I agree. He has that angle route, the Texas route threat in this class. Yeah, he is 100% a receiving back, and I liked him too.
Yeah, his highlight reel is filled with a bunch of 6 and 8 yard catches. And they keep saying, Laube, getting to the outside. And then he gets pushed out of bounds. And it's just, he really does not have that breakaway speed. He's more like a elusive guy.
Yeah, he's not a burner. I kind of like to use the baseball terms like a lot of people, the home run threat. Yeah. For me, if Garendo and Jalen Wright are the home run threats, or some of them in this class, I would say Laube is maybe a ground rule double.
Okay. All right. He caught 68 balls this last year. It wasn't a really great yards per target number. It never is for a running back, but they fed him the ball just all the time at New Hampshire. That was their offense.
I'm not going
Spencer Rattler goes to New Orleans.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I did a Bleacher Report live stream last night. We were kind of wondering if that was a fit for him on like day 2. But apparently the rumors are that high school reality show he was on, teams were digging up tape from that or his trash talk, and it was really turning him off. So
yeah. I mean, he was very off-putting on that.
Yeah.
I've never heard that. I want to see that now. Do you know where I can stream it or anything?
I've never seen the show. I've seen clips. I've never seen the show. But
it was some reality. I don't know the name. Let me see if I can try to find the name of it. But he was, I agree, very off-putting during it.
Cocky in the worst way.
Yeah. I think it's QB1 Beyond the Lights is what it was called.
QB1 Beyond the Lights. Okay, we'll try and watch it. For whatever Rattler was in high school, and a lot of people hopefully have grown up since high school, but for whatever he was at that time, I'm just going to say that he has been through a lot of adversity since. He's been through an incredible amount of abuse at Oklahoma, coming to South Carolina, where he basically was playing with about 2 offensive linemen that they would have in the game at a time. Seriously, a very bad offensive line. He's been through a lot, and he did have finally Xavier Legette to throw to, but been a guy who's had a lot of trouble. It's been a very difficult circumstance.
Yeah, I would say he has been humbled since then. We've talked about Vidal and Tracy already. Baltimore Get Up is mentioning those running backs.
Yeah, both guys would be really solid.
Yep, any of the guys that we have in orange, I would be happy with.
Okay, so RB Jordan. There's an RB named Jordan that I'm not aware of? Who are we talking about here?
Where's that?
The Roger Crawford's comment down here. It might be RB or Jordan, but I'm not sure exactly who he's talking about there.
He's talking about
Louisville guy?
Louisville. Yeah.
Jawar Jordan.
Oh, right. Jawar Jordan. Okay, right. He was in the games with Garendo, of course.
Yep.
Okay.
Smaller, kind of like a third down type.
Put him wherever you want on there.
All right, I'll put him up here. And then we just had a pick made of Jalen Carleys of Missouri. So he's off the board. I wonder what is up with Simpson at this point, or Braid. I mean, obviously, there a lot of teams are passing on, or Oladapo. How about that?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, we finally see Baltimore on the ticker there.
Woohoo.
That's when it starts getting serious.
Mm-hmm.
I just heard some crackling recently in my headset. Any crackling on my voice coming through?
No, you've been good. There was
I haven't
only
heard anything.
there was only one time a good bit earlier that there was a little bit of spottiness, but yeah, it's been good for the majority.
I'm unfortunately going to have to drop out. But it's been a pleasure to be on with you guys. Ken, thanks for having me. Kevin, Jake, good to have a great conversation, and looking forward to see what happens the rest of the draft. But I have a previous commitment I have to get to. So
All right,
Completely
good talking
understand.
with you, Gabe.
Yep, nice talking with you.
Take it
all right,
easy,
take
man.
care.
I'm hoping that I can make it to this pick. I definitely will have to go as well. But
No. All right.
Yeah, my daughter's down for a nap, and she's been going for over 2 hours now, so she's
Okay.
probably gonna wake up soon. And,
Kevin, you good to hang to the end here?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good to ride with you.
All right, very good. So we can do a 2-man show if we need to, and I could maybe get somebody else. We can also talk about bringing people in who are asking a lot of questions here. So I'll toss it out there. Does anybody who's in the chat right now have a high desire to be a panelist? And we could probably bring you in for 10 minutes at a time and kind of do that kind of thing if you would like to, or if you're feeling just good asking questions, that's great too. But let me know, and I'll get you a proper link for that.
yeah, Brandon Rice is still available. I know a lot of Ravens fans were talking about him in like the 3rd round. So
Yeah, I saw him like 3rd, 4th. Like that's
Yeah,
what people sweet spot.
I was never that high on him, but I think at this point he is a value.
Yeah, at this point it would be. Everybody loves Dylan.
Yeah.
That might be the same guy that mentioned him earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I'm gonna go watch some Keelan Robinson tape. It'd be really cool if the Ravens ended up getting him, but we'll see if they end up taking a running back or if they get somebody undrafted.
All right, Jake, really appreciate you. You're going to make it to the Ravens pick, you think?
Yeah, I think
Okay,
I can
great.
make it to Baltimore's pick.
Okay. And we're at 165 already. Wow. So it's still about 80 picks after that is the Ravens last, right? They're at 150. They're at 250, right? Is their last pick?
Yeah, they're deep in the 7th.
Mm-hmm. Maybe they start the Bishotti reign of terror this year.
Yeah, I'd be fine with that, honestly. If
I love it.
Trade a 6, move up to a 5, say.
Jacksonville has been aggressively filling the ESPN listed needs. I haven't really focused too much on what Jacksonville has done. Have you guys kind of gathered their draft?
They got Brian Thomas. So, I mean, after losing Ridley, that felt pretty natural.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know who else they've gotten, actually.
Okay. I'll give a little information on Nathan Thomas, but go ahead, guys, and finish up what you're doing here while I look that up.
Well, they got Javon Foster.
Okay.
They
They
have
got
an
a tackle.
offensive line. They got Mason Smith from LSU in the second round. Jarian Jones from Florida State. In the third, Foster, and then Jordan Jefferson. And then they still have 4 more picks.
So let's talk a little Nathan Thomas here. Nathan Thomas, left tackle at Louisiana. So you're going down a conference outside of the Power 5 to do this. I did not realize this. 6'5" at left tackle now is in the 35th percentile of height. That's where we've gotten to in the National Football League. It's incredible.
all these 6'8" guys are bringing that number way down.
Oh, there's a big one off the board. Aeneas Smith of Texas A&M. Definitely a small guy.
James Ogden, one of his favorites was Aeneas Smith.
Very much. Yeah, I would agree too. And I would have had him higher if but I didn't really want a slot guy like that, but I think he's an excellent pick.
I'm
think
surprised. Go ahead.
No, I just want to say I think he was on both of our honorable mentions. Maybe he had him in the top 10, but I didn't remember that being the case.
Yeah, I'm surprised a little bit that his 40-yard dash was a 4.55 because I think he plays a little bit faster on tape. But something that James really liked about him was just his route running. I think his separation is pretty good in this class, and all of the stuff after the catch that he can do, with that returner ability is pretty enticing.
Okay, I'm sorry. I missed a pick by the Bengals. Who did they select at 151 or 2?
I think Josh Newton?
Oh, you're right. Josh Newton of TC. Okay, I did get it. Okay, never mind.
Have we gotten a second punter yet?
Still at 1 as far as I have it.
I don't know if there's going to be as electrifying as a run on punters there was a couple years ago with Stout and Reza and all those guys going in the 4th, like back to back or whatever it was.
Yep. Jake Camarda from Georgia.
Yeah, all those guys.
I think he's still the punter for Tampa.
I think he is.
Yeah.
Miles Cole. I have no idea. Did he get drafted?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I missed it if he did.
This could be Texas Tech defensive end might be the answer to that question.
Yep.
I don't think the Ravens are going to take another receiver. So I think it's unlikely. Could Rice be a decent receiver? Sure. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I'm not. I mean, it's value, but I just don't think Baltimore is going to add another wideout. I think undrafted free agency is probably where I'd go there. I mean, it'd have to be pretty insane value, and we're getting there with Rice, but I just think that, keeping 7 is a little much.
I think as you get into the 7th round, absolutely, those picks maybe are a little bit more like a dart throw. Very, very few of them tend to work out. So if there's a receiver that you have highly rated, I'm fine taking one and trying to see if they can stick in camp, and if there's an injury, maybe they make it on the end of the roster. So that's where I would be.
Yeah, I think also if Hardy's a wide receiver, but if they want to keep 7 under the guise of, Hardy's not going to see the field a bunch on offense. I mean, that's really like the only way I could see them keeping 7. But I feel like they're going to have specific packages for Hardy where it's not going to be a big role, but it will be a role. So I still think 6 is the sweet spot. Yeah,
he is still a vertical threat. In maybe he could be a part of Lamar's deep passing game.
Yeah.
We got to pick edge. Brennan Jackson from Washington State is going to the LA Rams.
I'm just going to put his initial in there on this one. Not a guy I looked at. Day 3. there's precious little. I will say Johnny Wilson. This is the 6'7", 237 Johnny Wilson, right? The FSU guy that
Yes.
he's talking about,
Yeah.
I assume. Yeah. So there is another Johnny Wilson who's playing college football. I think he's in this draft too, but or would potentially be available. But I'm sure that's the one you mean. Could be. Does he fit the Ravens? The Ravens probably try and turn him into a tight end, or even if they don't try and turn him into a tight end, he competes for those big slot snaps with the Ravens tight ends that they currently have. So I don't think he really fits the Ravens. Somebody will get him, and they'll probably have a way to make use of him in their offense.
The Eagles traded up to get to 155. I think they've moved around a little bit in this draft.
Mm-hmm.
They just picked Anaya Smith at 152. So I wonder what they would be looking for here. Is there any glaring values on the board?
I
don't
feel
think
like Howie
they
just
go-
loves BPA. Howie just loves getting those BPA guys.
He does. They could go. They already got a running back, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, they got they got Shipley, didn't they? Will Shipley?
That I believe that's correct.
Yeah.
So I don't expect it to be running back. Who would it be?
Do they need like a? No, they don't need a wideout. Well, do they need depth wideouts?
I think they got one of those already too.
Let me look at the Eagles draft.
Let me just answer this question as quickly as possible because I don't want to give this a lot of airtime. How do you get excited about the Ravens draft pick when they've underperformed? The Ravens have been one of the 3 best drafting teams in the entire NFL, their entire history. So I think it's kind of a crap premise for the thing. Don't know if this is a troll job, but if you're a Ravens fan and you're concerned about wide receiver or you're concerned about certain positions they've been bad at drafting, I'd say don't watch the draft. That's my simple answer on that. But we love the draft, and it's something the Ravens have been good at, and we obviously live and die pick by pick, particularly on the first couple of days. I'm not, I don't think there's a lot of credibility to that statement.
Jeremiah Trotter Jr. goes to Philly here.
And that's a good legacy pick there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Nakobe Dean hasn't really panned out there, has he, Jake? I know you're a UGA guy, so
Yeah, I was a big fan of Nakobe Dean as well. I think it's been injuries and
yeah,
maybe some of his size, but more so he's just been banged up
Right.
even since the end of his college career, and that's just been hurting his ability to be on the field.
I mean, at what point do you get to Mahogany still being on the table and just say this is absurd? I mean,
I think it's already happened. Like
Yeah,
you're already at that point.
We're 10 picks away, and the Ravens could still potentially get another, pretty darn good offensive lineman in this draft.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that one is the pretty obvious pick at this point if he stays.
Yeah. Well, okay, we got a pick for Cleveland now. We haven't had a Cleveland pick in a while. If I'm correct, they've only have 2 picks in this draft. Can anybody check that for me?
I'll check it, but I think you're right.
Still paying for Deshaun Watson.
They have 4 NFL quarterbacks on that roster. They're gonna have to keep 4 unless they trade one of them. I mean, they traded Dobbs at the end of last 3 seasons, so maybe they could do that again. But I don't know. I was shocked when Huntley went there personally. Yeah, it's only been 2 Cleveland picks.
I do want a safety. Okay, first of all, I'd be able to decide what are we looking for in a drafted safety. My answer is a guy who can play the split field among whatever responsibilities he might otherwise have. He's got to at least have the ability to do that. The Ravens have a long history of drafting dime backs in round 6. So I got a feel they could get a split field guy in round 6 or 7 as they did with
Geno Stone.
Yeah.
Right. Stone was a 7th rounder that they traded back in for. Is that right?
That's correct. Yeah. They traded 6 from the next draft to get him.
Yeah. I don't know how much that's going to happen this year. Even though I do want to see the Bisciotti reign of terror begin. it really does feel unlikely that this draft is going to have a lot of teams that are out of picks trading back in.
I mean, the
Yeah, I mean,
Browns could be a team.
I would like to see them trade maybe 2 of their 200s picks and move up a little bit. I think that would be something to where it's still an 8-pick class if you do that. And I think that's enough, especially with how the Ravens have been very active once the comp pick deadline goes and what they did last offseason. So I think if they could trade maybe 2 of their 200s picks, move up a little bit, that'd probably be my plan of action.
Mm-hmm.
I'm good trading one for next year, but honestly, the picks have been so scattershot right now. I just let the board fall to them. I think they probably have 24 guys they still probably want to draft in this whole draft that they have some sort of scouting report they like on. And if that's the case, I think they'll get 4 of those guys still with these last 4 picks. I just saw Joe Flacco as if they drafted Joe Flacco in this draft. But no.
Yeah, every time that the Colts are on the clock or the pick's about to go in, it says Joe Flacco. There it is. Well, and now they're talking about the Browns lost him.
Did we talk about the trade that happened 5 minutes ago? Adam Schefter saying the Jets traded John Franklin Myers to the Broncos for a 2026 6th-round pick.
Huh.
Wasn't he a pretty good center prospect? Or am I thinking
John
of the wrong
Franklin
guy?
Myers?
Wait, you said
No,
the Jets?
The Jets traded John Franklin Myers, the defensive end.
Oh, okay. I was thinking of who was the Myers center just a couple years ago or last year?
Robert, something like that. Was it
Used,
Robert Myers?
Used to be a guy with the Texans, but I'm thinking like a decade ago now to go back.
Oh, that was who? Chris Myers was that guy?
Jamari Thrash goes to the Browns. That's actually he's one of the only wide receivers left on the board.
Yep.
As I have it, that's a pretty nice pickup.
Mm-hmm. I like him. No, it's a different Myers. I'll figure it out. But interesting.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot more of those like 2025, 2026 conditionals go in the veteran trades now.
Everybody who's taking all day to watch the draft, make sure you treat your young lady right after this draft. She deserves a dinner out or a order from her favorite place. Maybe you do it for her. You know what her favorite meal is. But I know Maureen has been without me the whole weekend and just seen her a few hours here and there. And it's something we used to do together all the time, was watch the draft before this regular watch party came up. And now she doesn't really want to do that. She watches the draft in the other room, but she doesn't watch my watch party.
Mm. It was Josh Myers from Ohio State that I was thinking of.
Yeah. Where did he go? Was that Detroit or something?
He went to the Packers.
Packers, okay. Yeah, okay. That sounds right.
All right, so the Panthers pick is in. This isn't news anymore to have a pick in. It used to be they'd get to this point in the draft, maybe saying, last 5 picks, here they are kind of thing.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I like when they did that.
Yeah. I like the continuous ticker, but I don't want to be behind on picks if I can be.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And this is you announced that you get the ticker during the commercial, like Nikola Jokic style during the Taco Bell commercial. That's kind of what they do now with that.
I guess there might be some advertisers who wouldn't be crazy about having the ticker on during the commercials. I don't know if they are actually, but
yeah.
What's going on here? This looks a little forced. Are you seeing this woman with all the beer and they were helping her hold it up because it was too heavy for her, and then she's pretending to be happy now.
God.
I would
They
say
gotta-
this is in Germany.
Oh, Christopher, you want to be a panelist? Sure, I'll send you a link. Give me your Twitter account here. Type it in on in the comment. I'll send you a link. You don't have to be an analyst either. If you just want to come on and ask a question or two, and then you'll drop off for somebody else, that's cool.
Okay, we got a corner. Smith Wade coming off the board from Washington State.
I did not add him to the bottom of my corner list. Okay.
Oh, 2 interceptions in the Senior Bowl. I'm guessing that's in the actual game rather than practice.
I would assume. I think there was something I didn't like about Chow Smith Wade about his production metrics this last year, but let me go back to that. 7.6 yards per target was not good. An 84 opposition passer rating is not good for a draftable player. Also, he's one of the most targeted corners, or about in the 30th percentile. He gets targeted a lot. If you get targeted a lot with that kind of yards per target, that's really not a good thing because he'll take a step back at the next level. Kind of shortish arms at 30 and a quarter, which is about where Wiggins is, I think. Wiggins might be slightly longer than that. So interesting. I said production simply not good enough to warrant a pick, but could be a UDFA. I ended a lot of my commentary with that exact comment. There's guys, and I really don't care who the Ravens get as UDFA. If they like him, that's good enough for me. I do care where they use the draft capital. Chris, I still need maybe you sent me.
Mr. Ed wants to join as well. I don't know if you saw.
Sure, I know Mr. Ed. He's welcome to come in. Let me see. I'll send you a link, Ed, first, and then we'll get it squared away. Otherwise, here. So.
Oh, there's Mo Kamara. I believe he's a good value here in the 5th round.
Yep, really good.
Just got picked by Miami.
Miami's having a good draft.
Yeah, they are. They got some players I like too. What running back did they take? They didn't get Garendo, did they?
No, they got Jalen Wright.
Oh, yeah, Jalen Wright, who I like even more.
Crazy.
All right, Mr. Ed should be joining us in just a second.
Yeah, they got Patrick Paul. Who was their first? They got Chop Robinson. That's right.
All right, Mr. Ed's kind of a wild man, so you're going to appreciate this. We were out in Ohio, I believe it was for Cincinnati. I forget if it was a Bengals game maybe a number of years ago. We met him at a bar with his kid. So it's one of these things where he's got his child he brought to the bar. So that's it. It's a progressive parent there.
Love that.
Hunter Norzad is off the board. Now I don't have to answer questions about him anymore at Penn State, but center.
It feels like we're getting into a pretty good flow of picks coming in quickly here.
Yeah. All right, let's see.
Wait, they have 5 quarterbacks in New Orleans right now?
And who is it? It's Carr, Rattler,
Jake Hayner, Kellen Mond, Nathan Peterman, and that does not include Taysom Hill.
Nathan Peterman.
Hunter Norzad is the pick for the Kansas City Chiefs, listed as a center out of Penn State.
That is the truth bearer. That was an unbelievably long 2-day period to have that going on. They used to start at 11 and finish up what about 8 p.m. or something on day
Yeah,
two.
those first rounder days when started up in the morning and afternoon.
We're all the way up at pick 160 here, and I'll tell you what we'll do. After 161, I want everybody to put their top 4 in again. We probably should have some variation, I think, on the top 4 at this point.
Yeah, I'm gonna look.
Kamara came off the board. I didn't mark him yet, right?
Yes, he did. And it's not an AFC North team, so you can just mark it with that gray color.
Thank you, Juana.
I don't know if we're doing it in the private chat or if you want it in the comments or just from them.
I'm sorry, with what you're saying?
With our top 4.
Oh, yeah, but just stick it in the private comments. So I want everybody to have a chance to participate in this. These people who've been watching the draft the whole time, we shouldn't talk over their picks. They had a good thing. Oh, shit. Buffalo took my guy. And I thought they could have him with a 7th round pick, too. Edifan Ulofoshio of Washington. Really good player. And he definitely looks the part. That's as much higher than I would have expected. Okay, 161 is coming in. Then we'll have our 4-bagger that everybody produces for us. Gee, I wonder if Mahogany will be on there again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'd say Washington's had a pretty good draft. I didn't like the Senate pick, but I like the other ones that they had. I mean, they obviously got a good slot corner. They got Brandon Coleman away from the Ravens. They've had a lot of picks in the first 3 rounds.
Is Oladapo still available?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, Ed, you got your thing here. Oh, I'm sorry. I gave him the wrong link. Let me get that right. It's a good trick to play on Mr. Ed here, but it's not really cool. He's a good guy. You're gonna like him, but he's a little crazy. So I'm sorry about that, Ed. Here, I'll give you the proper link here. There you go. Dominic Hampton of Washington, huh? And this is a commercial announcement of the pick. That's good. Good that they're getting into that.
I missed that. I didn't see it yet. So
he was on a lot of people's safety list. All right. There we go.
Can you freeze the panes on your Excel sheet to show the headers?
Yes, I'm sorry. I should have done that a long time ago, and you guys could have told me to do it a long time ago, but yes, I can do that.
That's cool.
Yes, we're in the 21st century all of a sudden. Right? You know, it's been bothering me, but
yeah, never mind. Sorry. Go ahead.
PFF doesn't have frozen headers at this point, so you have to. It's very difficult to work with. But this is one of the nice things. I just sent a message to Gordon Mason, and I said, "Can you guys do that, or can you also show some of the statistical thing I wanted?" And he said, "We actually have a customer service department that'll work on it," and he passed it to them. So I'm surprised that nobody's asked. I would be surprised if nobody has asked for that already.
Mm-hmm. Your sound was cutting in and out for me a little bit just there, Ken.
Crap.
Just a tad.
Thanks for telling me. Welcome, Mr. Ed. How you doing?
Hey, buddy, what's up?
Life is good.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. You say life is good to everything, and then everybody else has to make sure they say that too. Is that right?
All right. Yeah, you do whatever you want.
I think my
So-
dog heard you, and she wants to join the panel as well.
All right, very good. How old is your child that we met before at the bar now?
So Mr. Will is now 12 years old.
Okay.
So, yeah, he's getting to that age where he's about ready to slam dunk on people. That's pretty cool.
All right, very good.
Yeah, I think at the time my daughter was just born, or she was like 6 months or something like that.
All right, we Ed and everybody else now. Put your top 4 in the chat there, and we'll kind of review them. Boy, it's getting harder and harder.
Trying to think of what the we said Oladipo is still there, right? Yeah.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, he's pretty solid. I like him. Let's do. I'm just gonna type. I'm just gonna say Oladipo or Mahogany. Pick one, girl. No.
Oh, that's a good one, Trevor. I like yours. So you're in favor of getting another edge rusher, and he'd be value at this point, that's for sure.
Safety heavy. I'm guessing that's the Taylor as well there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I am for the running backs as well as Mahogany and Oladapo. So, but my running back order is Watson, Tracy, Vidal, Sheridan.
Okay.
But I would be happy with any of those guys. Hopefully we get one.
All right. James Alexander just put one player in there. Mahogany Star. Okay.
Yeah.
Chris says Jones, Mahogany. So still looking for Jones as a tackle prospect. That's very reasonable. Mahogany, Keegan, or Wingo. Okay. So that's one defensive lineman, 3 offensive linemen. Christian Jones is off the board. Damn it.
Yeah, I didn't want to say it early.
No, that's all right, dude. I was gonna just to make it short. The Murphy kid from UCLA, he's still out there, right?
Yeah, both of them. Both the twins are Gabriel Murphy, who probably was 4th round value, and Grayson Murphy, who was a kind of a 5-6 player probably for me.
Yeah, Gabriel's technically speaking the better of the two, but they're different suited for different schemes. So it's kind of one of those things where, yeah, I'd throw his name out there.
Now you would? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Murphy.
Let's highlight him here so he's on the board for us to look at as we go forward.
We got lots of options.
Dallin Holker not being taken at this point is pretty late, I would say, given that every tight end around him has been taken. McLaughlin is another guy that some people had reasonably high.
They hear you, but you don't get to talk to them.
Jaheim Bell is still there too.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, how do you guys feel? I mean, they're showing Bo Nix highlights right now. How do you feel about Denver in their situation?
He fits what they're going to do.
Yeah, it seems like they have a type.
I did like that they gave him Franklin to, kind of help build that chemistry. That's definitely the new thing is you get the quarterback some familiarity, even technically cheating with like Lawrence and having to hand off to ETN. I don't mind that. Yeah.
It seems like a lot of teams are doing that.
Yes. And I think that helps their development.
Jerry Jeudy got traded, correct?
Yeah, to Cleveland.
Mm-hmm.
So Jerry Judy's in Cleveland. So the top targets in Denver right now are still Sutton, Tim Patrick returning from injury, and then I would guess that Franklin and Mims, who they drafted last year. Is that the right name?
Yeah, Marvin Mims.
Mims.
Yeah, Marvin Mims. Yeah,
Mhm.
those would be the top guys.
Yeah.
Want to make sure I
Green-
give Mims a shout out. He was on my taxi squad in fantasy.
Yeah, yeah. The pick is in for Green Bay. Waiting on it.
As we're waiting on that, is there anybody with like an outstanding medical that's been kind of laying around that shouldn't really be there?
Mahogany.
Probably
Besides, I was
Mahogany.
gonna say besides Mahogany.
I don't know.
Yeah, does Oladapo have medical? Do we
Yeah,
know
I
about
don't
that?
know the answer to that either.
Negative.
Okay, then. I don't know. I mean, I guess if you want to, I guess Jordan Travis would have gone earlier if he didn't have his medical thing, but I mean, everybody knew about that, so it's not necessarily a surprise.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure how much earlier he would have gone if not for that.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, I'm sure that impacts his rookie season though. So
Yeah.
I would take him in the 6th,
Jacob
7th.
Monk of Duke. We're getting into some.
That's my guy. Was one of my late guys. That was my guy. I would always take at 250 for the Ravens. I like him a lot, actually.
Pound the table. Let's go.
I'm ready.
Go get him.
Where did he go, Ken?
He
Green Bay.
just went to Green Bay,
Green Bay, okay.
at 163. So Indianapolis, and if there's a trade here, I'm probably gonna be upset about this.
Happens far too often for the Ravens. It's very deflating.
Do we have a designated trade calculator guy robot thing?
No, we didn't do that this year. And honestly, Alec Poulianis, who did it last year, was not available for this draft, so we couldn't get him to do it. He has a newborn. And Dan Reese, who we've had in the past, was unavailable also. So unfortunate, but it's not a hard thing to do. And I've been kind of doing it on the fly when we've had ones to see how deep the discount is. But Ed, if you want to do it for the rest of this draft, I'm not expecting there to be a lot of trades, but you're welcome to.
That's not a bad idea. I can kind of do that when I'm watching UFC in about an hour.
Okay.
Make sure you guys also find your small school kids and throw in that stump the truck.
Yeah,
Right.
No, that's my guy out of Troy.
Ah!
They probably have tape on him though. I probably have to
They
a little better
do.
than that.
Yeah, you gotta find like D2 and D3 schools where they didn't play an FBS in the last 2 years. That's the trick to it.
Mm-hmm.
I was mad at Peter Schrager last year. Like, I was livid when he gave him a kid from Rutgers. I was like, what are you doing, dude? Come on, girl. Go to bed.
They do that in round 7, right? They don't do it earlier than that, just to stretch it out.
Round 6 sometimes, but it usually lingers over into round 7.
Yeah, Sheridan would be one, but he's well known. A fast running back in this class that played at Monmouth.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think. Another name to add to the list, but he's not from a random school, is Deshaun Fenwick in the running back room. I mean, on this one, you could put him maybe a 7th rounder, I would say.
All right. The order doesn't really matter at this point.
Yeah,
I'll
it
put
doesn't.
it down here at the bottom.
Yep.
Rough estimate.
Yeah, I hope we get one of the top guys here. Mahogany would be great.
This is the Ravens' only 5th rounder, right? They don't have another one.
Correct.
The round is close to
1, 6,
being
and 2
finished.
7s.
Great.
Is still breaking up, James, or am I okay right now?
You're good.
You're good
Yeah, you're
now,
good,
not
you're
half a
good.
second ago.
Mr. Watson, I think I'd be happy with Cohen at this point for Miami. He's on our list of highlighted players. Jalen Simpson goes off the board. Now, that's a split field guy the Ravens could have made use of. That's a darn shame. But we're in the 5th round. I mean, got to expect you're going to lose some of your guys if you don't draft them.
Mahogany time or move out for 25.5 points.
I'd take Mahogany.
At this point, you might move out for a 4 next year, or maybe
True.
Just give up this whole thing and try to get a 4.
Yeah, if they could do it, I'd be all for it. I don't know if anybody's gonna be willing to give them a 4 for a low 5. That would be
and that's the annoying thing when you're trying to do this on the PFF mock draft simulator. You can't always get the value that you theoretically should be able to. So that's rough. It's like you don't really want to trade away this year's 5 for next year's 5 when you don't know when next year's 5 is going to happen.
And oftentimes teams trade floaters, so if they have a compensatory pick, you end up getting that.
Mm-hmm. The pick is in for Baltimore. I don't know if they're going to announce it or if it's just going to come across the screen. Give me a running back after Mahogany.
Yeah, if I'd probably say running back, Mahogany offensive line. I could see safety here. Those are the 3, I think.
If they do take another defensive back here, that's going to be a really loaded DB group as opposed to, offensive line seems like the much more significant needs. I would think this is going to be Mahogany, Keegan, or Cohen. But we'll see where this goes.
Yeah, if it is another defensive back, Pepe Williams and Jalen Davis they already have a very tough climb, but make it even tougher.
Yep.
5th rounder.
What if they're waiting to announce this on stage here as opposed to just running it across?
It looks like they might be. Oh, well, then I don't know.
No, you got to get the random group of fans like out in the middle of like the ocean, and then you got to hand it to them.
Yeah.
It looks like they're going to commercial.
Right, they're at commercial here on NFL Network.
You're going to see a woman drying her hair in slow motion. This is fantastic.
Yes. All right, got a lot of similar choices here. Robinson, which Robinson are we talking about at this point?
It could be the running. It could be
There
could be the running back that was mentioned earlier, Keelan Robinson.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
Rasheen Ali is the pick. So they did go running back, and they took a guy I'm not really that excited about, honestly. I thought they could have had him undrafted.
Yeah, I don't love him. I also don't have the pick yet, but I know that you got it. So
I believe this is the guy that had a little bit of a fumble issue. But his jump cuts are actually, you're going to be like this guy.
I would have preferred Vidal or Tracy, but we move on.
Yeah. So I was looking for his fumbles here.
That's what. He tore his biceps the Senior Bowl.
wait, what? He just tore a bicep?
Yep.
Huh? Why would they take a guy that just got injured?
I guess they. How long is the torn bicep recovery? Do we have any doctors in here?
He should be ready by the season, I would guess.
I thought it was 6 months.
Yeah, so Senior Bowl happened a couple months, so about 2 months in now.
Somebody tweet Pro Football Doc.
Rasheen Ali. Yeah, I'll see my notes on him, but I was not crazy about him.
5 fumbles this last year, 2 against Georgia Southern, 1 each against Georgia State, East Carolina, and Albany. So he played at Marshall, obviously not a super high level of competition. Not a good yards after contact back was part of the problem. He did have a decent number. No, it's really not a particularly good number of missed tackles forced. Yards per attempt were good. Otherwise, I'd say most of the rest of his record is not.
Mm-hmm.
So did you have him on your honorable mention list even for running back show? Do you remember, Jake?
Yeah, he was honorable mention for me. I definitely like other guys better than him, though. I thought he was a patient back, solid natural hands. Vision is pretty good, but his acceleration is lacking some top tier speed. I think he tested well, but I just didn't see elite speed for him. Peyton Wilson stood out when I was watching the NC State Marshall game.
His change of direction ain't bad though.
Yeah.
But if you have to put him in like catching situations, that's going to be a definite learning curve there too. I like the honorable mention tag for him. Somewhere in there, hey, got a medical, put him in, see how he recovers, give him 2 years.
I feel like he's more so just a guy. That's the type of running back. He's just an average back.
I don't know why they like him. I mean, they really hate fumblers.
Yeah, that gets you in the doghouse so quickly in the hardball era. It's like, boom, you're done.
There's a 4.40 other 40 on him, but I think they had guys who were almost as quick, right? At this level, this place, he's a very low tackle breaking grade on NFL Draft Buzz.
Yeah.
I was trying to think of guys that were like as quick, and
he does not have. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. You go ahead because I was looking for the other guys on that list.
He doesn't have a complete RAS at all. No 40-yard dash or split information from the combine or his pro day. All we have is his measurements: 5'11" and 2/8, 206 pounds, and hands that are a little over 8.5 inches.
Okay, to the degree he's a receiver, he is a really lousy pass blocker. It occurs from the PFF grading here, which doesn't bode well for being on the field on passing downs.
Bingo.
Yeah, I mean, there's just a lot of running backs that I would have preferred over him. Even one of Ken's guys, Dylan Lave from
New Hampshire.
Hey!
I like
Yeah.
There he is.
Tyrone Tracy.
Literally
That's 166. I didn't miss one here.
Not Tracy. I was talking about the other kid. The New Hampshire guy.
Yes. Yeah, I like him a good bit too. I mean, he's kind of like a Danny Woodhead reincarnate. So
Yeah,
all
Tyron
running
Tracy.
backs, all our top 10s are both off the board now with Tracy.
Tracy was a converted receiver. And his if he gets into second level, this dude he can move. And he's actually not built that bad either.
I still like Watson, Vidal, and Sheridan.
Yeah, Vidal is one of my guys. So I'm curious.
If any
Just
of them,
get out of
if
stay out of
any
the
of those
AC North.
guys-
That's what I ask.
If any of them go undrafted, I want the Ravens to bring in one.
I would say of the ones that fit, yeah, probably If it's a UDFA, Sheridan would be fine. If we have to pick somebody, I actually like Blake Watson of Memphis because he's explosive as all hell.
Yeah,
But the
that
problem
was
is that Keaton
he
Mitchell's
was
on
my
this team. I mean,
he. Well, that's not a problem. He was my favorite of the running backs that were left,
hey, girl.
and we went with Ali instead. So
Yeah. Yeah, let's double dip at running back.
Sure, the fan base would love it.
mm. There's
Oh
Keelan.
my god!
All
Okay.
right, let's go.
Wow.
Keelan Robinson, who was mentioned earlier, just got picked by Jacksonville.
He has almost no career carries in college.
121.
Are you rounding up?
Okay, he's a kick returner as well.
Yeah, 121 for 796. That's a healthy 6.6 yards per carry with 8 touchdowns. I don't have fumbles listed for him here.
I'd probably have to go back and watch the Alabama game to figure out how he did there. Or I can just, Pro Football Reference it.
Game logs in 23 for Alabama, you're asking?
Yeah, it'd have to be against Bama.
He played at Alabama previously, but against Alabama, he had 3 rushes for 6 yards and a kick return for 22. Did his damage this year against Brigham Young, Oklahoma State. That's pretty much it. Didn't have over 10 yards in any other game.
Let's put some context to that one too. The Brigham Young quote unquote damage was 1 carry for 23 yards. I love
Yes.
it. Look at the hustle this guy's got.
Okay, we're up to 168. Did I miss 167 or was 167 Kylan Robinson?
That was Robinson.
Yeah.
That was Robinson. All right, I think I got to go, but I appreciate you having me on here, Ken. Thanks for hanging out. It was nice talking with you too, Kevin, and Gabe that was on here before, and you too, Mr. Ed. So have a good rest of the draft, and I will be still paying attention to it on Twitter and whatnot.
Awesome.
All right,
Great
hopefully
talking
see
with
you
you, Jake.
soon, Jake.
Appreciate you. Have a good one.
You too.
So as Buffalo turns their pick in, Ravens'
Javon
next pick is
Solomon.
worth 4 points.
Who got Solomon?
Javon Solomon went to Buffalo. That's a really good pick for them.
Good pick.
The good value.
Insane production.
Now, I'm trying to remember if Solomon was one of these big time finishers who doesn't really have the pressures to support that. Go back to my notes on
That
him.
sounds right. I'm not sure though.
If I remember right, he actually had a bunch of sacks last year.
He had like
I think it was
16
15
or something. Yeah.
It was up there. He's also one of those guys that actually knows how to use a ghost move.
Yeah, Solomon was my number 12 guy on the edge. Very small for an edge defender at 6'1", 246, but he had long arms, good jumps, parlays good length and explosion from his 2-point stance. Lesser competition. Okay, yeah, one of the best finishers in the class was 16 sacks among just 48 PFF pressures. That is a big arrow down for him. Obviously, you can have a big arrow down when you start with 16 sacks as your starting point, but
Sure.
he can't maintain a 3-to-1 pressure to sack relationship.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He'd be a pure situational pass rusher in the NFL, that would be fine for the Ravens, but I don't think he'll be asked to play any early downs in Buffalo either.
Yeah. Plus,
Probably
after
not.
taking Isaac, they just had no need for another guy. Like, it's just gonna be so tough to keep another one. Ken, are we with the safety talk? Are we entering? You're okay with taking Bo Bray territory?
I take Taylor before him.
Okay.
So
You
no,
know,
I'm not
Oladapo's
yet
still
okay.
there too, so him also. But
Yeah, I mean, are we okay taking Bo Braid? I wanted him to drop a lot, but let me see actually where I put a cutoff, because it was like there's no way he's dropping that far, and maybe he will.
right.
Okay, so it's all I have is no, but unless he drops a lot, and he did turn only 22 in January. Didn't like his speed, below average athlete, was the team captain. Okay. Yeah, there was another problem here. I think with the Ravens, his role is really limited to dime back. And I don't think the Ravens necessarily are committed to that, but he's not a split field guy, at least not the way I see it. And he also had a huge missed tackle problem with 18 missed tackles and just 25 overall stops in 2023. So that was bad. But he could be, he would, what you'd hope to develop Braid into would be a valuable underneath defender. So a dime back, I would say. 6th round pick, I wouldn't have a problem with it. I just don't think it's necessarily really what the Ravens need at this point. I think they need that back end split safety very badly. And there are guys who can fit that role, including some guys that we don't have anywhere near our lists who would be doing this or be decent free safeties at a small school with decent speed and tools that the Ravens will like, and they can fit into a back end split role.
Yeah, I think for me, Oladapo's the gem here.
Mm-hmm.
And it hasn't really changed a lot in terms of like the top 4 guys. I mean, Mahogany, Oladapo, I think Cohen maybe now, because I think we're really looking at guard for the Ravens. I think interior offensive lineman, safety, quarterback, because they only have 3 picks left, right?
3 picks.
The picks in the 200s.
Yeah.
So,
I would say one more offensive line play at least, one more offensive line pick at least is almost a sure thing.
Yeah.
And they could do 2. It wouldn't shock me if they did that. And then I really expect them to have a safety as one of the other picks, because they are very, very short on that position.
I wouldn't be shocked also if defensive line is in play at some point in the 200s. I'm sure they're going to bring in a couple undrafted guys there, but I see Taylor still available, Wingo as well. We have those guys highlighted, so if they're still available at those 200s picks, I'd consider it.
I'm not sure what you mean by the error bar, Alex, but it might. You might mean something else, but you know, he probably is not better than the 2 guards they have now in Voorhees and Cleveland. But Cleveland is a 1-year guy, so if you're getting a Mahogany and as an injury flag, you can wait on him till 2025 to jump into your guard spot, and then not have to redraft your offensive line at that point when you're going to have big offensive tackle needs. So I'd be in favor still of taking the developmental route, and if that means somebody loses their job over that, that's so be it. It also could mean if you've got Mahogany and he's still hurt and can't start the season, you have 2 additional spots to IR players and then bring them back on IR DTR this year. Same number of IR DTR spots, but 2 additional people get to be on your roster prior to the season as IR'd.
Going back a bit to the Ali pick, I see the comment from Christopher, or no, who was it from? From Shrimp Trawler, saying that no way Ali and Mitchell are on the active roster at the same time. It was kind of what we were talking about earlier, where I think it's a perfect, I mean, it's not a succession plan, but it's like you get Ali on the roster until Mitchell comes back, and then once Mitchell comes back, you can slot Ali back and give Mitchell his role. So I like that, Shrimp Trawler. I agree with you, where I think it's a nice succession type deal. And I see Christopher saying Ali is sometimes too patient, according to Sports Illustrated. I guess that means, a little like Le'Veon Bell. I mean, Le'Veon made it work in Pittsburgh. Like, that was one of his best traits, is waiting for things to develop. But when I imagine too patient, I just imagine Le'Veon sitting in the backfield for like 5 seconds waiting for things to develop. And then he made it work, but that's kind of what I imagine.
Yeah, maybe that's something Bell could work here. But part of the thing is squeeze through into level 2 as quickly as you can and take advantage of that opportunity.
Yep.
I would say for the Ravens offensive line of past years. Of course, you know what? We don't know what the Ravens offensive line is going to look like this next year. We probably don't anyway. Okay, we're in round 5 here. Let me make
We
sure.
know like 1.5 guys.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Oladapo got taken by the Packers. You guys probably saw that, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I wasn't
Okay, so
sure
that
about
leaves-
if I would have spoiled it or not by the timing, but so I kept my mouth shut.
No, I'm sorry. We're up to Bub Means is the last player taken, who was by the Saints
Saints,
at
yes.
number 170.
I want to throw 2 names
So
out there for a safety, by the way. Trey Taylor and Kenny Logan. If it's got to be a UDFA, Kenny Logan out of Kansas. And if it's got to be
Okay.
a pick, I like Trey Taylor, probably in the 7th more than the 6th, but I mean, it's whatever at this point.
Where are we getting on value in terms of taking either Brendan Rice or even like a DJ James, those type of players? 3 corners would be tough to kind of sell, but James is somebody who I like a lot, and can I see you have a 4 or 5 on him there?
Mm-hmm. 4-5 in round 5. I don't think you're at the point of we got to take this guy.
Yeah.
We got a 2-3 guy who hasn't been taking it. Jordan Travis is another quarterback off the board. He goes to the Jets because the Jets
Take him
have to
anyway
take
and trade him.
Yeah, the Jets have to take one quarterback in every draft. Milton's still on the board, and we had him a little higher on the quarterback show, but
I like Milton.
He's a tools guy.
Yeah, don't need him right away, but he can develop hopefully.
I like Travis for those off-scripted plays, though. That's where he can shine. He did have a little help at Florida, though. Throwing to Keon Coleman's obviously not the hardest thing in the world. Did want to go back to something in the chat from a little bit before, I don't know, we'll say 5 minutes ago or something about how about Zach Orr, like helping him out in the first year. I kind of wonder how many of these guys are quote unquote his guys, like his scheme, or like more so from the Harbaugh side of, building the Ravens culture and instilling that with it. But I also like to think too that like Nate Wiggins at least seems like just an our kind of guy, and maybe that sets the tone for everything else.
Hopefully that pick comes through. It's a very big one for DeCosta to convert in this draft. It's critical for the organization to have it work out. Are we in agreement that we should be taking all of these running backs off the list now that the Ravens have drafted one?
Yeah, there's no way they double dip there.
Yeah, that's where I am too.
I mean, maybe they'll bring in one undrafted if they get there, but not for their draft capital.
As a gambling man, I would throw it at 30-1.
You would lay it at 30-1.
Yeah. That's what I meant.
Trevor Keegan of Michigan taken. So he was the next highest offensive lineman on my board, IOL.
Yeah. I'm hoping Mahogany or Cohen somehow falls.
Crap.
Anybody see his Senior Bowl tape?
Of Keegan?
Yeah.
No, not
Yeah,
specifically.
I didn't see it.
Trying to figure out if that's what led them to take him here. It is the Eagles.
I'm surprised Haddon is still there at corner.
Yeah, he's a guy who's mostly a metrics guy and didn't test all that well. So I guess I understand. Barrett, an inside linebacker, is one of the top 10 still left. He's tiny, tiny, tiny.
Yeah.
Probably too small to play in the league. Holker, don't have a good reason why he's not taken when some of the guys around him have been taken up and down.
Bell is still there too, tight end wise.
Oh, Bell, you're right. Bell is still there. So that's a fullback / tight end consideration there. Really, it's not much left out of the top 10s at any position. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. I think only 6 players left, right? And a Pratt would be a 7th. Okay. Very chalky first round to this draft, even though it didn't come out exactly in the order people expected. I thought it was very chalky first round. The big surprises were DeJean and McKinstry not getting taken in that first round.
Well, the Eagles pulling off both Mitchell and DeJean in the same secondary. I mean, their secondary. I mean, the whole team fell apart, but their secondary was really bad towards the end of last season. So they needed to get some guys in there. How'd you feel about the Mims pick, Ken, for Cincinnati?
Yeah, I think it's a great pick for them. I hate it.
Yeah. Both him and Fazzano.
Yeah, I mean, the Bengals had a good draft. I thought Chris Jenkins was terrific value for them. I thought one thing that they did reach for McKinley Jackson. They could have had him much later.
Yeah.
Burton was a good value. I don't really like a lot of the tight ends in this class, and I didn't really like Eric All for the Ravens. But I can understand if they need tight ends, why they got to take somebody, and he's okay. But the main thing they got Mims, and that's a chance that they now can have a solid tackle for a while.
Yeah, they love the big dudes.
Yeah,
just very apparent,
and have failed with a lot of them. So
yep, yeah, some those speed rushers gonna have a field day.
Somebody just he just drop out somehow, Mr. Ed. Okay.
Yeah.
We've got some sort of a weird. Oh, okay. Now I see what's going on here.
All right, I am now back.
Okay.
Yes.
Welcome back.
My phone literally just said it is overheated and needs to cool down. And I was like, "Are you kidding me, bro?"
Yeah.
But that's what phones do and nonsense. So.
Yeah, my computer's on its last legs and I can't go. I'm surprised it stayed on this whole time. I literally have no other tabs open, but this one is what's helping me out.
That's awesome. I love
it. Keegan was the last one, right? That was the last pick.
Keegan's the last one I have.
Yes. Yes. So that's the 58th Michigan player taken, I believe.
Ken, people are telling you to color Alley purple.
Very good. Thank you.
I'm definitely late to the party on this, but I'm guessing that the green dudes are the guys that were already picked, and that's about as far as I can go.
Round 1 is a green. Day 2 is a blue. We've got the Ravens are the purples, the blacks are the Steelers, the red and is the Bengals, and the brown is the Browns. And we have the grays are day 3 picks.
I see what you did there with the red going, Cincinnati. See? Yeah.
Yeah, that was we try to make it like the uniforms.
Sure.
This goes to the Jets here, so it's a fairly innocuous pick from the Ravens' perspective. Now that they have their guy in. The Ravens' next pick, guys.
You're cutting out a little bit, Ken.
Oh, crap.
It doesn't happen very often, but it happens for like a minute sometimes. Yeah. And then it's back to normal.
Okay, they don't pick until 218 right now, so it's a 45 pick wait.
Got a
I
ways to go.
might get on another machine
I
here.
know. I'm sure you're super thrilled about that one. I'll see how many draft trade scenarios I can come up with by then. All for literally the 2 points that are remaining.
Yeah, not a ton of value left.
I know.
All right, think ahead, guys. I need to take a short break. I'll be back in about 5 minutes, but I want people to think about if there's any other players we should be highlighting in orange now for pick way down there. What is it? 215? Yeah, 218. That would be good. Be back in a few.
All right. I don't I think we're in Joe Milton territory. I'd be fine with taking Joe Milton at 218. I think we could highlight him.
Okay. Let's see here. If we're gonna go quarterback.
Because Travis is gone.
Oh, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna give you all my stump the truck, and I'm gonna put it out there.
Oh, I'm gonna know none of these.
This is it right here.
None of
So
these.
this is it. This is the guy. I'm gonna give it to you right here. If the
Okay.
Ravens
All right.
don't
Yeah.
take him,
I'm
I'll be
ready.
so mad. James Cahoon of Bridgewater State.
Nope.
All right. So when I submit that to Rich Eisen, he's like, I don't know who that is.
Have you submitted in the past?
I have.
Have you gotten on the segment?
Nope.
I'm sure they get so many.
I'm sure that they're I'm saying they're probably too picky and choosy. There's no way they're going to take a random D3 school from wherever the hell this is.
No, I'm sure if they actually took random suggestions, there's a shot that maybe they get one, but they don't want to stump them too bad.
I don't like that. I'm like, the goal literally is what
I know
you said.
if you're gonna put the segment out there, you got to
#.
stay true to it and do it naturally.
Yeah.
So
Look, hey, take a flyer on Joe Milton. Why not? If not him, I like Mini Tua. That's what I call him, Tua Jr.
Yeah. I'd be okay with him. I think that, but the issue, and we talked about this
He's a
earlier,
UDFA.
and the UDFA pool is so much more attractive than being a pick in the 200s at this point because you get so much bonus money thrown at you now. Where people are signing bigger contracts undrafted than they get as 6th or 7th rounders. So
correct.
People at that point, some of these guys who were falling in Mahogany, Haddon, some of these guys, they probably are just don't draft me because I'm going to get a ton of bonus money. Don't draft me in the 7th round.
Good thinking.
I don't want to go there. So
that's
probably
what your
what
agent
I do.
tells them. Get that really bad vibe with these teams. So they're like, you know what? I'll like you.
Yeah, they need to get. I mean, I remember AJ Green, the corner from Oklahoma State a couple years ago.
That's right.
Signed with Cleveland for I think it was a bigger deal than almost everybody in the 6th round and the 7th round got based off their draft slots. Plus, you get to choose where you go, so it's it's a double win.
I'm going to say, look, if we want a quarterback, I'll go with anybody but Tanner Mordecai or Rocky Lombardi. We'll say, let's get them off the board.
Haddon is a guy undrafted free agency will be crazy. Mahogany will be great. But I don't know if these guys fall. There's still so much time for 218.
I really do wish we could learn the true medical situation behind all this stuff. What kind of screens these guys go through and all that to be like.
Yeah,
well,
it's some level of combine stuff and I'm sure pro days. Yeah, I think I'm watching on a different feed, but I think Kalen Carson just went to Dallas. It's a good pick. I might be a little ahead though.
I missed the notification on my phone. If that means anything to you. Yeah.
Have you gotten the or the Davis pick for the Jets, the running back?
It's up here. It's literally at the top of my
yeah.
screen.
Okay. So then I think I'm a little ahead then.
Yeah. Well, my phone is ahead of the TV. I'm willing to admit that the tip picks are right here at the very top. I'm not saying anything, but yeah, if I look over there, that's different. So
yeah, I'm watching on the BR.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm watching on the BR, and they already have the Saints. I won't say it, but they have the Saints guy in already.
Yeah.
So they're moving at lightning speed.
That's fair.
Yeah. Let's see any comments here.
That's a fair list for what's up there.
Yeah. Do you think okay, Wendell saying, do you think a draft pick would refuse a phone call from a team where asking not to draft them? It's not about refusing a phone call. If they get a phone call, obviously they're going to be excited about it. It's more so like that's at that point, it's agents kind of floating out there like, hey, we're going to go the undrafted route. Don't draft this. Don't draft our guy. But if they get a call, they'll take the call in their bill. Like they're not going to refuse a phone call. I think that's a very rare situation. So at that point, you just got if you're a guy now, you just almost got to hope, hey, give me that undrafted money and let's go.
Yep.
Even
this a little bit. Go ahead.
I was going to say even John Elway went up on stage and got behind a Colts uniform when they drafted him in 1983.
Yep. They're not going to refuse it.
There's a guy I know years ago that was in fact drafted in the later rounds. It was a day 3 pick that he was more so hoping to get the phone call so he knew where he would play and he didn't have to have that thing about where do I want to try out? Where do I want to make the decision? Where is it
that's
more
a good
on
point.
me? It's the team wants me. That's
Yeah.
what he wanted. He's like, and he said, I felt like I had a connection with several teams, and he gave me a few, but he's like, this is one of the ones that was on the list, but I wasn't the most confident in. And so when you hear it that way, he's like, I felt much better going into it.
Yeah, it's different for everybody.
Correct.
Ken,
while you were gone, we all agreed that we want DJ Irons, quarterback for Akron.
So something like that. Something like that.
Did anybody else besides Kalen Carson get picked while I was?
No, I think I'm a little ahead. I'm watching a different feed, but Kalen was the last one on your board, Ken.
Kalen was, but I'm not sure if there was a pick at 173 that I might have missed. That might have been the Jets' previous pick.
That was running back. Oh my God!
Not Isaiah Davis, was it?
It was Isaiah Davis.
It was Davis.
Okay, I got him then.
Had me thinking for a second because the Jets pick like kind of really, really close. So
yeah, they're taking a lot of offensive guys, skill position guys. I mean, they needed to, but
wanna completely agree with this. If it's someone you've never heard of at this point, particularly if it's somebody who's not on anybody's board, there's a good chance it's a small school guy and DaCosta breaks the streak and gets somebody really good. So this is interesting. Even the Ali was only like the 6th guy I think he's taken who've been outside the Power 5 during his entire tenure. If it's not the 6th, it's close to that. It might be 5th, might be 7th, but been a very small number.
Ken, thoughts on going D-line with the next pick, maybe?
I wouldn't be shocked. There are still a couple guys on the board that I think will be fine. I mean, Talk about Taylor, Wingo. Those are a couple guys we have highlighted there. The Ravens love taking defensive linemen, and Michael Pierce and Brent Urban are not long-term options. I mean, again, I think we talked about it at the very, very beginning. Pierce played such a high level for them last year, but I think for the future, Matabike is obviously locked up long-term. Washington, I think that extension starts this year, right? Was signed last year, but starts this year. And then Travis Jones, the guy I expect to have a big role. But those are your 3 long-term pieces right now. If they feel good enough about a guy like Taylor to take him in the 6th and he slides a little bit, would not be shocked if they go that route at all.
How about the other Florida? Say Florida State, as I'm wearing a Florida hat. And that's that Lovett guy out of FSU.
I haven't done too much homework on him.
Mix.
Broderick Washington, just to go back for him for a second, a cut of him would be cap neutral in 2025, even after the Rule of 51 replacement for him. So he saved about $1 million, was what I'm saying. I don't think his spot is secure unless his play significantly improves this year.
Yeah, I didn't really. He didn't really pop at all last year. I expected a little more. So I mean, hopefully it's better this year. But I think Travis Jones takes on a huge role this year.
Jalen Ford of Texas is gone.
Ken, did that Rule of 51 change over to this year or not?
I don't know. I'm not aware of any changes to it. Wait, what did you hear?
I couldn't remember how many rule changes there were, and if they just threw it in the giant list that I didn't read from Adam Schefter when he posted it.
Huh. I'm not aware of any specific changes to it.
If you're not aware of it, then the odds are it's still the same.
I don't know about that, but yeah.
I'm not seeing any changes to that in terms of like the hit or the amount of money or anything like that. So we're clear.
Sorry. Hey, Christopher. Frank Gore Jr. is a guy who's on my list at running back, and not because he's a great runner personally, but because he's a really good pass blocker. So if you want a guy who could do a little bit of that for you, he's a good undraftable option that they could bring in.
Yeah, Brendan Rice still there.
I definitely feel like he was going to get picked in the 3rd or the 4th.
Yeah, that's where I had him as a 3rd, 4th round guy too. Ken, as another guy, I don't know if Frank Crum is on your tackle board, but that's a guy maybe as a UDFA who could come in.
I'll add him.
From Wyoming.
Definitely a known name.
I agree with that.
I don't think they're going to take another tackle. Well, I shouldn't say that. Maybe they will, but I would
bring in one for camp.
I would lean more interior if we're talking draft picks. I don't think Crum makes it to undrafted for agency, but we'll see.
There certainly were guys who could play both guard and center before. There are a number of center prospects in this draft. I don't know who's left who really fits that bill.
a good
Limmer
question.
is a pure center, right? I think he is. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yes, I think so.
I'm way behind on these questions, guys. Sorry about this.
Just thinking of centers. South Carolina guy I think is still out there now.
I'd assume so.
He has like the most like awesome aesthetic ever for a profile pic. He is out there. Nick, I'm not even gonna say his last name. I'll butcher that.
I've been there.
That's why I just said just give me the school and give me they need a number. You know, tell me what number he played in college.
Yeah, right.
Oh, the Toronto Argonauts guy's off the board.
Quantez Stiggers. There you go.
I'd like to see that.
We are getting probably the deepest now that any position has been drafted is now corner. Now you have 50% more corners than you have tackles, so I would expect that to be the case, but they're even deeper than wide receivers so far.
That's one of the things that DaCosta mentioned in his interview was like the different run positions and where they would be, and he felt that round 1 to round 2 early was the corner trap, and then there came the run on tackles later. And I feel like probably I'll say the next 15 picks, something is gonna like click almost.
Walter Rouse, one of the last tackles out there, is off the board. So there's Crum of Wyoming and the 3 old men that I have pegged for 7th round here: Leviston, Thomas, and Grable.
Yep.
Shrimp Baller, you make sure you tell Coach, hey, Keaton better be ready because he's on my fantasy roster, and if he don't start, then I don't have the RB3. Then again, if Keaton Mitchell is my RB3, I should not be drafting in fantasy. Let's start there.
Mm-hmm.
Are you talking Dynasty?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, yeah. Yeah, Shrimp Charlie, you can look at it something along those lines. I mean, I'm not saying it's insurance because I don't think they're just gonna get rid of him once Keaton comes back, but I think it's a similar-ish skill set that you can do almost not exactly a 1-for-1, but once Keaton comes back, it's really easy to move Ali to a more of an inactive role and move Keaton back into a role than one of the earlier running backs that got taken.
Ken, going back to that small school conversation from a moment ago, the Georgia State kid, Glover, he's still out there if we want to go to offensive tackle, and he is your kind of guy with the old, super massive arm length.
Let me look him up here. Glover, you say?
Yeah. But he's not laterally that kind of guy. So it's not like the Rosengarten type where you can move him around. He's just going to be like, just leave him there and basically, anchor down and hope for the best.
I'm not looking at the right guy because DeMarcus Glover, a linebacker. Glover, correct?
Correct. Travis is his first name.
No, I don't see him out here.
Travis Glover from Georgia State, offensive tackle.
You sure on the spelling of the last name, right?
I am 100%.
This is interesting. I'm looking at NFL Draft Buzz. They usually have a very good compilation of metrics and whatnot on players, and they don't have it.
There you go. You
Take
stumped
your
the
word
truck.
for it.
This will definitely pass a stump the truck.
All right. Here's a guard we've been getting questions about for a couple hours now.
Utah kid. Yeah, Ken, how do you pronounce that guy's name?
How about Laumea?
Sure.
All right. Yeah. good.
I'm guessing.
I'll roll with that. I'll roll with that. Is Mahogany going to go undrafted?
It's crazy at this
always
point.
something, and yeah, it does. It's feeling like that at this point.
Man.
I mean, wouldn't he have to be treated the same way Voorhees was at the very least? If he got an injury that occurred.
Mahogany was 2022 ACL, right?
Right, and he doesn't have another like minor injury that was suffered at the combine or something.
I don't think so. Let me see if I can find anything on it.
We had Dial, a cornerback picked by the Patriots, and the Chargers pick is in as well.
Seeing what kind of notes I got for that Dial guy. I have nothing. Maybe some like athletic scores. His vertical's good.
I'm not seeing anything on Mahogany other than the ACL.
Yeah, Dial is unusually a good athlete for this late in the draft. I don't know what kind of corner he is, but 4.46 and good size for the outside. Good vertical.
His 3-cone though.
Yeah, that's not great. Not for a not for a corner.
Just to give you the number, it's 7.29 is what we had for a corner. Definitely not quite, but 32-inch arms. I mean, yeah, he can extend a little bit, so he's up there for that. But his jump skills are solid.
Did you guys see who 181 is? Was that Dial or was it somebody else who in between?
Is that Chargers?
I thought 181 was the Chargers. Is the Chargers.
I thought it was the Patriots who took Dial,
Sorry.
but maybe I'm wrong.
Oh, no. The Chargers were at 181. And no, sorry.
They took Vidal.
New England was at 180. Marcellus Dial, and then Vidal was to the Chargers.
Okay, good pick.
There we go.
Could have been the Ravens running back room.
My mistake.
Edwards, Dobbins, and Vidal.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I get everybody's permission before I defect over to the Chargers. Is that cool?
Ravens West.
Yeah, what's the difference? Be honest, if they still have Keenan Allen, I mean, I would have liked that a lot. Like, I genuinely like Herbert.
Well, the move there was always if Harbaugh was serious about Michigan, trade Herbert, draft McCarthy at 5.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's a funny
Definitely
comment.
like to be a fly on the wall with the conversation between Ortiz and Harbaugh saying, what are we doing at 5 there?
Yeah, I see
But
that
like-
comment from Raven Boy Wonder. Mahogany must have tossed his ice cream and missed the trash can during team visits.
Jaquan Jackson, who's a wide receiver from Tulane, is off the board to Tennessee.
You go, here's your smaller school kids. Okay. I'm not saying Tulane's really a small school, but I mean, by comparison to what we're looking at.
Yeah, that's where Tajay Spears went.
Good call out. Good call out. Like that. Anybody think the Voorhees pick from a year ago kind of influences the last, we'll say, few in this one? Like maybe we don't need to add another lineman because we're stashing one?
I think they're already accounting for having Voorhees in at left guard.
Yeah,
We'll
I
see how it
think if anything, it would be instead of taking 3 because of Voorhees, they take 2. But I would still expect them to take 1 more, or if they don't, sign a couple big undrafted guys.
Reasonable.
There won't be anybody left among the undrafted. It's not a position where, well, okay, maybe the one guy that they could seriously have a hope would be a player for them is Tayshaun on the practice squad, the Kentucky.
Sure.
Oh,
the Kentucky
Manning.
kid.
Yeah, Tayshaun Manning.
Yeah.
He's a big guy, isn't he?
Yes, very large.
Yeah.
Louisal. Okay.
Well, Sal. Yeah, I'm looking for him.
I see Curtis saying who are the predicted day 1 line starters right now. Left to right. Right now, literally at this moment, I'd probably go Stanley, Voorhees, Linderbaum, Cleveland, Rosengarten. Does that sound
Yep.
right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I agree. I would say pencil that in.
Yeah.
I feel like the guard combo is going to be a shuffle.
Yeah. They just can't rotate guys like last year at tackle. It just
Yeah.
you can't win a Super Bowl doing that.
Malik Washington off the board. Now he is somebody we've had some love for earlier in this show.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. The highlight they just showed of him catching this pass 2 yards in the flat, I have no idea what this corner was doing with tackling. It legitimately looked like he was just staring at the guy. There you go.
Yeah, Roger would not be shocked. I feel like every team is taking everybody's running back. I'm not sure a lot of people had Ali on their board for the Ravens, and then all the other running backs they went other way or went other places.
He seemed to be the consensus not listed here. That's kind of where I'm going with that.
Yeah, Curtis, I think McCary's best value to the Ravens is as that super sub 6 guy. I mean, he can plug and play anywhere, but I'd rather make a 1-for-1 on the offensive line as McCary going in for an injured guy if that happens, as opposed to him starting a position. A guy gets injured, you move McCary over, and then you put somebody else in. I'd rather have a 1-for-1 move as opposed to a 2-for-1 move.
Although, you know what? I do like those plays where it's down and distance. They put him in as the extra lineman and go.
Yeah, they did a lot of that last year.
I mean, that's money in the bank. I don't want to say it is their version of the old, the tush push from Philly, but it might as well be. Like at this point, it's just built into the offense.
Yeah, they use a lot of extra lineman looks last year. McCary Cleveland got in some of that too.
Yeah.
Hey, heel turn. Jay Williams is actually next up on my safety board.
Oh.
Although I would say I like Taylor better for what the Ravens really need. Williams is a converted linebacker. I tell you who really likes him is Huddled Up Films, Jason Smith. And he likes him probably now as a dime back or sub-package linebacker who would be in there on passing downs. Interesting. Carson Barnhart as a potential future McCary replacement. Another guy I do not know. When you start asking me, it's very easy to stump me when we're talking about players out of the top 200 for certain, and even less than that. But
I don't know, at this point with safety, is there enough on the board where you feel like Baltimore would feel confident waiting until undrafted free agency for a couple of those guys? Because it feels like it's been a very slow burn for safety on day 3 here.
I feel like they've probably got 3 guys they would eyeball, but I'm not saying that the 3 guys would be draftable. What was the number that DaCosta usually says every year is like, what, 180 to 190 players that they feel that they can draft?
Mm-hmm.
It's never literally like 250. I know
Did he say somewhere around 150 this year, or was that last year? I think he had a lower number either this year or last year. I can't remember when, but it's right around like anywhere from 150 to 200. So, I mean,
if he's got 150 draftable, there's no way that a safety would be in play here.
Yeah.
At least that's what I'm saying.
No, I agree. If it's that little, I agree with you.
Sure.
Let's see. I think, Ken, the other people when you were gone, the people we decided to highlight for guys to be okay with, I think Milton. At this point, I think we're in Milton territory.
All
if
right.
that were to be the case.
Yeah.
I think that might be it, though. I mean, I guess we could be in Bo Braid territory, too. I mean, I know there are a couple other guys that would be taking over him, but I think he's fallen far enough to this point where I'd be okay with it.
If you're telling me Bo Braid at what 212-ish somewhere, that's fine. If you would have told me in the 4th round, I'd have been like, yo.
Right.
Like, let's pump the brakes on that.
How far? I'm curious to hear your opinions about this. How much of an upgrade do we think Burton is from Tyler Boyd in the Bengals offense, or do you think it's an upgrade?
It's definitely a reset at the very least, which is valuable to them.
Yeah.
I would say reset, yes. So in terms of like route running and catchability, yeah, that's definitely the version of the 80-20 rule.
Yeah.
We're really, really close to it.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think that Boyd is obviously the more polished player because he's obviously the veteran, but
Yeah.
And you got to take the off-field stuff aside because it's a lot of off-field stuff with him. But
And
I mean, on the
yeah,
field,
and they had to
on
have
the
done
field,
some
really
homework
good
on
player.
that and
Yeah.
all that stuff. Yeah,
I mean,
get it.
he was nowhere near the Ravens board. I'm sure. I mean,
Yeah.
just with what they value.
But for the situation that he's going to, yeah, I think the kid's going to be fine. I do.
Plus, I don't think Higgins is there past this season, so they're gonna have to figure it out.
I can definitely. Well, let's see. I'm not in the office today, but if I was, in my local place, I could definitely ask around and be like, "What do you guys want? What do you guys think?"
Yeah.
Me down here in the Ohio parts, they'll let you know.
Yeah.
The office for you is a bar, or the office that you're talking about is your place
We'll
of work?
say, well, my actual place of work, but I could also say the office is a bar too. That's perfectly fine. Yeah. Yeah,
That's how
plenty
it
of
should
places
be.
around here with the old orange and black on the walls, and it's you get used to it. And I get a lot of crap for being a Ratbirds fan. That's the one that they use to describe us. I like
Yeah,
it.
we
It's
know.
funny.
Yeah, I have family in both Columbus and Cleveland, and they're very big Browns fans. So I know what you're talking about.
It's all good. But I imagine the Columbus family, they talk about the team up north, right?
They yes they are very they're not so much into the pro scene. They're obviously more so just diehard Buckeyes fans, and
I
that's
can
how it
see
rolls.
that. We're out here,
Having trouble keeping my eyes open at this point.
You and me both.
I
After
do
this
want to know how in
stream,
the world these dudes stay alive for 7 hours on national television.
I know this is my first time doing like every hour of the draft being on stream. It'll be like 15, 16 hours after this stream is over. So now I give everybody credit who goes through it. And okay, you've been doing this for a little. What number stream is this for you?
It's at least our fifth. I'm not sure how far back we go with it. Trying to think. Let's pick a year and who the Ravens draft picks were, and see if I can remember picking them or having them pick. Yeah,
Marquise
Patrick
Brown?
Queen. Patrick Queen were definitely in
PQ.
it. Marquise Brown would be the
Hollywood.
question mark. So I think so. So that would be 6 years.
Lamar was 2018.
Right, and we had a watch party that year.
That's when we had like the Zoom thing, the big like 100 people Zoom dial in.
2017 was Marlon.
No, I don't think so for Marlon. I'm not 100% sure, but I don't think so. So we've had it for quite a while now.
Yeah, man.
Thank you
We're
to
in our
everybody who's
second
sticking with
contract.
us.
How's
Thank
that?
you very much. Is it anybody here? Was anybody here for the 2018 draft and me going crazy about Derwin James?
I definitely
I
remember
know
your
a lot of
podcast
people
about it. That's for sure. I mean, I think you and me both were definitely like, well, gee, if we're staying here, Derwin James is just right on the clock. Why wouldn't we take him?
It was James, and then they traded out of Ridley, or no, they took Hurst over
CJ Moore
and DJ Moore. Yep, both those guys.
DJ, you're right, DJ
Yeah.
Moore. Yeah. Jamal Hill, linebacker from Oregon, is off the board.
We're getting there.
62 picks still seems like a long time. That seems like might take us the bulk of 3 hours to get done here. So
Yeah, although the clock goes to 4 minutes at 7, so that'll make it move a little bit.
and
You should have like a Ravens bingo or something going in the chat, or
I did that with Lamar's contract situation last year. Of like, Lamar tweets about the total gym or whatever, the entire gym. That's still getting marketed, by the way. It's still a thing. Just the Eagles just keep making.
It's 3 picks left still for the Ravens, right? They picked
Yes.
that.
3
6,
picks
7,
in the
7.
200s. Yeah. It's 218, 228. Yeah, and 250. There you go. Yep, Chris has it.
Correct. Yeah. How do you pin that message? How do you put that at the top?
Yeah, we probably put it somewhere on the spreadsheet. I could do that, but
yeah, Lions are looking good for next year. I like their roster a lot. All depends on Goff, though.
Trevor, I'm checking out this recommendation of yours there. The guard. Although I do admit, if I am waiting for somebody to give us like a really funny name just for the sole purpose of like having to try to pronounce it. Like, I know that my kid would totally do that as like a practical joke. Like, the Bart Simpson prank call Mose.
yeah, Oladapo was taken.
Yep.
Detroit has made their selection, FYI.
Oh, Mekhi Wingo off the board.
All right.
There's one of those D lineman things we were talking about.
Yep. All right. Leaves Taylor. So at least, I guess you could round it up pretty. Well, one of these 4 positions, the Ravens will have to do undrafted. It's either going to be quarterback, offensive line, interior guys, D line, or safety. You can take 3 of the 4, but unless they make a trade up back into the draft, one of them is going to be undrafted.
Well, I'm not saying, but I'm saying, but Derrick Henry's thrown like 12 touchdowns in his career.
I think they might try to get creative with him this year. Yeah, Wingo's speedy, 4.85 40.
Top of anybody's head, who's like the, let's say, best remaining quote unquote athlete? Some dude that's just, let's say 4'3", 40 and jumps 42 inches.
I don't know if there's anybody like that left. It's probably one of the running backs would be closest. Isn't Watson's a fairly fast guy,
Watson's a speedster. Could be him.
Okay.
One sec, guys.
Anybody that's ever played the NCAA football games before 2014 definitely knows what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah.
You got to recruit.
I love the when the NFL had those coaching games when it was just like pure coaching games. You throw that on.
Bill Cowher on the cover of it.
I think I can't remember. I think I had like 2006. Tony Dungy, I think was like the key that year. I mean, those games were great.
checking on that, by the way. So yeah, Watson out of Memphis, dude. This guy is no joke. So I know
Yeah.
that he had the best broad jump. His vertical was 41 and a half.
Yep.
His 40-yard was 4.4. That's got to be the answer.
Yeah. That 100% has to be the guy.
Okay. Be right back.
All right. I still like DJ James as a value pick. I mean, well, I shouldn't say pick. It's so hard for them to take 3 corners. Christopher, who's this year's draft darling? Actually, I'm going to put Adisa Isaac up for this one. He has a bunch of nonverbal siblings, and there's a really cool story. I tweeted it out. I think CBS did the story on it, but I think there are other people who did it too. So Adisa Isaac's a really feel good story. He has a lot to play for. I see Quantez is another one. Want to saying that coming from where he is. So yeah, I'm gonna give it to Adisa Isaac, but there are a bunch of good stories this year.
I have to admit, I'm going to cheat and go look at his Penn State profile from the website. 'Cause I'm sure they're going to have that background on here. Oh, he did some volunteer work. The Penn Wortman Center. Degree in Rehab and Human Services. Quote unquote, would like to find a career in sports.
No, I think that worked out. I think that worked out.
Good job. He was a track guy in high school, too.
Yeah, he's an athlete. 6'4" guy.
All right. Did I miss any pick here? So the pick is in for the Cardinals at 191.
If you're at that point, you're clear. Ken, did you put the Cardinals pick on the board?
Nope. It's Tawan Palmer of
Palmer from
UAB.
Bingo. And then they proceed to show highlights of Jaden Daniels. Got it. Okay. Like, have we really reached that point in the draft? Come on.
Man, the Cardinals have no one outside of Marvin Harrison in that wide receiver. Michael Wilson, I think, can be a good player, but Dortch is their third right now, man.
He was a really late rise with them in fantasy last year. If you had him for the probably last, I'd say 5 weeks.
Yeah, I gave up. I gave up on him too early. I had him like at the very beginning of the year, wasn't doing anything for me, and then
Okay.
yeah, he was picked up by the time I rolled back around on him.
Okay, Logan Lee was actually a Steelers pick, so I've got him improperly color coded.
Oops. Oh, I don't know. I'm a trade, guys. I think I'm gonna become a Seahawks fan now.
You said they traded?
No, I'm saying I'm gonna trade. I'm gonna go to the Seahawks.
Oh, you're gonna go to
Yeah.
You're gonna follow Mike McDonald over there.
Yeah, look who they just picked.
I missed it. Who did they pick? It was they were at 192, right?
Yeah, DJ James, corner from
Oh,
Auburn.
good
Oh,
pick.
that is a
Yep.
nice
Dude,
pick.
he
Value.
tackles. That guy is like 1,000% effort every play.
Yep. I like that a lot for them.
Plays downhill. As my type of dude.
Good value.
Yeah, Witherspoon, Woolen, and DJ James. Solid corner room. Oh, there's a name for you. Storm Duck.
Is that the Oregon kid?
Is he Oregon?
He is now. No, that's Louisville.
He's Louisville. Yeah.
Joe Milton is off the board at quarterback.
Ah!
Oh, where'd he go?
Oh, darn it.
Patriots. They're
They just
second
got Drake
quarterback.
May. What are they doing? Stealing all the quarterbacks. Man.
That used to be the
Put
Patriot
Drake on
plan, right?
notice.
Is draft a guy, sit him for 4 years, and then trade him.
Yep. Yep.
No way. Joe Milton's the only one. That's what you do. You play Drake May in the road games and in the dome. Play Joe Milton at home in the
Just
snow.
air it out 80 yards through the air.
Yeah. Or well, I mean, they did have that one game where they didn't throw the ball at all.
Yeah.
But that was in the Belichick era. With the Gerard Mayo, he may not do that.
All right, so I'm taking quarterback off the board in terms of a pick for the Ravens now. I'm probably looking again interior, offensive line, defensive line, and then safety is my prediction for the final three if they go three different positions.
Okay. Interior, defensive line, safety. I'd be fine with that. I really think they ought to get their interior offensive line pick taken care of right now with this next selection, but they've waited.
MS, you still have Mahogany and Cohen on the board. I mean, I think maybe one of those guys is gone before you pick a 218, but maybe you get the other one.
Tanner McLaughlin of Arizona is off the board to the Bengals too, so I've got to get that right.
Okay.
So second tight end drafted by the Bengals along with Eric All.
That's I got on
They need to hit on somebody. They're taking all the swings they can.
McLaughlin's like one of those guys that will actually try to hurdle people, and he will actually engage in blocking.
The Nick Boyle.
This question's been up there for a while, 25 minutes. I apologize for that, but I think we said it already.
Yeah, I think we're gonna do that one.
Oh, for the O-line, we did cover that one.
Keegan is not coming to the Ravens, so he's gone, but that's probably because we're a little bit behind here. Okay, for 218, Wingo, Driscoll, or Trey Taylor. Well, Wingo's off the board. Driscoll, I guess, available. Which Driscoll is this? And then Trey Taylor for sure. Mahogany still has not been picked.
Correct. Personally, I go for Mahogany. Trey Taylor be solid. Taylor for me, it's because he's willing to play. The guy's actually going to try. You can put that Ed Reed connection aside, but I love guys who hustle. You take plays off, I don't want you.
It's true. Efforts, and the Ravens love effort. I mean, they don't have a lot of tolerance for not high effort guys.
I'm sure that played a
For the
big
most
part
part.
in
For the
that
most
Nate
part.
Wiggins pick, that's for sure, because that dude don't give up.
Okay, Ryan Watts goes to the Steelers.
Corner, he was from Texas, right? Not Tech, regular Texas. As if there is such a thing. Please forgive me, by the way, on the ability to read half this stuff because it's in like the world's smallest font, and I'm yeah, my eyes are atrocious.
On the spreadsheet is us. You got a small
No,
screen.
this one's on me because I can't read any of this stuff on here. So I need
Okay.
you guys to like read the questions and yeah, you'll figure it out. Yeah, that spreadsheet's a giant blur. I know there's colors on it. Like, okay. And I could pull it up in my monitor, but I like using this for like the board to sort through all the actual, prospects and notes and all that nonsense. Watts.
6'3" corner.
Don't have him here.
I think Storm Duck is the best name in the draft.
Hey, Mr. Columbus, what about Steel Chambers?
Oh, man.
I didn't bust out the Michigan hat, though. I know I got one hanging up
Hey.
back there. I could
I appreciate it. It's funny. My whole family is pretty much Ohio State fans, but my aunt married a Michigan fan as an Ohio State fan.
Oh, my God.
That dynamic during the
God
the
forbid there's a wedding and everybody's divided and throwing stuff at each other. I'm all about it.
Man. Yeah, the Michigan, as they call it up there, week is not one where there's a bunch of speaking between my uncle and the rest of my family.
Hey, Evans, let's go UNC, baby. That's what I rock today. All right, as soon as I saw that Walker pick, I was like, let's throw on the Tar Heels.
Yeah. Bunch of good wideouts went before him, but I still think he was one of the last remaining guys that I was okay with them taking.
For Tez, I'd say that there's also, shades of MVS in his game, but that can also be kind of a bad thing.
Well, if it's playoff MVS, then it's a good thing.
Yeah, right. Different guy. Definitely not the Monday night MVS. We don't want that.
No,
Hey, Carbine wants to come say hi too. Come here, buddy. Oh, you're too old. You can't come up here. Can't make it. Poor dog.
There you go.
Oh, there's another one. Look at that. Ken, would you sign Haddon as an undrafted guy? The answer has to be yes, right?
Yeah, even with their overloaded corners, I'd absolutely sign him as an undrafted guy.
Yeah.
I'd actually still probably be moderately surprised if he goes unselected.
Me too. I would be too.
Yeah.
I think Mahogany's the more likely is based off the medical, but even that would be surprising still.
John, looking at that list you just gave, talking about those guys who do effort, Pepe Williams. There's one guy who he's going to give you all he's got.
Yeah, it's not been a very not a very good track record of fifth rounders for DaCosta. That's been his weakest round for sure. Ben Mason also in that. Yeah, Ben Mason's on that list. Okay, cool.
Well, he's only been on like 4 different teams at this point, so it's got to mean something.
Yeah, it was Ravens, the Patriots.
Yep.
Was he on the Texans at some point, or maybe not? Then he was back to Ravens.
I think he's back on the practice squad for them.
Yeah, so I guess Texans, Ravens, Chargers. And I don't even know if Sean Wade's in the league anymore. Being honest.
It was.
Oh no, he's still on the Patriots. Oh
Bears, wow. And then he went back over to the Chargers. So, yeah.
Oh, Bears. Wow, Wade is still on the Patriots. All right.
It's a reasonable criticism of the Ravens that their 4th and 5th round picks recently really haven't worked out that much. Caillou Kelly was a very strange one last year. Pepe, I remember them doing a in-depth, like behind the scenes look at the Ravens draft process, and EDC basically saying he wanted to stay put and draft when the Pepe pick comes up. They had offers on it. Sean Wade, a guy they drafted and then traded before they even, maybe even before they even got into the preseason schedule, but before they finished it. And
Yep.
Ben
I think it was
Mason,
like
of course.
the third week of the preseason they traded him.
Yeah, he apparently rubbed coaches really the wrong way. Like,
Oh, is that what you got out of it?
I think, I mean, what I had kind of seen was that he was like a me guy and was like making everything about him, and the coaching staff got super tired of it, and we're just like, we're not going to deal with this.
That's reasonable.
But yeah, I don't know. There's a difference a little bit between, Ozzy and Eric in terms of strategy there. Ozzy would really want to give guys a shot, like, no draft pick gets cut before their rookie season. They get at least 1 year. But when DeCosta sees something he does not like or he thinks is not going to benefit the team and he wants to move, he moves. Like, and I'm not saying either one is right or wrong, but it's just a difference I've seen. I mean, the first thing of that was Tim Williams back in 2019.
Oh, yeah.
When that was do or die for both Bowser and Tim Williams. Bowser passed, Williams did not.
Yep.
And I mean, literally, it was a bit. They signed Bynes and Fort. They trade for Peters. Like, DeCosta knew something had to happen, and that was after they gave up 1,000 total yards in 2 weeks. Like, it was bad. So
That's about right.
so something had to happen.
Tyler Davis from Clemson, the defensive tackle, got taken.
Solid.
So yep. One of my purple guys for today. So we're down to, in terms of guys who I had specially picked, we've got Laube. We do also have Taylor, who's been yellowed over. Anybody else we're excited about at 218, right? Yeah.
Yeah, 218. Nah, I just say probably Mahogany, Cohen. Yeah, all the guys that are highlighted. Mahogany, Cohen, Taylor. I mean, I could maybe the Ravens shock us and take Bell. I think at this point I'm more looking at the positions I mentioned, though. Trey Taylor would be really good at this point, I feel like. But yeah, those are the guys.
Zion Logue to the Falcons.
Can we change the levels from like excited to like, hey, that's cool, and can we? If you're gonna say that, excited is Trey Taylor, and the rest of it is just kind of, I'm saying this. I'm just not seeing a guy that I could be like, yeah, I can definitely get up and do jumping jacks for.
I could be excited about Miles Murphy if we were drafting him last year, but this Miles Murphy I'm not as excited about.
This one?
Yeah.
Great value for last year.
Yeah.
Actually, how about because it's also a cool name, how about Judge Culpepper of Toledo?
Oh,
Let's get him in there.
Not a bad name.
Totally UDFA, but
Yeah, I think Storm Duck has a 1 for me on the name.
Gotcha.
That's not a bad one.
This is interesting. A McMorris, a safety from Cal, drafted by the Dolphins.
All right.
Know nothing about him?
Yeah, me neither.
Cal, dude. Let me figure this out. Got some testing on him.
Oh man,
Yeah, I've
there's
got
so
that
many
too, I
picks in the
think.
6th round.
He's got kind of below par on shuttle and 3-cone and jump. Oh, definitely not a good vertical. So we're gonna say not the best athletic tester, but size, he kind of fits the profile for a safety. So it's a question of his production and scheme.
$199 is in. I'm really liking the Air Force safety for the Ravens this next pick if they didn't need an offensive line so badly.
Yeah, I'm definitely still prioritizing a line here, especially with a caliber like Mahogany on the board. I mean, kind of talked about it a lot for the past 2 hours, but I mean, he's that good of a player. I think at this point, there's really no risk in it either. I mean, take a swing on him. Be different if it was if it was 113, it'd be a little different. but talking 200s, I'm okay with that. So it's essentially the Voorhees pick. We talked about that too.
Where did they end up picking Voorhees? He's like 224, 226, something like that.
Yeah, it was around there.
Give or take 5.
All right, officially in the 200s here after the Saints pick.
Let me ask a question for the panel and technically the fan base as well. Who is like your go-to, let's say, social media person for all your draft needs? Not like these talking heads on TV, but if you got to go to the YouTube and X, Insta, wherever the hell you get your content, who's like your guy that you like? This is the guy who breaks down film or get the highlights, whatever.
And Ken does all that. Ken does all that stuff.
Well, that makes it easy.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Hide the ribbon. How do I hide the ribbon?
I do not know.
I could do something like that to move it up kind of off the screen. Now I can't do that.
What's this app called again? Stream something or other?
Ribbon display options. Here we go.
Oh, okay.
Hide quick access toolbar.
Quick access toolbar is the one in Excel.
I'm in Excel. That's what I'm in here.
I suppose when you're done with that, you'll put Saints pick here of Christian Boyd on the list.
Oh, that's a good one. It's one of the remaining good linemen. Oh. UNI's had some players for the draft the last few years.
That's a good observation. I feel like every time that they've been picked, it's always 4 through 7. And somebody sneaks in there.
Thanks, Keith. Really appreciate you here, man. I don't know how to hide that ribbon. I would do it if I could. If you could tell me how to do that within Excel, I'll do it. I see the arrow on the right side over here, and it has a show ribbon on it. Then there are 4 choices underneath this. So full screen mode, show tabs only, always show ribbon, and hide quick access toolbar. Yeah, agree, Juana. They're good. Week 1 with day 1 with all 22 is great. Okay. By the way, everyone who did shows, and this includes you, Kevin, of course, really appreciate the quality of prep that went into those top 10 shows this year. They were all a lot of fun to do.
Yeah, it's fun to go over the differences too. I know we had a lot of similarities in there, but differences are always good in terms of getting different opinions. So I'm glad we had a couple on our list. And I'm glad for your sake they didn't take Kinchins. I know that was going to send you. So that might have been a Derwin James reaction for you.
Yeah, probably.
Early.
Yeah, Deep Cover Pod, friends of ours, Michael Crawford, and that's Chris Aguilera. By the way, Chris Aguilera is supposed to be with us today. Wonder what happened. Okay.
Maybe he's watching UFC too. Yeah. That's what they should do. They should put the picks down here underneath where the fights are going. Is Ian Rappaport apparently has a cute animal. Tell him, Rap Sheet. Yeah. Big ups to Deep Cover and All 22 for breaking stuff down.
I will try full screen and see if that works. There you go. All right. Thank you.
I also wanted to clarify if they were meant like the actual Excel ribbon or like the ribbon for the app. Of course, I can't see that, but. Pew.
That was last year. You mean the Ravens traded with the Browns? They did for the Voorhees pick. And yes, I think this could be a year they don't make a pick. Okay, so Micah Abraham, a cornerback out of Marshall, is gone. I don't think I missed anybody unless 200 was a pick I missed.
No. Oh my God! Want to say name 18 players you want? I don't even know if I could name. It's a lot of players right now.
So we still think we don't think Watson is a possibility because they got their running back.
Yes.
So
right
I mean, we're just at a point. I'm honestly, I don't think Williams is a split field safety, so he just wouldn't be on my list at all right now. I think we could add Logan to the list. Maybe is Logan mostly a hitter or is he a split field guy potentially?
Hitter.
Okay, I'm gonna leave him off then. So we got some offensive linemen to pick from, and we've got a couple of safeties and still a couple of defensive linemen left.
Quick note on Micah Abraham. Nice 40 time, 4.43, but definitely not a jumper, so to speak. 31-inch vertical.
How about his arms?
30.75.
Okay.
So kind of down here. Not here, but yeah, here. Well, yeah, that's like that from this movie Superbad. I'll start here. I'll start here. Yeah. And then just to check to see if I would have been right. Whatever 5'10" is, he was 5'10". He's 5'9".
Did Crumity get drafted? If so, I missed it because I didn't take him off the board here.
If he did, I missed it too. I don't remember.
Oh, it was picked 200. Okay, so all right, take your word for it. This might be a problem. How do I get back to where I was before in terms of having the ribbon back?
Can you take off full screen?
It's probably here. Yeah, there it is.
F11.
F11.
I was just guessing on the shortcut.
was worth a shot.
You probably gave him the short. Yeah, shut down the whole computer.
Yeah. Oh, hey, all name team, just letting you know. There's a guy named Woo Governor.
That might take the cake, actually. Ooh,
and Western Michigan has a guy named Kenny H, where it's like Kenny and then hyphenated the letter H. Like, that's capital.
Okay, here's Travis Glover is off the board, who is one of your guys.
Yeah, see? Dang it. Packers stealing my dudes. Well, got to go to them now.
Georgia State, good actuarial program. It's not a place you want to be drafting football players from necessarily.
No love for Syracuse there, Ken?
Syracuse is not particularly known for its math program. Speaking as a math degree holder from there, so I went there for broadcasting originally. So
I couldn't remember what it was actually for, but yeah, I just knew that you were a Syracuse guy.
Yeah.
Okay. I do have a Syracuse orange basketball shirt holding up in my closet over there. So, some respect.
Probably the best players of the basketball era that were there were Ronnie Cycli, who played in the NBA, but also Pearl Washington. Pearl Washington. Waffles.
Deal.
Okay, Will Reichard, a kicker from Alabama, is
Yeah,
off
the
the
Alabama
board.
guy.
Oh, getting into
A
kicker
legend.
territory. Let's go.
I like it. Yeah, he was very accurate last 2 years. Let's say if you're looking for a reliable kid, and he's definitely a good place to start. Oh, they got a scouting report on this dog here. Bretta, get up here.
Luna Moth, Waffles, Bumblebee, and Star Crunch. Poor Star Crunch isn't going to get adopted under those rules. You don't want to be the one who's responsible for raiding the pound puppies.
It does take a definite, I'm going to say a skill set to name a dog Oatmeal. If I can go that far.
Thanks, Alexander. Appreciate that. You have a kid there, Alexander, or did you look into it yourself, or how do you know about it?
There you go.
Yeah, good point. Nobody in green on the running back group, but we did have a run on day 3 of running backs, and that's at least something.
Not a great running back class this year overall.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. Forgot Rice is still available. Huh. He's good value, but I still expect Baltimore to take needs here.
Hingle McCringleberry, right?
That's from a skit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That's one of those Key and Peele ones. 204. We're creeping up there.
Yeah.
Ken, is there anybody you're disappointed went to a certain team, not named the Ravens, like a guy you really liked, but
yeah, I
went
mean,
to a
it's
rival
in the
or-
division, I thought there were some good picks. I mean, I'm
Yeah.
upset by Fatano, and I'm really upset by the Steelers getting 3 quality linemen in Fatano.
Yeah,
Frazier,
all
and
3 of those
McCormick.
guys.
Yeah, and another guy I'm really upset with him getting is Wilson at inside linebacker. He's my top guy. This outstanding ratio of stops to missed tackles on the year of 11-1 when nobody else was at 6-1 or higher.
Yeah, I thought. I think the Steelers have had a really good draft. I like the Jenkins pick for Cincinnati. I thought Mims was good for Cincinnati too.
Yep.
Important if he can put it together off the field and have that all stay in the past. Cleveland's just kind of meh for me. I mean, Zinter's fine, but they have so many offensive linemen. He's probably not going to play year one.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I don't think Cleveland necessarily got a ton better during the draft right now.
All right, Ethan Driscoll. I will educate myself.
I'm with the Chris Jenkins pick for Cincinnati was one I was definitely a fan of.
Yeah.
I
Meaning
thought that was
not
a
a
really,
fan
really
of.
good fit too.
Right. Yeah. Good point, Ken.
Yeah. If I'm going to tell you, hey, like this, I think this is solid for this is what they're looking for. This is what really suits them, and it instantly, that's what they needed. And the feedback I've gotten from, I'm going to say, the community here has been really solid on that one. Mims seems to have been a mixed bag here. but they at least like that, like he can play. But the consensus is, what do we know?
Yeah, it's a potential pick, and I don't think he's not going to play year one unless there's an injury. So, I mean, you take the swing on the upside. I mean, I get it. I mean, Cincinnati needs good offensive linemen for Burrow for years. I mean, Trent Brown is not a long-term piece for them.
Yep.
So I get it from that perspective, but I feel like Cincinnati's trying to win, and you're taking a guy that's not going to play in year one. So, I mean, I like the pick for Cincinnati because Mims is super talented, but it's not
He
a
honestly
2020.
is.
Yeah, it's not a 2024 pick.
He's more polished than people give him credit for, but
I
do
agree.
wish
I
he
agree
had
with that.
more reps to actually study from, so you can kind of like really refine what technique is there. But
Yep.
it's more so that in year two, he's definitely going to shine.
Yeah. Was that Trent Brown deal 1 year? Was it 2 years? I'm gonna try to look.
I'm going to say 1.
Yeah, 2 years, but
Bet the over. Here, I know what I'll do.
Well, Ethan Driscoll is big. He's got that. He's become a better pass blocker as he's gone along. I don't have a lot of great context for him. James Madison and Appalachian State were two bad pass blocking games this last year. With what's gone at left tackle, sure. Let's take a chance on Ethan Driscoll.
You know what? I say we kick Justin Tucker to the curb and take Josh Carty from Stanford.
Bold prediction.
I believe they'd all be fuming if that would actually happen.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Ken, I got a better look at your board. So am I under the impression that if they're just in like plain white and black without any number, that they're, like, say, free agent priority-ish kind of thing?
No, what that means is they're just still available. So those guys are, because I had them in before, and on an honorable mention list a lot of times, or in Hulker's case, for example, he was one of my top 10.
Sure.
But other guys, I just added them because we're into day 3 now, and we needed some additional names to draft for him. Okay, Jawad Jordan is off the pick at 205. He's somebody people had been calling for. Yeah.
He gets picked and they show Steelers fans dancing over here.
Brown's pick is in.
Oh, I see why they did that.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I like what they've
very
done.
Solid draft.
Pains me to say it, but I like what they've done.
Yeah, both the Murphy kids are still out there.
Yep.
Take them both in the 7th. What the hell? Browns just picked up the Watson kid from Mississippi State. He is definitely a dude that plays about as physical as anybody. But he's probably not going to be used in coverage. At least I would imagine he wouldn't be.
Yeah.
But if you're looking for a guy who can, help it in pass rush, and certainly he knows how to wrap up tackles, that's a good dude for that.
All
Small
right,
school alert.
Mike Gerald of Findlay. Now we need to find out about him. We need to find out some athletic parameters on him. But he's the kind of guy.
That's right. So I'm probably going to get this wrong, but I believe that Finley was runner-up last year. And I want to say they were run-up to Tiffin out here.
Tip in Finlay on this one. It comes back with Ishmael Finlater, an edge from Virginia Tech.
No.
Game by game. So going late. I was half right. So let me go back to my little list on that. Here we go. The tackles.
Oh, Finlay is a ghost here in terms of the search results on NFL Draft.
An early stump the truck.
Dylan
on
Loud
this
is
one.
off the board. The Ravens didn't still have a pick, but that is still.
Oh. I know where to go for that. Okay, so if that's Finley's D2, Draft Scout will have it.
Okay.
Well, they'll have it if he was like a wide receiver or a quarterback, but he's a tackle. So that is I'm not seeing that one on here. Like, I'm trying to find it without just a straight Google search. So this is definitely a nope. Oh no, the Raiders.
Lobby.
Who did they?
My New Hampshire kid.
Yeah.
Yep. I gotta buy all kinds of jerseys this year. Here we go. You find a YouTube interview with this Finley tackle. That's kind of a start.
Oh, here's something.
GMAC
PFA
Offensive
6S.
Lineman of the Year.
494.40 looks like. 33 and 7/8. I assume that's arms. 169 on the. I assume that's a 10-yard.
Wait, this dude didn't give up a sack his whole defense.
No,
Oh.
don't even bother looking at those numbers.
Oh God. I was like, what? I was like, wait, what kind of tackle is he? And yeah.
We have another kicker off the board, Joshua Carty of Stanford.
Yeah, I told you, the fake Justin Tucker.
Run is on.
Thank you for your help in the chat, by the way, on that Jarrell guy. That's good stuff. I appreciate that.
Yeah, Findlay was the college. Oh, geez, did I put in Findlay? I probably did. Yes, I did. What's the name? The name of the player?
Michael Jarrell. And THY posted in the chat here with the let's say the numbers you're looking for.
Okay.
I can point to him on a map and show him where he played if that means anything, but that's really about it.
The Deshaun Watson trade became complete just now.
Good point.
Kenyon Green, Damian Pierce, Will Anderson, Tank Dell, Kamari Lassiter, Jamal Hill, and Caden Bullock for Deshaun Watson and Jerry Jeudy, essentially.
Okay. Aneem Dankwa is from Howard.
Ooh, there's that. Okay.
It'd be nice to have our friend on, but 35 and 3/8 inch arms. So that certainly meets the standard. 6'8". I don't even have a weight on. Oh yeah, here he is. 353 pounds. I'm sorry, 35 and 1/8 inch arms. Still great. And a 40 time, honestly, a 5'11" is unbelievably quick for that kind of size.
Man, I gotta ask, THY, are you literally Mike Jarrell? You seem to know a lot about this guy. There's gonna be a bunch of head departings here like this if you look at what the Lions just picked, by the way.
Oh shit.
Yep, there it is.
Yeah.
Who was it?
Christian Mahogany.
All right, there he goes. They've been having a great draft.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, at least it wasn't the Steelers or the Browns or the Bengals who got him.
They could trade him. I'm not hoping they get ideas from me here. Although they are interviewing Mike Tomlin right now, so I don't think they're making any trades with the Steelers, or they're making moves right now. So we all right.
There he goes, Kamal Hadden to the Chiefs. And you know what? They will make really good of him.
Good fit.
Yeah. After losing L'Jarius Sneed, there might be a role for him too. Chiefs are also having a great draft.
For those who didn't hear me say it already, Kamal Hadden last year in 2023 had a 7.0 passer rating against.
Ken, is Xavier Worthy even on your board?
Yes, but he is.
He flew off
down
of
here,
it.
right there.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
He wasn't that far down for me, but he was 13th on my list of wide receivers.
Okay.
Lots of questions.
Yeah.
Kamal Hadden was definitely, in terms of production, he had so many pass breakups, and I don't remember that he allowed like any pass yards at all. It was a really stupidly low number.
I don't know. Oh, for Hadden, you're saying? Hadden had a 27% ball skills ratio this year. It was like 9 out of 27 targets.
Yeah.
No, and he only played 7 games. They actually threw at him a fair amount, and he was just they couldn't get to him.
He really just doesn't have the speed for it.
Well, there could be a couple of things. Since he's really a cover 3 corner, he probably still could play back there doing that, or he could end up being a guy who would move to safety, I guess, if that were where it had to be. That's okay. We'll give him credit, THY. Thank you. You know, there's something I wanted to put on the board here from Twitter that I will do really briefly if I can get this put together here. Moment.
THY, no, I like the research, let's say hybrid machine we got going. a team effort, you know.
All right, let's see if I can find that here.
The run on kickers. Let's go.
Favorite time of the draft.
Arkansas kicker's gone now.
Oh, I didn't. Who name?
Cam Little. Yeah, I believe that this guy could basically fight in the middleweight division if he really wanted to. He's
All right, 5 away from Ravens up 218.
I feel like this is a like name 3 guys kind of thing here.
We can if you want. I don't know that there's that we're at that point yet. I could probably I could do it. I guess let's do it. Let's do it. All right, Brandon, who went to Howard and played football there, says don't know anything about him, but he's going to the Hall of Fame. That's about the Howard
I like it. Yeah.
left tackle.
All right.
I did like Voorhees. Probably is about a 3rd round pick last year. DaCosta said he thought he was a 4th round pick, so they got him in the 7th. NFI'd him for a year and hopefully have real value. Okay, so now let's put in our 3 players now that we want at this point.
I'm gonna go.
Just type them in. We don't have
Well,
to
I can't.
talk
I
over
can't
each
type
other.
them in on anything here.
Oh, okay.
I could text them to you, but that
No, that's all
the
right.
hell with that.
I think a lot of people on social media want Bo Limmer.
Okay, I'll take Cohen. Cohen still has not been taken, right? I didn't miss it.
Yeah, no, I don't.
He is
yeah.
not.
Okay, so Cohen, Taylor, and Taylor, and I don't really care the order you take them between the interior defensive lineman Taylor and the Trey Taylor of Air Force.
Yep, that's where I am.
There you go. Oh no, somebody had the same thing as me. Okay, Ethan.
Okay, I'm gonna go Gabriel Murphy, Leonard Taylor, Trey Taylor.
I'm sorry, you said Murphy was first, Gabriel Murphy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Leonard Taylor, the Miami kid.
Okay, per Ed, I'm putting in this.
Oh, you got to blame me for that.
Yes, I am. L.
Yeah,
Taylor,
Yeah.
Gabe Murphy,
Yep. And then Trey Taylor from Air Force.
right.
I want to make sure that, for the record, that Taylor, the Air Force guy, I would definitely say is probably not here in terms of the number, but just by round, it makes sense. If you had to rank them all by number, this isn't it.
Wanna Smoke says, OL.
Don't blame it. Don't blame it.
Honestly, if this Howard offensive tackle comes up, I don't think I'd be too upset about it. The thing I wanted to show, the visual I want to show was the depth chart by position that Dan Reese put out on Twitter earlier today. And I'm having trouble getting to it, which I should not have that much trouble.
the Howard guy, that Aneem dude,
Yes.
is his name? Yeah. That is a big dude.
Aneem Dankwa.
Wow. 350 with 35-inch arms. This guy should be a hockey goalie.
Fill up the
Like,
net.
Yeah, straight. Yeah. Well, they tried that on was that sports science or whatever, and they completely like busted it.
Every time the Bruins and Caps play, I know, this is when Zdeno Chara was still in the league. He always used to complain about Chara's illegal stick because he had a extra long stick approved for him because he was so tall. Huge advantage playing defense. So. I don't want to really look through too much Twitter. I don't want to catch any of the Oriole game. Last night, it's just one of these things where I get it. I get done and I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna take a break now, watch the Oriole game, and then I see the final and I was all pissed off about it.
Yeah, it was not a fun game.
Yeah.
When do you guys play the White Sox?
Yeah, that'll be a fun game.
That'll be 3 fun games.
Jordan Whittington of Texas off the board to the Rams, wide receiver. Yep. This is fairly ridiculous, BP. You're right on the money. I mean, I think they chased the price of the tackle down to get to Rosengarten is probably part of the issue here. They might have been able to take a second offensive lineman in round 2 if they had been able to get a player like Guyton in round 1. Then they might be chasing corners too.
Yeah, there was that big run on corners early in the second round, but I would have been fine with taking a Kyrie Jackson in the third. And if you went O-line, Kyrie Jackson, I would have been fine. Not that Wiggins is a bad player, obviously, but like the offensive line is so key for them this year.
Okay, Bengals have their pick in at 214. Hope this is another tight end for the Bengals. Yeah, Dallin Holker is still out there.
BP, obviously you've watched those press conferences one too many times. Well, it happens every year. I feel like it does. It's a matter of when we get to hear it.
I will say this. I think with Harbaugh, it's very easy to separate coach speak from either salty speak when he really doesn't like a player or effusive praise speak when he really does like a player.
I agree.
Cedric Johnson of Ole Miss. Now he's one of the guys that was a lot higher on some people's boards.
Ole Miss guy.
I think Daniel Jeremiah might have had him real high on his board.
Let's see what I got on him. Got it. Okay. So testing, he tested pretty solid in terms of his athleticism. Good 10-yard split, nice 40 time, 4.63. Also, a dude can jump. 260, 33.5-inch arms. Got good awareness for screen defense and actually understanding depth if he has to play zone coverage. But using his hands doesn't necessarily mean it works. and paid extra special careful attention to his, let's say, his sack conversion rate, being was it actually a result of his pass rush or due to coverage?
The guard taken, Jarrett Kingston, goes to, I think it was the Saints there.
Niners I had.
Okay. So only 2 picks now. Dallas going to pick before us. I guess they could always take another offensive
Yeah, they're
lineman.
going to steal another guy on the offensive line.
They've been drafting ahead of us the whole freaking draft here.
Who here just screams Dallas Cowboy?
I don't want Trey Taylor taking the next 2 picks. Bo Limmer goes to the Rams.
Okay.
All right. Another target off the board.
I know Bo Limmer was definitely a give ups to the chat on that one.
Yeah.
I'm not 100% sure that wasn't 217 right there because I thought 216 was the Cowboys. Did they trade the pick?
It's looking like it.
The Rams took that one, not the Cowboys.
Yeah. So did the Cowboys trade 216 to the?
Let me look here. Of course, my NFL feed up here is not refreshing, so that doesn't really mean anything.
They're at commercial now anyway.
Dallas took Ryan Flournoy from Southeast something or other.
Okay. Do you have a position? Cowboys took
Negative.
Flournoy, a wide receiver at 216. Okay, so getting behind here, but appreciate you guys catching me up.
Southeast
Thanks,
Missouri
T.H.
State. What's the deal on this guy?
Agree with you, Alex, on this one. By the way, you can't use one rule all the time any more than you could throw one pitch, even if it's your best pitch in baseball. Truck cam.
Yep, this is a perfect transition.
Oh, man.
So the Ravens are going to turn in their pick. We're going to do Stump the Truck.
Hopefully, this is a small school pick for the Ravens. If it's not a safety or maybe a tackle, or even if it is a tackle, maybe it'll be a small school pick. Quarterback Devin Leary of Kentucky. Oh my.
Oh.
All right. Ravens have their quarterback. First non-top 10 quarterback. He set career highs in 2021. All right. I'm looking at this guy a little bit now. So first of all, he's 6'1", 217. He'll be 25 by opening day. NFL quarterback rating last year at Kentucky was 88.7. I guess you at least say he was playing in the big time there. That was despite an 11 or 10.7% drop rate by his receivers. So in 2021 at NC State, he had 35 touchdowns and 5 interceptions. He had 25 12 in 2023 when he moved up in class to the SEC. 87-28 career.
Hey, speaking to that interception rate, he actually led the FBS in batted passes.
Really?
Yes.
17.
For last season,
Jeez.
yes.
Yeah.
That is that's a number.
A big number.
Yeah.
It is. But other notes I got on him is that he'll actually give it a shot if it's tight zone over the middle, which is something that the Ravens definitely do see. Or I'm sure they're going to see it a lot in preseason too. And he's capable of doing your classic, bootleg outside the pocket stuff, and staying on the run with it and not actually, doing anything stupid. Then again, the interception rate's a little.
I really have a hard time believing Leary would not be available as a UDFA.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
I agree with that.
I mean, Pratt has not yet been taken.
Just for a quick second, I don't. Whoever tried to call out the kicker from Tulane on Stuff the Truck when not 10 picks ago they just showed highlights of a player from Tulane. Come on, dude. What are we doing here?
Okay, Daquan Hardy of Penn State is taken by Buffalo at 219. They're still taking players.
Okay.
Yeah, the entire cornerback list has been completely taken down. I remember that name though. He did not make the honorable mention list.
Oh. If you guys did do Stuff the Truck like I did, they're finally going to actual Twitter as opposed to themselves.
Okay.
We did get it. Wow, they didn't have an NC Central? I'm very surprised. I thought NC Central scheduled a game against actually UNC or South Carolina or something in the past 2 years. Wow.
Interesting. Did not know that, John. It kind of makes sense. He had a great year in 21, not nearly as good a year in 22. Came back in 23. Didn't have an absolutely awful year, but it still wasn't great. All right, I think we got time. So how about we do a quick recap of what's happened in the day so far for the Ravens. So in the fourth round, you already know about Adisa Isaac from last night, and also about Wiggins, of course, from the first round, and who else am I missing here that they drafted the second round? Rosengarten, sure. Boy, I wonder why I blocked that out. Anyway, they added TJ Tampa. It was a fine pick. They did that in round 4. They got in round 5. Tez Walker in round 4, right? Tampa at the end of round 4.
Yep.
Ali, the running back from Marshall, in round 5. definitely some mixed opinions on Ali and whether or not he needed to be drafted that early. But it seems like kind of a reach pick to me, honestly. And then they in round 6, they took Leary, the quarterback, just now. And that also seems like a sort of a strange pick here. Probably a guy they might have been able to get. Oh, Elijah Klein of UTEP is off the board. But probably a guy they could have gotten as a UDFA, at least, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think after Milton went, I was kind of out on quarterback until undrafted free agency. So I would agree with you, Ken.
For the Leary pick, when he actually played at NC State, he had a .657 completion rate, which that one is one of their best in their school history. So props to that. And your famous dude there, your all-name team, Storm Duck, was the separator of the Stump the Truck, by the way.
Oh, did he get him?
Oh, come on. They threw them a layup. That was the last one they gave them.
Man.
Why, really? Louisville? Come on, man. If it was like, Louisville, Tech State, for the... Come on.
Yeah.
So bad.
I got to agree with this thought.
Yeah, that's what we were highlighting, either O-line, D-line, or safety.
You would think that one of the next two has got to be that.
Yeah, I guess I would think a DL and a safety now at this point, maybe OL and a safety, but this OL has been very clear, very worked over. They may have a small school guy.
Like it's just been cleaned up from that perspective.
Yeah, I agree, Ken. They might have a few small school guys, even just like for undrafted free agency they bring in.
Mm-hmm. Yup, Tank, we agree. Okay, don't disagree with Jeff on that at all, but so what? Doesn't mean you have to draft a 6th-round quarterback.
Yeah, it's more about like they just don't know who. They're still doing the wide receiver thing with him, right? They had made some comment about that or whatever. So, I can see that, but I still think you could have gotten him undrafted.
That's fair, Chris. If that's the case, yeah, that's fine. I just don't like it here.
No problem with them getting a quarterback. But
tell me picks. I might have missed one of these, so tell me what picks 219 and 220 were, just so I can confirm that I've got them on the board here.
Oops. Yeah, I probably goofed on that.
I'll pull them up quickly. 219 was Daquan Hardy. Daquan Hardy from Penn State, and 220 was Elijah Klein from UTEP.
Okay, so I got them both. All right.
Well, the good news is the Ravens are up again at 228. So there is still potential for OL or safety. Or another backup quarterback if they want to do.
Wait, why couldn't we have traded up for Milton? And I'm trying to remember where exactly Milton was picked, but I believe it was like early 200.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
So
it didn't have to be necessarily for Milton, but like trading 2 of the 200s to move up and get a guy, I would have probably done.
So at that point, you're looking at, if that was, we'll just say it was 200, right where Carolina was. That's probably not it. I don't know. So going from 218 to 200, we would need 7 points for that. That involves something from next year, if that was the case.
7 points, 6th-round pick from next year, probably.
Yeah, that would do it. So yeah, you could just say, hey, we'll give you. It would have to be
They have
This
4
year-
6th-round picks next year, so they won't have
could
a
have
shortage
easily
of that.
thrown one of those. Yeah. Yeah, if you would have done this year's 6th and then next year's, that would have done it to get Milton. Joanna, we got 2 left here in round 7, and those picks are at 228 and 250.
Oh man.
BP, it definitely sounds like, yeah, that's either you're definitely watching this draft or you've seen my college, grades on that. I feel you.
Travis Clayton, a guard from International Pathway Program. Never, I bet it's their first
easily would have
pick.
stumped it. Oh
I
my!
didn't know you could draft guys from the Pathway program. The Ravens had Chris Azealia all those years ago at fullback.
Oh, he's physically there. I'm with you. I did not know you could draft them either. I thought it was just like straight, UDFA stuff and all that nonsense. Hey. We should have picked this guy. He's got a background in boxing. Oh
From
man, I'm all about it.
Basingstoke, England. Okay.
You guys still have Tank Davis though, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah, he's a boxing guy here.
Tell him, Baltimore, get up. They got plenty of film on this kid from the Pathway program, though.
Who's he playing against?
Well, he's just doing workouts. Just a coach.
Okay.
But at least they got something on him, so it's not like you're just seeing some guy in a suit.
Oh man. Hey, appreciate you guys hanging with me for these dog hours of the of the draft. That's like the dog days of August here.
This is definitely like, hey, I love how like lively this chat is. Like,
Yeah, we got a lot of people are in here. It's awesome. No. I don't. The Leary pick was not my favorite, but the Penix pick I'm never gonna get over.
Yeah.
What's interesting, actually, there was an interview, like a podcast thing that Thomas Dimitrov did with, I think it was That Franchise guy, Marcus Whitman, where he mentioned like the idea of if you're picking so high already, or if, you can just do it, just take a QB maybe, but you have to believe that there's basically nobody else around. Like, it's that person's in, like, the league, per se. So, to me, I'll never understand it, but okay.
Be right back, guys.
Yep.
Sure. Light him up, BP. Let him have it.
Yeah, I am a little shocked at lack of offensive linemen here. I mean, again, I've stood on that once Guyton went at 29, there weren't any other guys draftable at 30 to me. I think it would have been a big reach to go with any other guys. And Kingsley potentially, if you liked him enough.
I think
62.
Kingsley's ceiling was 50 and his floor was like 115.
Yeah,
something
I had
like
him as a second round guy. So like you can argue Kingsley versus Rosengarten. I would have probably taken Kingsley by a hair or so, but I mean, at the same time, there was the run on corner in the second round. I
think
felt
Rosengarten
like
was actually a very slight reach, but the need and the fit were actually fine enough for me to accept the pick. I was like, look, if we're going to take a guy, this has probably got to be like, I'm cool with that.
the Ravens want to get younger and more athletic. Rosengarten is super athletic. It's just he doesn't have a super strong anchor. I mean, I meant like the sand in the pants. doesn't have.
He definitely needs the offseason to bulk. And
yeah.
Is it going to do it? Probably not in the way that we want him to.
Right.
But
then, I mean, the Adisa Isaac pick was good value at edge. I mean, the edge position, I kind of had it down on my board a little bit after Van Noy re-signed. I mean, I don't think he's going to play a ton in year one, honestly. Like, as injuries happen, and Ajabo was proven that, there was big possibility for an injury. But I don't know. There were still good offensive linemen there. I really thought it was going to be 2 of the first 3 picks were offensive linemen. I was pretty set on that. But I've been pretty shocked that they haven't taken at least one guy here.
That's fair. Hey, can you actually still hear me? Because my headset just died, and I think it switched to the phone.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Wow, I probably sound like absolute shit. But okay.
No, I've done full shows on the wrong mic. It is so I'm just like I check every time, and sometimes I still don't get it.
I didn't charge this thing, and it's definitely been sitting here. And, oops. Yeah, Dow, you're right. I get it.
Pack it up.
I mean, is there really a right answer here? No, but do we think that things could have gone better? I'm sure most people would say yes.
Oh, are we talking about DaCosta lied and said we needed 3 offensive linemen, we only need 1? He's supposed to lie. I don't want him to tell the truth to anybody else out there. He doesn't have to tell the truth to me either. I'll just I'll figure it out as best I can.
He did give some sort of like context as to what linemen he felt like were draftable. Like I think it was something like, we know there's going to be linemen in like rounds 2 and 3, but he didn't say much beyond that.
I have some good comments here.
Oh yeah, the comments are great.
Did Washington? Looks like they did. They made their pick at 222, I think, and I didn't get it.
Javonte Jean-Baptiste from Notre Dame, the edge.
Okay.
And then you got Travis Clayton for Buffalo.
I don't think so.
Okay, that was 221. Yeah, Twitter is already up to 225, but I'm not gonna say anything.
don't.
I'm not gonna say anything.
I'm sorry. Clayton's position was what he was
offensive lineman, offensive tackle.
Okay.
And then Jean-Baptiste is the edge guy.
Right. All right.
Well, we can get by with 4 tackles, kind of.
I'm gonna be
1 week
at this point.
Remember, a few years ago they had 4 left tackles on the roster when they had Juwan James.
That's
right.
right.
What was that about?
The better part of a game he lasted, and DJ Fluker was on the team that year, right? And
he was.
I don't remember if he was or not. Yeah, that year, Juwan James and Kyle Fuller got injured in that opening game against the Jets on the MetLife
same
turf.
Game or whatever.
Yeah, MetLife turf.
Good call, Chris. Ravens West, baby.
Bayron as an OG international player. Okay. Well, they better know something about Salah in terms of getting positional training. Oh, I think okay, he's still there. He just turned off his camera, probably pick his nose or something.
Yeah, clearly.
Caught in
you
4K.
left a piece, yeah.
Someone's definitely seen an episode of Seinfeld.
Yeah.
It wasn't a pick.
It might have been some incidental penetration.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, wait, what was the this good I forgot. Ken, the rate, the success rate. It's the like first, second, third year, right? Is what you're looking for?
I'd like to have it.
Or
I'd like to
starters.
get a minimum of 3 starters, one in the
Yep.
first year, one in the second year, one in the third year.
Gotcha. But there has to be a level of production associated with being the starter.
Yeah, you have to be good also. But
Oh, you have to be good. Oh, I forgot about that. You can't
Certainly,
be
certainly helps. Yeah.
Some of us like doing the bare minimum.
yeah, okay, I understand. You really don't want to know that you need a 60 to pass and not a 65.
What's it? D's get degrees.
I didn't actually mention this. I appreciate it, Jordan, but that wasn't my idea. I think I've heard it from other people, though, that Mekhi Becton might be a reasonable left tackle signing after the draft here. Of course, he may actually be in some demand. We'll see.
Yeah. Wasn't he not very good at all last year, though? He had some issues.
His development has been really stagnant.
He's had injury issues as well.
And yeah, I was gonna say it's really through like no fault of his actual own, but it's
Yeah.
So just looking at last year, he did play the whole year, 985 snaps, but yeah, he wasn't very good. It was his worst year. 18 penalties from Mekhi Becton. That's right. There were 2 guys with a
that's
higher
it.
penalty rate last year than John Simpson, and
I
one
was
of them
gonna
was
say John
Mekhi
Simpson's
Becton.
gotta be one of them, right?
Yeah. No, John Simpson was the crossbar. I'm saying there were 2 guys that were higher than John Simpson, and one was Mekhi Becton. I think it was Taylor, the guy for the right tackle of Kansas City, also had.
Yeah, Jawan
Yeah,
Taylor.
Jawan Taylor was definitely up there.
Yeah, Ronnie Stanley also had a good amount.
Yeah, he had like 10 or something.
Yeah.
I started like tongue in cheek with some of the other guards and stuff, trying to see how many penalties they had and relating it in millisimpsons. It's like, what percentage of Simpsons penalties did you have? And if you had 244 millisimpsons, you had 24.4% as many penalties as Simpson.
Yeah, I think the Ravens were the only team last year to have 2 starting offensive linemen with 10 penalties each.
That's bad.
Yeah.
Ken, I
the
fully
Chiefs-
expect you to have that Simpsons as a new stat in your little like your book, your log, your podcast. I better hear it.
I've used it about 3 times so far. I think it's played. I mean, honestly, it's just I probably shouldn't even mention it here.
I think, yeah, trading up to the 200 picks to get somebody. You trade that for Milton. You know, you want to throw a 2025 late round pick in there too. I think would have been potentially worth it, especially with all the comp picks they're getting down the pipeline.
But
I like that as a bit
Nanya
of dart
didn't
throwing
want
than
a
they could
quarterback.
tackle.
They wanted a lineman.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
And
well,
even
either
though
way,
linemen was
yes.
fine. Hi, dogs.
I just think moving up in general. I mean, 3 picks in the 200s can get a little interesting sometimes.
Are you on camera?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Tom Bromansky says there's a backup quarterback who's available, but that's a UFA. That's not a draftee, correct?
It also was
Thank-
Jordan Travis who he was talking about.
Okay. Oh, okay. I don't know whether right.
Hey, the Bo Breed conversation, Braid, whatever his name is, can come back up again though, since it's the 7th.
Oh, Trey
This is-
Taylor got picked. Damn it!
He
Yeah.
just did, yeah.
Now
Whoops.
that really sucks. If we lost Trey Taylor because of the.
I don't know if they take Braid, that could be an indication they wanted Taylor. I don't know.
Okay,
We're doing 5D chess.
Dejon Anthony goes to the Bengals.
Dude,
Who's
that's a
the,
very good question about how old Becton would be.
You know how old Mekhi Becton is? He was born
Yeah.
4/18/99, so he's still only 25
Yeah.
years old right now.
Yeah, they were teammates at one point. So I was trying to
Who
remember
did
how
t-
old Lamar was when he won the Heisman, other than being just like 19.
Who did Taylor go to?
The Raiders.
Yeah, what pick was that?
224.
Okay, because the Chargers are 225. So
Chargers just got Brendan Rice.
I was gonna say you can tell my lack of confidence in that one. Yeah, there's Rice. And I know he was definitely mentioned yesterday quite a few times. Even today.
So 3 picks to go, right?
Yep, yeah, 225 just happened.
All right, let's do our rounded out here. You got 3 guys you want?
I can sure try.
I'm gonna go with the Murphy twins, and we'll say Bo anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, I got Cohen, Taylor, Braid. I think it's late enough where Braid can be an option for him.
Okay. All right.
I think here, if it's going to be anything offense-wise, it's just probably better priority free agent.
Jeez. Yeah, I don't know who they've got. I'm not sure I can do it. I don't think I don't think there's 3 guys I really am eager to get here. I'd like to see Cohen or Taylor.
Who has the coolest name, Ken?
I know how I'll do it. I will cheat and try and succeed that way.
You ain't cheating, you ain't trying. You know it. I like it. You want Pratt, huh? Okay. Looking through this. Yeah. Dalton Reisner, I do believe, is still unsigned.
Oh, there it is. Nick Samak of Michigan State.
Okay.
All right. The offensive lineman, at least.
At least
But a center.
Let me see what I got on this kid. Toss it over here. No notes, but he was at the East-West Shrine Bowl. He's from Mentor, Ohio, up near Cleveland. He built all right. 6'4", 307. 32-inch arms. So there you go. He's definitely staying on the inside, kid.
Yeah, he's a center, but I wouldn't expect him to be going out to tackle or anything.
I
He's
certainly would.
improved every year as a every year as a run blocker.
Okay.
But he took a step back this last year as a pass blocker at Michigan State. That's never good. Look at his pass blocking directly, see just how bad that was. Now, efficiency of 97.8% overall is not terrible, but efficiency of 95.6% in true pass sets is not really good either. Total of 13 pressure events allowed is kind of a lot for a center. I guess they got their reasons. We haven't played that card yet in this draft, I don't think, in terms of really getting behind a pick or not. But he's an offensive lineman, and maybe they can make him into something. Yeah.
Context, what I'm looking at here, NFL.com has some draft projected 6 through 7. Okay. One of my guys who I follow, A to Z Sports, James, I can't remember what his last name is. He's got him ranked 240-ish. So, what's the comparison here? A random NFL comp to Andre James.
Yes. Padre, we definitely could have taken Taylor on the last pick and waited on the quarterback, and I don't think there's a chance in hell that he would have been taken. And you normally you'd be right, Christopher, in terms of not getting too upset about late round picks. The Ravens don't have any safeties, so whoever they pick, they're staying. At this point in the draft, if they liked Trey Taylor, if they thought he was good, and obviously they must have had questions about him, then he'd make the team because they've only got 3 other safeties if they re-sign Darryl Worley. So they'll go out to the market, they'll get somebody, they'll probably have some undrafted guys that they bring in. They may not feel that Trey Taylor is a split field safety. I think that's the more relevant question. But
I would agree with that.
Yeah, if they got him, then they'd be keeping him, I'm pretty sure, on this roster. Well, that's a good one, Felix, because the Ravens have a long history of taking dime backs in this at this point in the draft and having it work out. Juergens, a center from Wake Forest, off the board to Minnesota at pick 230, which means I missed 228 or 229. Sorry.
I just had this up and I closed the window. Oops. Before Juergens, the Raiders picked MJ Devonshire, the Pittsburgh guy. He's definitely one you want to go back and watch film on again because the way Pittsburgh plays their corners is definitely a thing.
All right. All right, we'll shut this down after 250 here. So we are hopefully flying towards it. 231 is now in. What do you think? We'll probably be there in about less than 40 minutes at this point. Kevin, what do you say?
Yeah, picks are 4 minutes on a clock. So, yeah, eliminate that extra minute there for teams to think. Picks are starting to fly. I mean, 225 was what, 4 or 5 minutes ago? We're already 231.
Yeah. Been about a pick per minute, I'd say, recently.
Yeah.
Devonshire, by the way, has really long arms for a corner. Decent vertical, but his
press is really, really solid. And he was also a kick returner, too.
Ethan, to answer your question regarding John Simpson, of course, I'd rather, generally speaking, that they hold when they get beaten badly, and there's a risk to the quarterback. That's an easy choice. But I'd rather they didn't get beaten at all, and usually penalties are a good metric for showing how badly people get beat. And then there's the stupid kind that happen on run plays, which are a not insubstantial portion of holding penalties, probably over 50%, where they hold on too long inside the frame, or sorry, as the player's moving outside the frame. And that's also bad. You got to know when to let loose and just let the play happen. Levi Drake Rodriguez. Okay.
That's Minnesota? Who is that to?
Yeah.
Minnesota. Yeah, this kid is from the middle of nowhere and a half.
I
Wherever
think
Texas A&M Commerce is.
that was 232.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jaheim Bell.
232, yes.
Yeah, Jaheim Bell, tight end from Florida State, went 231.
Oh, okay. So finally, somebody takes the number 5 ranked tight end, huh?
And it's New England, of course.
Yeah. So neither of the Murphy twins have been signed yet. They could go undrafted to the same team, I bet. Probably not.
Yeah.
Could be.
That'd be the best thing for him.
You know, one of the things I was thinking in looking through that group, because Gabriel Murphy is very polished as well, is that their pass rush coach or their outside linebackers coach must really be a good pass rush guru, who probably has a future. And somebody named Tony Washington, who I don't know who he is, but I did take the time to look up his name. Nathan Thomas. Now he's on the board already for goes to Dallas at 233. He's one of the old men, the grumpy old men.
It is kind of funny to look at some of these picks, and like the Minnesota pick at 232 went Denver to San Francisco to Houston to Minnesota. all the ways it's gone, all the teams it's dropped off.
It's over the course of probably a couple different drafts where you got traded ahead from last year. Did Crum get taken already?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, I thought I heard his name already, but
no, there's another guy that had like a similar name, like Crometti.
Oh, Crumity, yeah, the defensive lineman,
the D lineman, yeah.
Is how about there's a random one that I think it's like Vaki, the guy from Utah who played running back. It's also a safety.
Yeah, he got drafted as obviously as a safety, but he got drafted. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. Okay.
Earlier today. I don't think he had any carries in college. I may be wrong. I don't think there was any basis for looking at it as a running back. I could be wrong about that. He might have 5 years.
One I think it was Jordan Schultz announced him as a running back or something, or he was announced or something as a running back.
The Utah kid he actually averaged like a lot of yards as a running back, like 6 or 7 per carry. It was actually a pretty solid number. And then they moved him to safety, and he just didn't really understand the position.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So he was a running back. He was a running back converted to safety.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I like that Baltimore get up. Just get Storm Duck and call it a day. I'm with it. Let's do it.
Okay, I'll go Team Storm Duck with you. I got no problem with that. Except right. Wait, no, he didn't get picked yet.
No,
they only called his name on the Stuff the Truck. That's what I'm mixing myself up with. All right.
Yeah, that's true. Up to 234 is in right now.
Oh, the Commanders did a great job of stacking capital. They had, what, 6 picks in the top 100 or something?
Yep.
That's
Yep,
about
they
right.
Sure did.
Crazy.
So Christopher, I mean, if you look at the PFF stats, he's certainly improved as a run blocker. This is another reminder to folks out there: do not look at the PFF combined blocking score. It's a terrible travesty of a thing. Look at the individual pass blocking and run blocking stats. They're both well constructed, but do not take their and they've explained to me the reason why they did it. It doesn't make any sense other than to differentiate more among centers, but it doesn't do good differentiation. It just differentiates. And so a player like Linderbaum in his rookie year really benefited from that thing and benefited. It hid from us what Linderbaum's real weakness was in terms of pass blocking. Yeah, it's this is unusual. I'm sure it's possible they didn't like their visit with Trey Taylor. He comes across very well in an interview. He's a military guy, really valued the experience of the academy of working with people who are going to be future CEOs was one thing he talked about. I would think he comes across pretty well, but never. Doesn't mean they couldn't dislike something else about him in that same process. I missed the last pick. I saw it begin with an L, but I miss it. Okay, Devon Vele of Utah.
Was that 235?
That's 235. Yeah.
Yeah. Jonah Laulu went to Indy at 234.
Position?
D lineman, D tackle.
Got another pick in for the Jaguars. Yeah, we're going.
Yeah, we're
faster
speeding
than
through now. That extra minute off the clock makes a difference.
So are you guys crazy enough to go to these drafts and wear a mask or a costume and get on TV?
Man. No, not me. Not me. Although I know Baltimore's kind of pining for it one of these years.
I know it's going to cost a bunch of money. I went to the one in Chicago when it was there years and years ago. It was a cool experience.
I feel like it's like a bucket list type thing,
Yeah, and it's one of those things where it's definitely not like we'll say Ravens Steelers doing this, right? It's no, like everybody's actually really really cool with each other. It doesn't matter, what awesome. And it's also a great way to learn about the players because you'll see family around too, and you'll know when a player has their family with them, and it's almost like a graduation party for them. So awesome. It's definitely a good feel good time kind of thing, and people are just really awesome just in general about it.
Yeah, Kadri Ismail, who's the former Ravens wide receiver, his son is in this draft pool for undrafted. So he's a guy that it's cool. The draft parties and everything.
Bengals have another pick here at 237. Hopefully they won't do anything with it. This is their 9th pick of the draft as I'm counting it here. Unless they missed one.
Yeah.
Matt Lee, a center from Miami.
Did you get 235, 236?
I think so.
He got 235 for sure.
Yeah, Vele and then Miles Cole, Texas Tech.
I got Miles Cole, yeah.
Okay, yep.
They are coming in fast and furious, though. You keep after me about that. 13 picks to go.
Baltimore got Tyler Owens, the Texas Tech kid. So he was at the Shrine Bowl. This guy is Safety is definitely one way to say where he should be playing. I wouldn't say that. Like, we were talking about, like, they said some guy earlier used to be like a rugby player and a boxer. This guy should be that.
To answer your question, Jay, I want to get to this. Worley, I think there's a high probability of him being re-signed because he's played on the back end and played that split field responsibility. And Jeremy Lucien, I believe, could do it. I think he's out there and he's in a nervous position right now because as a gone through the cycle one time, about the only thing that could be worse for him would be if he actually had NFL experience. Being a year one player, you go through a cycle of potential flunk out for that. And I think there's a lot of people who would say good things about him and help him get a job with another organization if it's not the Ravens. But I think the Ravens are probably still a very good chance. And after not getting a safety in this draft, I have to think the chance of re-signing Lucien went well up. By all accounts, a very, very sharp kid. And certainly a couple of times he's been on for interviews. He's extremely sharp, business-minded kid, and certainly will do well. And from all I've heard, really picked up the Ravens system very, very, very easily. And what can be a tough transition going from corner to safety. I might have missed 237 here while I was monologuing there.
That 237 was Matt Lee for Cincinnati.
Okay, right, got him. Okay.
That's a very good question about the service academies. I think I'm trying to remember when the Ravens picked the totally awesome quarterback who was literally like the
Keenan Reynolds.
Yeah, Keenan Reynolds, the quarterback, punt returner, safety, defensive tackle. He was everything down there, man.
I remember that pick, yeah. People were excited about it when it happened.
He was just a fun guy to watch.
Keenan Reynolds?
Yeah.
What about the possibility of Justin Simmons becoming a Raven here? And I've got my own reservations, but you guys take it first.
I mean, I'd be fine with it. I just think that he's more of a physical type of player as opposed to the do it all type of guy. I mean, I'd be okay with it. I mean, they're gonna have to do something at this point, like especially. I mean, Bo Braid. Even if they take Bo Braid here, that's not enough. Like you have to add something else.
What if I said I think he's a 30-year-old lesser version? He'll be 31 during the season. Lesser version of Kyle Hamilton. I mean, he's gonna pressure for strong safety / really slot snaps potentially underneath. And I just don't think you get it. If you sign Justin Simmons to be your dime back and you're really going to play dime, I am all for it. I still want to only pay the vet minimum, but right. I'd be all for it.
I don't know that he'd take that if that's the role that he wants, but he needs to be put in a role like that in order to actually be successful. He's moved around way too much in his career, and I think coaching has really held him back.
Okay, Solomon Byrd off the board. That took a long time for that pick to get in at 238 for some reason.
According to the TV,
an edge with a 501.40.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right. All right.
I'm trying to think. I know that there's one of the guys that's left that's out there has I'm thinking of the other USC guy, Max Williams. So not the Max Williams we know or that we used to know. Yeah.
We are going to be tested
safety from
here.
USC tested in the -3% of the combine stuff. It's not good.
Well, not mathematically possible, but that's okay. They just didn't have him testing against himself.
Don't you lecture me on math.
Doing the best I can here, buddy. Josiah Ezerum of Eastern Kentucky. Somebody found another tackle or a person who claims to be a tackle, 6'6", 329, and 35 3/4 inch arms. And a 40 time of 5'10", which is not bad either, although it's an other measurement, which is somewhat dreaded. No ratings at all on NFL Draft Buzz for this guy. I'm going to see what I can find in PFF about his play at Eastern Kentucky. Oh, they've got him in here. Michael Barrett finally goes off the board at pick 240 to Carolina. A tiny linebacker at Michigan, but definitely is wants to play tough downhill.
Had one vote in the chat there to get defensive tackle from Baylor, Gabe Hall. Yeah, I'd be all right with that.
I'd be okay with that too.
Yeah, I got to say this. It looks like Josiah Izirum, I don't know how to pronounce that name, was a pretty damn good pass blocker this last year. This is surprising that he'd be available this late.
Interesting.
And Eastern Kentucky, it's not a small school, right? They're still an FBS team. They're just in.
Oh, that's a good question. Okay, so I got to think. I know like 2 people that went there.
Or you could type in Eastern Kentucky Football Conference.
Yeah, right.
Let me look at my contacts. Who was it that went there again?
Yeah.
Power
Well, I also know a dude that went to Western Kentucky. And I also got an NKU North shirt back there too. I just don't have regular Kentucky in my arsenal.
Okay, Eastern Kentucky.
They're small by our standards, but
they're definitely not Power 5. But... Austin P, Central Arkansas, Tarleton State, Southern Utah, Eastern Kentucky, Abilene Christian, North Alabama, Utah Tech, and Stephen F. Austin. I actually still don't know.
I thought you just read off a draft pick's name.
I just thought you did too. Yeah, Stephen.
And then started saying this like 15-part
just read a bunch
that I've
of
never heard of before.
14 seeds from the March Madness, man.
It's the United Athletic Conference. Anybody who wants to in chat can just tell us what that is if they want to. Please tell us. This is a FBS or FCS. No, it's FCS. So it looks like
FCS 1.
They actually are a step down. So that's a school pick. So I guess it shouldn't be surprising that he was that good of a pass blocker at that level.
This year oh, that's right. Shoot, yeah, they played over here. They lost to Cincinnati by 50. Great game, guys. As a player, Omar Brown would be fine, but there's I'd say there's too many things that push him over to UDFA than anything else.
I feel like if Braid hits undrafted free agency, the Ravens might be in on that.
I would agree with that too.
Taj Washington is off the board at wide receiver from USC.
A couple notes here on Omar Brown. He actually hasn't allowed a touchdown in like 3 seasons or something. But if you watch him in coverage, though, his technique is definitely a little suspect. So he kind of gets bailed out a little bit. And arm length definitely hinders him on tackling.
All right, we got Huddle It Up Films going to be happy with this one. James Williams is finally off the board. Really a linebacker, not a safety. So we got him on the safety list here, but he's converting himself.
Outside of T'Vondre Sweat, I have not hated Tennessee's draft.
There you go. A field goal block. Oh, that's from forever ago.
From the Appalachian State win over
I had to
Michigan.
do a double take on that one. I was like, hey.
Browns have another pick here. I'm sure I missed a Browns pick or missed tagging a Browns pick correctly because I have this as only their 4th pick of the whole draft.
They might have had one more. Can I see?
I want to touch on Brandon, that Greenfield guy from South Dakota State's still out there. Offensive tackle. I don't know that he would move inside, but something to consider. South Dakota State was very, very solid this year.
Can Nathaniel Watson and Miles Harden
yep.
both Browns picks?
33.
Oh, Miles Harden is one, right?
Yeah, Miles Harden.
Or Miles Harden
Yep.
he's
Corner.
243, right? Or was he the pass?
No, 227. Miles Harden was 227. 243 is
just to be announced here. Yeah, pick is in.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind Greenfield either. He actually played both left and right tackle at South Dakota State.
Hey guys, thanks again for everything in terms of staying with us for this show. Obviously, we're getting a little run down here in terms of what's going on, and frankly, there's a certain lack of familiarity with some of the players that's difficult to deal with at this point in the draft. That is undeniable, but we're as puzzled by some of these selections as you are, obviously, and we still appreciate the back and forth and the interaction you guys have put on this. Really appreciate that.
Well, yeah, if we get more people joining, then we're going to have more people that know about all those other schools that we don't know about. I mean,
yeah, I think we got a full article in the chat at one point about a player. I mean,
yeah. Yeah, so here with the next pick, you know what? If athletically, give me the Texas Tech safety. Need-wise, probably Greenfield from South Dakota State because we need an offensive lineman anyway. Best available is probably going to be the defensive tackle from Baylor. Probably.
Yeah, Gabe Hall's good.
And then we'll just grab an edge guy in, UDFA or, yeah.
Okay, Jawan Briggs of Cincinnati goes to the Browns.
Good D lineman, underrated guy.
Yeah.
Give the Bearcats a shout out.
I don't mind that. Okay. Cowboys at 244. We are humming.
Yeah.
Justin Rogers, DT from Auburn.
Wow, that was fast.
Yep.
Ran that in.
I mean, I'm sure these cards are stacked up at this point.
Yep.
Got
to do it for the broadcast.
It would not surprise me if you looked on your phone. Don't give anything away that the Ravens have already made their selection.
Yeah.
I got to say, when Jerry Jones sits there at the end of the table, and one of these little 20-something guys, they're probably 35 now, goes and takes the phone out of his hand and hangs it up for him. I just think the guy must have a servant for everything.
Yeah.
I just
Oh, Jerry Jones is something else.
So I cheated and I looked, and no, the picks we're on point. We're not super stacked.
okay.
Yeah. I literally have a thing up here.
+2
You
JR.
have like 20 missed notifications.
Yeah.
Hey, Storm Duck is still out there.
I know.
I'm sorry,
I'm
Kenny.
looking.
Who we supposed to say hi to? I'm all for this, but can you please tell everybody should say hi, brother Kenny Perry? I'm sorry, I don't understand who we're supposed to say hi to.
I think he just did it.
Okay,
Yeah, Kenny
well,
Perry
hi
is
everybody,
Kenny Perry.
and hi Kenny Perry. While we're at it. I mean, we've got 3 players among that group, or at least 2 anyway, who are pure box guys. Okay, Michael Pratt finally comes off the board at Green Bay at 245. That's been a pick we've been waiting for a long time for. And
He should
obviously
have been picked 2 rounds ago.
he was not up to the Ravens standards.
He's got better tape than what he's probably getting credit for.
Mm-hmm.
I like how they show him on his last throwing highlight of the tight end dropping it, kind of, and then putting it back.
Christopher, let's hear it from you. Who would you like to see the Ravens sign if, okay, let's say you need this. You want one developmental guy, possibly. You want one guy who can play the split safety role at a minimum. You need one guy who can do that. And you're amenable to having a guy who can do any other safety duty, including dime, some sort of versatile role, or a pure strong safety, or even a pure free safety. You have those 3 positions to fill. Who are the players you want, and who would you pick from among this vet list for one of those?
I need to phone a friend on this one.
Sorry, I thought I'd turn it around on Christopher first because I think he has a good handle on who the free agents are. Could definitely get some free agents cheap. And I think the Ravens could still get a safety at 250 that's cheap as well.
I'll just go safety. Cheap.
I don't know about you guys. Yeah. I've thought it's been Sunday the whole day. It just feels like a Sunday to me.
It feels that way. Yes, it feels that way. Now, you still don't work for a living, right? Kevin, you just do this, right?
Yeah, it's content. Yeah, content creation. So after this, I'm going to hop on a Locked On Ravens stream, and I got a bonus episode coming out tomorrow too. So it's been a lot of work. Yeah, this is the busiest week of the year, Ken. I know you know it. So
oh yeah.
So are you what I'm supposed to tell my son is what he's supposed to look for in the future and all that stuff, right?
I got you. I won't say anything.
He recognizes that a lot of the growing thing is okay, can you not only produce your own content, but can you control it, and can you take ownership of it and constantly deliver?
Yeah.
So he understands that piece.
Yeah, Monday will be my 1,236 consecutive episode. Kind of know you know the grind of putting out daily content. So,
jeez,
yeah, it's a lot, but it's fun.
Okay, I've taken a look at Tyler Owens here, who's a safety for Texas Tech.
I told you.
He's had some decline in coverage the last couple of years as his total number of snaps has increased. So last year, for example, let's get this right here. I don't want to throw this off. I got to look at his coverage grades. Okay, there we are. Gave up 6.7 yards per target last year in coverage. NFL rating against him was 101.5. 2 touchdowns, no interceptions. I mean, it's not necessarily terrible. It's a low number of total outcomes, but that doesn't scream out, I got to have you at safety. And it also doesn't scream out, I can handle split safety adequately. He might be able to. There's nothing in his record that I would show here that he is an obvious choice to do it.
He did also play a boatload of special teams. And if you're picking this late, you're going to play on defense. You know what? I have zero issue with that.
Okay. Marcus Harris of Auburn goes to the Texans. We are really close now. 2 picks to go.
Yeah. Devin Culp went at 246. I know that was 247 you just said.
That was 247. 240. Devin Cole, right? I think I got him.
Devin Culp, the tight end, yeah.
Oh, no, never mind. COLT?
So, yeah, CULB.
Okay. CULB or P? Culp or Colb?
P. Culp.
Okay, that makes sense.
He is in public.
So we still don't have. We still have Devin Holker has still not been taken, right?
I don't think so, no.
Dallin Holker, sorry. Okay, see. All right, one more
truck show
pick.
tape on that. Yeah, Leonard Taylor from Miami still out there.
Crazy.
Free agents.
What's the injury concern there, or is there another off-field concern of some sort?
I don't know what that concern is actually.
Well, he ended his season after week 11.
Oops.
I don't know if Miami went to a bowl game this last year or not, but that screams out a late season injury of some sort.
So chat bringing up Terrell Edmonds. He would be very cheap, and yeah, I get it. Production's not going to be what we want, but hey, if you're looking to pay somebody a couple $1 million to come in and kind of, I'll say, play a spot. All right.
I see Christopher St. Adrian Amos, and I know that conversation last year. They were really interested in him, and the Jets kind of swiped him away after Chuck Clark got injured. So that could be an option. I like.
Got to be a guy who really is a read the quarterback, look into the backfield, understands how to help the people in front of him, understands how to accept the pass off. I don't want just any safety. I just don't want any strong safety in particular. The one Seidel, really appreciate that about the spreadsheet. Honestly, I didn't think it was that big a deal, but it has been that big a deal. And I think I've really appreciated people as Ladarius Henderson comes off the board and goes to Houston. They're still finding guards out there. I really appreciate the contributions you guys have made in terms of not only overseeing where colors are wrong, but also asking for different things or just deciding how we're going to look at picks that go forward in terms of highlighting some people that for some reason never get drafted. We've really appreciated that during this. So I think we'll keep it for next year when we do it again. Any other suggestions for the sheet that would be better, or maybe for another tool? I'm interested to hear your thoughts on it. You can say them here if you want, or you can send them to me in a DM if you think of them 3 months from now, and I'll try and incorporate them into something. The Ravens pick is in. Here we go.
What do you guys think? Let's double up on quarterbacks.
I'd love for there to be a interior offensive lineman or a safety or maybe even a tackle that they like. I'd like a tackle from a small school tackle. That's what I want.
Frank Crum, Wyoming.
That's not a small school, but I want to.
Well, yeah, smaller.
The pick is probably out there.
I haven't seen anything actually.
Okay. Okay, they're done with the draft. Clapping. Ozzy still gets the head of the table. Look at that. That's a sign of respect there.
Yeah.
One of the things, Ken, I don't know how good you are with Excel. If anybody has let's say a little WordPress action where if we can make some of this chart interactive or shareable to where, let's say, if you click on, a prospect, it'll pop out with some extra notes that you've got on them for, pluses and minuses, things like that.
That's an interesting idea. That's using the comments feature of Excel. That could be done. I could certainly do it for the players, the Ravens draft. I don't know that I'd want to do it for everybody. And there's going to be players
or maybe like your top 10 dudes.
Yeah, that would be where it would be, because there's no way I would have I would have Samac or Leary covered. For that I guarantee you. Come on, we want to tackle. We want to tackle.
Jeez, they get to the Ravens pick and they decide they want to slow down everything.
No, they got to stall for more commercials and adopting pets and stuff.
Chris, good point. Not impossible that the Ravens could send Brandon Stevens back. I think it would be a mistake at this point. I think they moved him around a lot.
It absolutely would be. Yeah. He's played way, way better on the outside, and he's really gotten his technique down. And it honestly was refreshing to see teams, when they were willing to test him, he was having a tremendous amount of success with pass breakups, using good leverage, understanding the boundary. I thought he was really good at too.
Yeah, for Stevens, he definitely does a good job of chopping off space. Okay, got a safety. It's Sanusi Kane of Purdue. A guy I've never heard of before.
Sorry, that's definitely a thing that we do here in the Big Ten.
And there we have it. We have our Ravens draft complete.
I've got no notes on this guy, but I can tell you that his 10-yard split is ridiculous.
Let's hear it.
1.5.
That's good.
Do not ask me how much he can bench, though.
He is a good tackler, and he's a big safety at 6'0", 215. Does not seem to be the split field type. So in terms of coverage, this is not good, folks. This is not good at all. Almost 10 yards per target allowed. 9.8.
Maybe he just plays really, really deep.
Maybe he just plays really, really run up at the ball carrier. I gotta look at some other stats and see if but they obviously think they could do something with him. The NFL passer rating against him for last year, converted to the NFL type, is 109.2. So that's not encouraging.
That's got to be a record.
No, we've seen worse. Believe me, we've seen worse. The Cameron Kinchins was at 118. It was earlier in this draft, and 13.9 yards per target. So there are worse, but this is an interesting pick. I would think that the split field safeties everywhere are not too concerned about this guy taking over on the back end. Maybe he's more of a dime for the Ravens. Good tackler, decent run defender, it looks like by PFF grading, but not a good coverage guy at all. In fact, it looks like he's been worse in past years. You have over 10 yards per target in 2022, and in 8 targets he did much better than that, about 4.5 yards per target in 21. So his career is 792 over 84, which is 9.4 yards per target. So not good. All right, we'll see how they said. They obviously like something about him. I don't know whether they want to make him a dime back or love him as just a team player, whatever it might be. But I don't think he's the split field guy.
Yeah,
he's not.
Jalen Harrell.
I definitely see him as dime back, and he's gonna have to play downhill a little bit more.
Yep.
Looking at his Purdue stats here.
All right. Well, I think we got to call it here. I really appreciate everyone sticking it out, especially the people on the channel. Just great. But also, Ed, thanks for jumping on with us. Always a pleasure to talk football with you, my friend. And Kevin, I know you have a lot of work to do today. I appreciate you spending all day here.
I do. It was great. I appreciate you having me. It was a lot of fun conversation.
Always. And folks out there, I hope you appreciated the leisurely pace of this day 3 thing. We certainly weren't talking at the frenetic pace, cutting each other off every moment, that we do in the earlier days of this. But thanks for joining us. We'll call it right here. But before we do, though, Kevin, anything you want to plug before we go?
Yeah, sure. You can. I'm gonna do a live show on Locked On Ravens. Probably gonna let undrafted free agency simmer for a little bit before I get on there. So gonna be coming up in probably the next hour or so. You can find me over on Locked On Ravens 5 days a week of Ravens content. We do bonus episodes as well. It's really fun. Both YouTube, you can find me over there, also in audio form as well. Also, you can catch me over on the Ryan Rickman Show if you're an Orioles fan. We talk Orioles, Ravens, the whole 9 yards over there. Follow me on Twitter at ChaosStriker34 as well.
All right. Ed, you do anything you want to tell people where they can talk football with you online?
Well, they want to. They can contact me on Twitter. See the little name thing down there? That's what it is. But as far as plugs, let me give at least a shout out to A to Z Film Room. That was my primary source for information in this draft. A to Z Film Room on Twitter. Outside of that, I know that they're asking money for St. Jude on TV. I'm going to ask if you want to donate, can you donate to the National Epilepsy Foundation? We'd really appreciate that here. And then if you want to make more money, Ryan Spann, round 1's round 2, UFC. Get it.
Okay. All right. Other folks out there, if you'd like to win a film study short, hit me up. DM's always open on Twitter. Going into a lot of other off-season content after this. And look out for the remaining draft content for this year. We'll be having a UDFA show, a full wrap-up. I'll be on 105.7 with a fairly limited portion of that, honestly, on Tuesday morning to talk through the Ravens draft. There'll be a lot of talk about what's going on. I'll actually have looked at these players that they drafted in the later rounds by then, and we ought to have some fun with that. Anyway, it's been a blast doing draft content this entire time. Really appreciate you folks. You mean the world to me to be able to watch the draft with both the people who are on the panel and the people who are watching along. Really appreciate it. I guess that's it. And we'll talk to you next time on Film Study.